Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It's day number 3 of group stage action, the final day. This is it, the deciding one, where teams are going to be ending up as we approach the main group, the main stage, who's going to be in the upper bracket, and who's going to be in that scary best-of-1 lower bracket. It all comes down to this. I'm Kyle Guy. I'm going to be joined by Waga once again. Waga, our opening treat, Alliance versus Escape Gaming.
Escape are in the hardest position out of all the teams in the group stage, and Alliance, they really need to 2-0 this, but at the same time, Escape, they have that extreme long shot to be in upper bracket. I thought they were mathematically out, but no. Even though their result currently is 1 for 9, if everything aligns, they could be in a tiebreaker and that way go into the upper bracket. But they need to perfect everything, and the right people need to lose to the wrong people.
Yeah, it's sounding very far-fetched for them when it's like, oh, only A, B, C, D, E, F stars need to align, and then maybe we'll be able to have a tiebreaker chance. Yep. Let's see, though. Escape, they're probably going to come off to the races and hope for that perfect streak today. For Alliance,
you have to.
Yeah, Alliance, it'd be a lot more comfortable for them personally if they could get wins and get out of that tiebreaker area.
And to be fair, we're putting a lot of focus on upper and lower bracket, but there is more to it as well. Which position you get in upper and lower bracket decide who you're going to be against as well. So it's pretty important that you don't get matched up against, you know, the strongest in the group, if you will. When you want to go into best of 1, you want to go against the weak ones, meaning you want to be high up in the group still, even if you don't get above that line.
Certainly true. Let's go ahead and begin to dissect the draft for game number 1. Escape recognizing Alliance's huge coddle potential from yesterday. They actually banded out in the first phase along with Wisp, another tried and true pick for Alliance, while Alliance were the Elder Titan and the Bat Rider. First grab by Escape is the Lone Druid. Waga, I feel like for this draft, obviously both these teams have played against each other a lot. They've probably scrimmed against each other a good amount. This is going to be something different than what we've seen from a lot of the other games.
I think possibly Shadow Demon Ogre is a good retaliation here, actually. Because right now, Escape, both these teams, they value Lone Druid. Alliance play it obviously really well. Admiral Bulldog, most known Lone Druid player. But they also have Lone Druid players over on the side of Escape. And I think Ogre Magi being such a strong hero in the current patch, you don't want to give away that combo. We'll see if they take at least that. Alliance starting out with a Timbersaw, though. Very good hero, in fact, to lane against the Lone Druid. Can't really be harassed that much. Gonna go for the Dazzle instead.
Okay. Now, as per tradition of this TI, Waga, when I see something like a Dazzle in the first phase, can't help but, you know, throw up that Huskar card.
All right.
The Huskar card is now in play.
Yeah, I don't think you should go for a pick on it before the 4th or 5th ever, though. The Huskar is in some ways similar to TA in that regard. If you pick it too early, it's pretty easy to counter, in fact. It's just when you don't have anything against it, it seems extremely broken, right? So Alliance are keeping that in mind with a Dazzle. It also works well against the Huskar, as we previously touched on yesterday.
Oh, they get that Ogre combo
that
you were talking about.
Yeah, I did not expect Alliance to give this away, but the Bloodlusted Lone Druid is something Alliance themselves have been doing in the past, and Ogre is so good in the current patch due to the Bloodlust mana cost reduction. Very easy to keep the Bloodlust on the bear at all times.
Curious to see how much Escape look to emphasize the power of this bear. I mean, we've seen teams get like a Legion Commander paired together with something like an Ogre, and then, I don't know, throwing a Troll.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to go for, really, but anyway, the Juggernaut is not going to be available, and that's a very good ban. Juggernaut along with Lone Druid, the healing ward skill up the bear. The push is just so hard to stop. So Alliance, they've been playing this kind of lineup themselves so much that they know what to ban here against Escape. Meanwhile, their own draft is pretty open. Timbersaw and Dazzle, all you really know is that they don't rock too many disables yet, and Lone Druid can be pretty pesky to bring down if you don't have some way to hold him still.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see if they can find a way to buckle down this Lone Druid from being that demo man that we're used to seeing in most games here. Alliance waiting out for that final ban, their second phase. They decide to get rid of the Axe. Obviously, a very good counter to a Dazzle.
Yeah.
And Grave is going to be possibly a game changer. He'll be there to deny it.
I think that's a great way to approach it, because he also ignores the weave entirely, pretty much. Sure, he takes a little bit more damage, but his spin now being pure damage, you just don't want to be Dazzle against Axe. It's a nightmare. Makes your job impossible. And we'll see what Synderen thinks is worthy of banning here against Alliance. They could go so many routes. that I kind of like the Ursa ban. It's one of those heroes that does a lot on his own, doesn't really matter what it's paired up with, and right now you can't really deny a full path of Alliance, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
In terms of drafting towards push, it's going to be very hard to stop Alliance from doing that. Drafting towards fighting around the minus armor, it's hard to stop them from doing that as well. So just get rid of some strong hero that you're uncomfortable playing against.
I always see an Ursa pick like that, and I can't help but in the back of my mind also put in the fact that maybe Escape are looking to get some sort of man fighter that Ursa typically can shut down hard. So I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case or not here. And, you know, the casual cheese options of that Huskar and that Drow are still in the pool. I don't know if they will synergize too well into either lineup. Alliance already have the Timber Saw, which could be very good against it, and for Escape Lone Druid, I've never typically seen him paired in any sort of those bull rush
no.
cheese tactics.
Not so much. I think it's much more likely they're going to draft something that just fights well as a 5-man lineup and pushes really hard. And there we go, they removed the Drow, so very much in line with what they did on the Ursa, just taking away a key hero instead of trying to deny a full path.
So now, back to Alliance's side. The Kunkka hype continues to be a real thing here, Waga. We've been seeing it spread through a lot of teams. I've been seeing a lot of success, and I've been seeing not so much success with it.
Yeah, I've talked to some players, and they just said that in scrims, there's been a lot of success through the Kunkka. It was probably brought on by the Chinese teams, but every single team has started to do it to some extent. And you have to respect Kunkka right now.
It's as far as what they want to be doing with it. We've been seeing variations between Tor and X early on to set up plays and utilize that sense of being able to send your teammates back to Fountain to split lanes, or going with the early Tidebreaker and farming it up and going with that man mode Lanham Armlet build.
To play the Lanham style, you have to be extremely comfortable on Kunkka. You need to know exactly how your torrent works. You need to be able to land it without X marking half of the time in the early game, or maybe for the first 10 to 15 minutes you need to be comfortable with that. And second off, you need to know how to get farmed as a support. It's not a very easy thing, and not every support is cut out for that. EGM could be doing it though. He's definitely a good player for that role. And Akio, of course, quite good on his Dazzle. Lifesteal for Lodi here picked up another comfort hero as Alliance build up the little Dazzle Lifesteal combo. Good minus armor. Whew. Okay.
Casual Skywrath Mage going to be flying into play here. And yeah, the funny thing is when I mentioned Escape banning out the Ursa and kind of being a sign that maybe they want to go for a man fighter, the other side of the coin is that Alliance now don't have to worry about Ursa in the game, that the ban was there for them. Options like Lifestealer become a bit more prominent, and now when you have people like Kunkka for the setup, Dazzle to keep you alive and well, he could be a serious fighter here.
Oh yeah.
And for Escape, their response to Skywrath Mage, what's the idea here besides maybe some early lane emphasis?
It's just great against Timbersaw all game long. The silence is so great against him. He forces out a Lotus Orb again as well. And it's not really an item you want to buy as Timbersaw, but you get forced to buy it because of the picks the enemy go for very often. Also great against Dazzle, Kunkka. If you get to jump on anyone, silencing them, they don't really have any way to deal with it. But it's going to be hard for Skywrath once there are some items on the Lifestealer. If he infests into a Timbersaw chains in, you know, it comes down to who initiates. The Skywrath might not live too long.
Very true. He's just naturally good at being a lane bully, too, whether it be flirting around the mid lane and griefing there, or coming around, of course, and dealing with the offlaners. He has that ridiculous nuke he seems to always have mana for at all times.
Yeah, definitely. And Escape predicting that it will probably be a mid Timbersaw here, as we see the ban on Broodmother. You don't want to get cheesed, and Skywrath is one of the worst heroes to have against Broodmother. Yes, you have kill potential, but you have no armor. You're only single target. It's really terrible when the army of spiders built up. Same for Ogre Magi. It does not do much.
Yeah. He would have a Sand King, but I would agree. It's a Bulldog classic, and even against some of the best, he might be able to find a way to kind of.
It's just that thing where a good Broodmother player will be able to play it against one counter hero. It doesn't really matter if the enemy has a Legion or an Axe or a Sand King. As long as their supports are not strong against you, you're fine. You're going to be able to find kills, find farm in the enemy jungle. Brood is just a nightmare to play against when it's in the right hands.
You know who demonstrated that well was Vega a while back when Mag was just all about the Brood. He would casually first phase pick it regardless of what the enemy would get. Razor is going to be the final snag here for Escape. So good to kind of be able to combat and go toe-to-toe with the Lifestealer, I'd imagine.
Yes, exactly. It's a great counter to that. Also pretty good against Timbersaw, as your ulti can make his armor go down quite a lot, and with all the physical damage you have per hit on Razor, you can kill off the Timbersaw quite quickly with that. So Very interesting pick. Works well against the cores of Alliance. And that's going to be a full line of escape that we see here. Decent push for sure, with the Razor being quite push-oriented. And of course, Bloodlusted Lone Druid Bear is going to do a lot as well. I like the draft of Escape, in fact. I think it's a very well-rounded draft.
Yeah.
Now they just have to execute and play it well as well.
Great amount of siege, good amount of team fight. They got a little bit of everything here, and you know, you just have to see how they're going to be able to transition from one objective to the next. Alliance, though, to round things out, we're looking for potentially the Bulldog pick.
Yeah, that's the way it looks.
Haven't
actually.
they early in this tournament, didn't they already one-time run an offlane lifestealer? I want to say that was Alliance who did it. I'm not sure.
It has been run offlane in this tournament.
I can't remember if it was
I'm not sure if Alliance did it. We have been following other teams, and we've been watching all the games, of course, in the dining room with 4 streams at the time.
It's hard to watch them all.
I definitely saw an offlane lifestealer. I can't remember which team it was though, but I think it's gonna be Loda. Loda is so comfortable on this hero that I can't imagine anything but Bulldog's hero coming out here.
Yeah, I don't know if the Razor would be enough of a deterrent for them to be like, let's change it up.
Yeah.
It looks
I thought the Beastmaster would come as well. It's just very suiting for them here. More attack speed as well for a Lifestealer, and works great along with a Dazzle minus armor, attack speed from Beastmaster. Everyone can sort of chip in.
Yep, adds their own pushing power and provides a little bit extra map vision and control. Obviously, being on the dire side and probably finding the Roche to be a bit more precious, it's good to have that kind of extra vision available to you. So here we go, Aga. It's game number 1, our first game here for the final day of group stage action. Alliance still kind of in the middle of the road for their group. They need to walk away from this series and probably their following series with a couple of wins if they want to secure a spot into the upper bracket in a good position and hopefully away from tiebreakers for Escape. Mathematically, I guess, not out.
There's some possibility, but if they lose this first game, they are not going to go in the upper brackets.
Okay,
That's how close it is. They need to win everything, and people need to lose to the right people. So yeah, they're in a tough spot, let's say.
Yeah, if they want any hope, even if it's the tiniest little fraction of a chance, they must get wins all day today. We'll see if they'll be able to do it here. We get underway. Alliance on their dire side begin the rollout. Not looking like anything too fishy as far as role assignments here for one side. One early TP is Ake will be on the scene right away with his Dazzle to be able to flop down an obs up and above.
The casual question. You level 1 Roshing? That question coming out from Alliance is pretty fun, since they're the team, of course, that did it yesterday with their Witch Doctor Ursa.
Yeah, and I guess any opportunity now when you're going against Alliance and you may see a Lone Druid, you may see an Ursa, you might have to take a peek in there just in case.
Yeah, for sure.
This is the time to do it too.
There we go. There's that little sneak peek by the bear. Just like, okay, what's happening?
Just making sure. Because this is the time to do it. It's not nearly as easy, I'd imagine, to get away with it when you get to main stage. If you want to do it, it's got to be here.
It's because of the live audience, exactly. Having the crowds, they always give it away, those sneaky little buggers. Yeah. So much better to have, you know, your reliable online streaming. That's when you can level 1 Roche safely. Alliance, they know.
Okay, look at this positioning here from Escape. Waiting up and behind, there's an obs just on the lower ground right there, and they'll see Koikfa roll on through, and then they'll see Hezu, and they'll realize there's a lot of people over there.
There might be more.
Yeah, but EGM says, I'll casually walk in and right through in between, and now he's sandwiched in. He has been able to backpedal a bit. Can he make it away from this trouble? It looks like he'll be possibly fine, but as I say that, look at all the damage coming in from Era. He's got to be able to whip him down. Hard commitment from Cinderin with the Burrow follow coming in from Kezu. It should be enough, and they're going to be able to secure first blood for Escape.
Man, I love this idea of having Cinderin on Ogre. It's very hard to die on Ogre. He's just running in like a boss.
Very different for, what we usually see Cinderin on. He's usually on those little frail defensive supports, you know?
I'm so confused as to why EGM walked in there after seeing 2 people run down from your jungle. You know that everyone is going to run together in the early game if they go into your jungle. There's going to be 5 of them.
It's that clown car thing where you come out and you're like, there can't be any more there. No, there's the whole team.
Yeah. Well, EGM gets a little bit caught out there and going to go down, of course. To Kezu on his Sand King solo mid. So with that Caustic Finale on level 2, he doesn't have it yet. He's going to be able to lane quite well against the Timbersaw.
And how about down here and below? We got Koikfa's Lone Druid and his bear who keeps getting poked back by Ake. He's just refusing to allow it to be easily teleported back in. And yeah, full aggro setup here. They're looking to pressure this Lone Druid as much as possible. But now that Yapsor and Synderen are making their return, how will this try-on-try end up developing?
I actually think that Escape Gaming are in a pretty good position holding this try. And the 2 solo lanes, I would say, are pretty good for them as well. Razor should be winning his lane, and mid lane should be at least even, with the Sanking being such a strong solo lane.
So good typically against this Timbersaw. We were talking about it a lot during Star Series when Na'Vi was beginning to pull it out. Sanking just so good at being able to crush down opposing laners in the melee department, if you will. Caustic is just very devastating.
Yeah, definitely.
Bottom.
Oh,
early
a
open
goal
wounds here for Synderen. He's a very fat target. You're going to have to unload everything you can if you want to be able to bring down that big boy, that's for sure.
It's the mighty Dane. He doesn't want to die. They're going to pull back and hold the creep wave a little bit back. They have the push coming back into a tower alliance, so good position to just farm away.
And Alliance just kind of have to, even though it feels like the matchup favors Escape, they're persistent in buckling down here. You don't think they should do any sort of mobility to kind of, change things up elsewhere?
They probably need level 3 on Kunkka before he can really gank anyone. That's the big issue. 400 range on your X-Mark and not having boots, he can't really go up and find someone. In fact, it's going to be Escape saying, hey, we'll switch. Just put the Lone Druid top, bring the Razor down, and we can definitely fight the lane better with that.
All right, let's see what kind of things Escape can do with this change-up play. Already a casual Ignite going to be flying out there. And the rotation is also going to be coming from the side of Alliance, it looks like. Loda's first to TP up to the top lane here. Bulldog's still here now, but eventually he'll turn back. And I imagine just take his business elsewhere. He could even go, I was going to say maybe right to the jungle, but he doesn't have a talent or anything. And it looks like Alliance are just going to match up the laning.
Yeah, they're gonna match it up, and I think this might work out better for Escape. I'm not sure though, because I think the Razor was doing fine top, and the Lone Druid could always get farm bottom as well with the supports helping him. Mid we see a little slown out by Kunkka, but as I said, no boots, no bueno.
Yeah, no boots, no bueno. I like that.
Can't kill.
Kunkka is going to casually look like he's running up and through here, but he actually pinged out exactly where Koikfa is. He is missing off the radar a bit, and currently
he could kill the
working
bear.
with the side camp.
He could kill it.
Moves in, gets the attack, but the bear's pulled back and quickly resummoned.
Yeah, we'd have to go and like run up and punch it or something.
Yeah.
And even then, he has the Savage Roar.
S4 mid lane gets slowed down from the concussive shot following a burrow here from Kezu. But, oh man, he eats another little caustic pop.
Timber has a very sad injured animation.
Yeah, he
like
does.
drags his body.
He's holding his own though, gotta say, in the CS department. It's 21-21.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a Timber against a Strength Hero. It's not a terrible matchup for Timber. It's just that Sanking gets a lot of farm very easily.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a wash with aggressive potential, I will say.
Okay.
That mid lane.
Fair enough. Looks like for Alliance they've had to abandon the bottom lane entirely though in the meantime. Let's quick kind of free farm it up with Synderen just hanging nearby as babysitter just in case.
A lot of rotations here.
Yeah.
Escape switching lanes twice in 4 minutes.
Yeah, Razor's back here now, and he's making his move for Loda, a casual whip, but the rest of Alliance looking to go for maybe a flank setup. Bulldogs rolling on forward, but Synderen's already there, hits him in the face with a fire blast, and they will move on forward with the X, the Torrent combo. Loda will help chunk down and take out Era.
That Shadow Wave dealing so much damage, and yeah, they have a Hasted Ogre, not for long though. Haste is about to run out, gonna back out and be safe.
Nice setup play there by Alliance. They will lose Bulldog at the front, but the follow-through will allow them to secure the Razor takedown.
To be fair, they did bring in 4 people for it though, so free farm on so used to saying Bulldog when we see a Lone Druid on Koikwa, of course, is the trade-off as well.
Yeah, very true.
But that Shadow Wave on Dazzle, they utilize it in a very good way. All of them running up and getting the 4 heals close to Razor.
Hug the opponent and get as much out of that physical burst.
Yep.
Now Escape kind of work with the creeps under the tower as they back up in a more defensive posture. We touch base with the bottom lane where Bulldog's matching up toe-to-toe against Koikfa once again. And Koikfa, 26 CS, still the middle road right here. I guess that's due to having to move lanes so often here in the early game.
Yeah, and he is trying to stay away from this lifestealer, but Loda is chasing him. Now down to bottom lane, and that means Koikwa is TPing top. Minute 5, we've done 3 lane swaps. This is crazy.
Thank goodness Ice Frog put a good discount on those TP scrolls, that's for sure.
Yeah, or Koikwa would be struggling for money.
Look at this. A pause does come out here from the side of Alliance, but Era has
that static sound.
Yeah. kill me. He's linking away all the damage here from little Jerry.
Yeah, but Jerry is fast. TGM, he's going to run away. He's got the windlace and boots. So even though Era is a little bit faster, he won't be able to hit and run on him. Nothing like that.
What about for Yapzor here? He looks like he's floating around the mid lane. The potential Skywrath is important for him to be able to do a lot in the early game.
They have no silence. That's the big issue. He's level 3, and yes, they have Sanking ulti, but I don't know if they can kill. Maybe. Oh, he doesn't have Timber Chain. Okay, then they can definitely kill.
But they're not making the move yet. There they will go for it. It's a Burrow strike into an epicenter with the Caustic Slow, and no Timber Chain is mentioned. S4 can't make it away.
I'm a little bit surprised it doesn't have a single point in it. It's just very, very useful, and especially on the mid lane. I don't like this triple point in reactive armor. I actually think that's a mistake, because you don't take that many right clicks anyway from a Sanking, and when you do, it's a lot of magical damage, in fact, not just physical.
Yeah.
So I don't really agree with the skill build. He could have lived with a Timber Chain.
He'll be punished for it now. This time Yapzor actually has a point into the silence if necessary, and he continues to wait. Meanwhile, top lane,
instant
S4,
root.
he just came back from the dead. Gets rooted up in the top lane. Era, though, could be caught between, but it's not going to be enough. It's a 3-on-1. Double roots at Gustav. Double takedown on the Timber.
Wow, that's just really unfortunate for him, and I guess it's karma. Alliance getting double rooted, you know. It's they've done this to others. Koikwa giving it back.
A little bit of a Strug City here at the start for Alliance. The best thing going for him, though, is that Loda continues to win in the CS department here in the bottom lane.
Wait.
They've already bursted through a tier 1.
Ake? He missed the ward. Or is he going to find it on the way back? Because he put down a sentry, but he didn't get the D ward. He's been spotted walking into enemy jungle here.
Yeah, right back over here.
He never found it. He didn't check.
Oh, he drops his own obs. He should see it there. Oh.
No, he needs to walk in. It's a little bit... Oh, boy. That's unfortunate. Because now, not only does he not, you know, find the ward, but you're going to pretend like there's no vision there. And this rotation coming in now...
It's going to be spotted.
Yeah,
I'm looking at their vision, and they're going to quickly see two, and that's going to be immediately pinged. Yapzor and company pull back.
Oh, that is disastrous. You need to get that ward down.
And that gank is totally gone. It's just crazy. Dota, what a game, right? One little ward, one little misplay like that, and you miss a whole gank opportunity.
Oh, he's out now. He's like, damn it. He's face palming. And Bolo is going to run in and steal that money because Ake does not deserve it right now.
I'm sorry, Ake.
Yeah. Tomorrow, Ake.
Ake and the Alliance will have to take that one for now. And already a fireback play here from Escape mid lane. Burrow connection, EGM, the lone Admiral. Pop between 3.
Not looking good for him as
Certainly
he has to Sand King poison as well.
We'll get the X off, but it's from the grave.
Yeah, and there's also a regen rune on Kezu on his Sand King, so he's going to be happy. In fact, he canceled his regen with another creep aggro. It's fine. He got enough HP back.
And he is really close to getting that Blink Dagger. My goodness.
Yeah,
he has
really
it now.
He is really farmed on the Sand King.
Boy, oh boy. He'll pull off, and imagine, look to keep that in the dark and as a secret here against Alliance. And if Alliance are not prepared for how fast this Blink comes out, their momentum from Escape could just end up being out of control, Waga.
Oh, it definitely could. And I wonder, they want to make a rotation with the Skywrath and the Sand King, I imagine. Yep, he's TPing in fact. Should be smoking
together. Got that
together.
purple stuff?
Yeah.
Let's smoke it up.
Get that purple.
And we go right on to the bottom lane. And this is the thing, is Alliance are going to feel like their hands are full when they have this blinking Sand King, and then you end up sleeping on the Lone Druid. He becomes an insurance policy and a huge problem for Alliance in the, in the back of your mind.
If they see Loda farming on the big camp, they could just set up ulti and silence him. It's gonna immediately kill him if they get it.
He's in trouble. There it is. Epi's coming through. What's Loda gonna do? He can't get the rage off. It's just a bit too fast and a bit too sudden. The silence is gonna be there, and they get everything they need and take out Loda, the biggest farmer for Alliance.
Very big kill, and exactly what you want to do. As soon as you get the Blink Dagger, you get a payoff with Epicenter. Beautiful stop for Escape. Alliance, though, while they're trailing a lot in kills right now, they are finding some farm, but they are falling behind to the course of Escape.
We got to see for Alliance, like, where's their next peaking window? When are they going to be able to make some plays? They don't want to wait too long. It's going to be when they have the Bulldog Primal Roar ready to go.
Yep.
And when they have a smoke to pop. Here it is.
Right now, Synderen might be the target. You know,
they thought about it.
You don't want to kill an ogre, though. It really is not a good target. They're thinking about it.
It takes so much muscle power, and there's a tier 1 there for company to come in.
It's a small reward as well, killing off ogres. So Synderen, he kind of knows this.
Yapzor's been waiting.
Yeah. Oh, they're going instead, though. This might backfire.
S4 gonna get bursted down. The boat flies out, but it's too late. Alliance, are they gonna try to scrap together any sort of fight, or are they just gonna pull away? It looks like it's gonna be possibly the latter, as quickly escape, disperse, and avoid the trouble.
Yeah, they got the courier at least, in fact. Alliance gets something out of that. But, man, S4 died instantly there. They have a lot of magic damage with that Skywrath.
I'm looking at three scary heroes here on Escape. I mean, you got a Lone Druid who continues to just gobble up this top lane. Kezu's already beginning to unleash his potential with the Blink Dagger. And then you can't also sleep on Era here in the bottom lane on his Razor.
Yeah.
He's been bullying back Loda a little bit, and
No, definitely.
eventually could be a problem.
And he's building into possibly an early pipe so that they can push with that hood coming up. Could also go back for something like the Sanchiasha or other good stat items. But right now, just a great spot to be in if you're Escape.
S4 is going to get back into the grind of his own farm. I mean, he's got Arcanes, but he's got to push to getting to that Bloodstone.
He needs to really get his groove on, because right now, when he farms a lane, he just gets ganked by the Sand King and Skywrath. It's not very easy, so he's heading into jungle, trying to find whatever he can. And I understand him. He needs to get some items before he's tanky enough. You know, 900 HP doesn't get you that far.
Yeah. Where are we on our Lone Druid watch here? Midas obviously still underway in 1,500 gold. The Relic getting closer and closer here.
Yeah, it's definitely approaching, and I mean, we're very early on in the game still. I think Alliance should make a play with this armlet on Lifestealer. They just need to make something happen between the level 1 Necrobook and the armlets on Lifestealer. These two things need to work together.
Yeah, they haven't been able to put that Primal Roar to use yet. They were looking for a setup there in the mid lane, but the opportunity left once they made their own gank for S4. And Escape are possibly going to be looking to put the pedal to the metal once again here. They've clustered in the mid lane, but no smoke
Not the
yet.
best time, though, as top is being pushed so hard, and they're also under a lot of dire vision. Not that they know that. They are going to smoke up under a ward. So, Alliance, they know exactly what's happening. Probably going to get a tier 1 for free here.
Yeah, Glyph comes out, but Bulldog leaves his book and his fours to be able to finish it up. And it will be taken down. Meanwhile, back at mid lane, it's Koikva knocking down this tier 1. S4 will be there to kind of repair the damage a bit.
Yeah, and everyone is sort of spread over the map. This is the way that Alliance need to play if they want to recover. They're going bottom.
Bottom, boat, pull, torrent, all going to connect nicely here for Eric. Can they take the Razor down? It looks like it's going to be possible without a tier 1 and some help assistance. Oh my god, he's still alive. He is running back out, and he's going to be good. No torrent connected, but he actually runs into Ake, who's going to get him with the poison and with the right click. Man, Era actually almost made it out safely.
I was just barely that they brought down that Razor. Really, really close there, and I'm not sure if he missed the Lifestealer ulti. It's a pretty small AoE when you pop it, but it looked like he landed it. It was just not enough damage.
Yeah, surprisingly tanky already, this Razor. Simply just power treads, and I guess having that value cloak in his pocket helps out.
Yeah, really. And meanwhile, most of Escape have been farming up as well, so while you did kill the Razor, you rotate a lot of people. Here we see the rotation.
They're going, and they're getting S4, man.
Oh,
struggling game for him. 0 and 4. He'll have to go back and just find a safe place, a safe space, if you will, to continue farming up, because once you go out into the light, Escape are there and ready to pounce the fields.
And no, it's really a big issue as the
Epicenter, bottom lane. Kezu can't quite make it in. It looks like the blink canceled out. No way to kind of close the gap.
I heard Epicenter being channeled. I'm like, he's not close enough. And sure enough, he was pretty far to the left. That was ambitious, but not going to catch anyone. Luckily, Sand King cooldown on ulti is a little bit nerfed, or buffed, I should say. From 140 level 1 to 120, and of course, now down to 110 on level 2.
2 minutes time or so. He'll have it back up and ready here.
Yeah,
but
Escape
stunt the push power there from Alliance in the bottom lane and force them to regroup and get the hell out and go elsewhere. So back to the grind of Alliance.
The hard thing for Alliance right now is that Timbersaw does not do well in games where he doesn't get any kills at all. He's not a hero that can just sit back and say, hey, okay, I'm going to farm it up jungle, we'll make a recovery, and it's probably not going to help if they pop this smoke here. They did. Been spotted out here, pinged out as well by Yapsor, and he knows where they're going as well. He's like, yeah, they'll go here, somewhere here.
I wonder if Escape avoid it altogether or prepare for the impossible
they're standing
approach.
under a ward, though.
Yeah.
But they're not actually moving that way.
They're trying to make a move for Koikva, looks like, in that mid lane. But Koikva's bear Rolls on through. Obviously, Bear not going to be able to detect any sort of smoke movement, but
No, and I think Alliance, they realize their smoke is about to run out. They can't really go into the enemy jungle now, so not going to get any value out of that smoke, and that's very often the case when you're under an enemy ward.
Yep. Well, Escape finished that up. Scan is thrown out. And
Escape want to defend this. They don't want to give it away.
Long Ignite. Pokes Loda a bit. Alliance stands strong here in the top lane, looking to take a tier 2 before they pull out. Hits on the Bear. Does Loda want the money? Thinks about it. Kezu makes his move. Burrow and the combo for Loda. Grave is going to be there from Aka, keeps him alive, and then the boat flies through. Will the run be enough to keep him alive? He toggles through the armlet and then begins to open up onto Era. Right-clicking forward, they're going to be able to bring down the Razor. S4 flies back, and Alliance might be able to take a big fight. Epicenter comes forward, and will be able to get the finish onto Kunkka. But still, Alliance taking this one surprisingly well, pushing back Escape. Koikva
Yeah, they just
retreat.
are so hard to bring down with the weave coming down, the ship coming out from Kunkka, and then Grave as well. You cannot burst Alliance quick enough. Yes, you got Loda to 1 HP, but Grave is gonna keep you safe in this game. No axe, so no way to kill.
What did Escape learn walking away from that? Because to me, it's, the Dazzle, the backliners, they gotta be kept in check.
I think they realized that if they don't go on any of the supports of Alliance, they're gonna lose the team fights. That's why I hope they learn from this. The Dazzle and the Kunkka are really important targets to initiate on. If you're sanking with the Blink Dagger and Force Staff, you have to try and get deeper and get the backline with the stun.
We'll see if he will be able to do so with double sets of mobility now. I'd imagine closing the gap should not be an issue here for Kezus.
It's more about if his team is going to be there in time to follow up. And also one big thing is that they tried to take a fight when they were just hundreds of gold away from a Radiance on Lone Druid. He goes from not really being a team fighter at all to being one of the strongest heroes in the team fight when he picks up this recipe.
Alliance make their move now into the pit. Taking a little bit of time, but now Bulldog is showing up with the help of his aura and presence. Hopefully they can take it a little bit faster, but it's still not fast enough, Waga. Escape are right around the corner with the smoke. Alliance, they have to get away. Do not want to risk losing a huge Roche fight here.
They saw a juicy Dazzle there and a Kunkka as well.
They just build up all that momentum for themselves. To hand it over back to Escape would be a travesty here.
They have the Radiance as well, so now Escape are ready to fight.
Oh my god, they are flirting with each other back and forth. Escape, no Alliance is there. Alliance knows something's fishy.
Yeah, they're just staying together, but Sanking, can he get the stun?
Creeps,
Oh.
thinking about it. But you gotta get the Dazzle too. They've learned their lesson last time. Bear moves in, spots him out a bit. Where's the setup gonna come from? There's the move. They're looking to make it here for EGM. Alliance hit it a bit.
No
Ake, though, not going to bother. The ship's not going to come out. No Grave will be there to assist. They'll let EGM fall down while S4 makes chase, trying to go for Koikva. He gets joined by Loda. Loda hops in for the Infest.
Oh,
while
but he's
Arrow
losing
saps
damage.
away the damage. He's taking it all for himself. Loda's got to get away or he has nothing to work with. Pops the Rage. Looks to go for the Bear. Will be able to get the money on that one. Cinder on the other side. Man's up on Admiral. Bulldog here, the big barrel flies forward. Kazoo, big connection on the lockdown. And that's going to allow Escape to clean things up. Cinderin with the double, and they're going to get the Loda kill too, making it a 5-man wipe on Alliance.
What a perfect stun there to finish off a good team fight. They got the Kunkka immediately. It seems that Escape learned their lesson indeed, focusing the right target. And yeah, they just couldn't keep him alive. Even if they try and grave him, doesn't really matter.
There's the boat.
Yeah. Well, a little bit too late as the team fight is over, but see Kezu just flirting with the supports.
It's enough to force Escape out from the pit.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go for a straight Roche after being so low HP on many heroes. They don't really have a way to heal up.
S4 jumps in, hits up Koikva a bit, and is persistent. Alliance.
Yeah. Oh, he stopped. He might be able to catch him.
Oh my goodness, he's making a move. Can he sidestep the chakra? It looks like he can. Oh, walks into it a bit. The slow's still there. Kezu shows up, knocks S4 with the stun. That will be the end of the chase.
He's very strong though.
Oh, careful. The burst here of Timber. Very good. But S4, gotta be careful. Don't get too greedy. Knock with the multi, knock with the stun. Can they get him down? It looks like they can. Oh, S4, very thirsty to get that one.
Yeah, and at the same time though, Skywrath does get brought down and Alliance are heading into the pit, so this was also Timsaw just creating a lot of space for his team. While he did overcommit and dive, they're gonna get a safe Roshan and an Aegis for Loda at the same time. So in one regard, you know, maybe S4 overplayed that a little bit. He could have played safer, but I still think it was a fine move and a good time to make this move.
We'll see if Alliance can make the most out of this Aegis here. It felt like the momentum swing was coming back their way with that huge fight at the top lane, but then Escape, obviously, with the 5-man wipe, took all that momentum right back here. So
yeah, Escape are in a very sweet position still. They are very far ahead when it comes to experience, but Alliance, we saw how they could execute in some team fights. If they just get their support safe in the beginning of the fight, they can turn everything around.
do you think for someone like Yapsor here, when he's able to get himself into the fight, does he still prioritize shutting down something like the Timber saw with his silence, or do you need to focus on one of the two supports?
It's the question. If they are trying to burst to initiate the fight, then yes, Skywrath is a very powerful tool. You kind of want to have him help out with that. But some fights, maybe he can sit back and just try to counterplay, because he has a level 4 silence, and there's no Lotus Orb. So yes, he could shut down a core very effectively. And I think maybe you just throw the Veil to help burst, maybe your ulti, and then run back and shut down the Timber when he comes in. It's a good way to take the fight.
Kezu Sand King, who made that huge stun play in the last fight, has been able to throw together Boots of Travel.
He's had a great game as well. He played good on the mid lane, and he has 3, 1, and 9 is his current score. Really respectable on the Sand King.
Huge impact in these fights and really being the true initiator for his team in a lot of these setups. So
for sure.
Good on him.
We see Alliance all moving towards this mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like they are on the objective path now. Congregating down this mid lane. They have a tier 1 on their plate. They're looking to gobble it up.
They want to get something. They invest into the Beastmaster, in fact, who has a Blink and level 2 Necrobook.
Oh. They head down bottom, looking to find a way to put this Aegis to use, it would seem.
Yeah, they're going to TP in Timbersaw.
Yeah,
Ooh, this
they
fight.
could get a sandwich play here between Escape on both fronts, with S4 at the front and the company behind. Here they go to make their move, but they've been spotted from Cinderin, who goes for Ake. That means no Dazzle's going to be available for them, but they're going to be able to get the burst, and they quickly take down Koifa. Response play here comes out from Kazoo as he gets a big epicenter, but the power is not going to be good enough. Alliance on the retreat. Ake hit with a multicast, gets the grave on himself, but he's going to be fine. Both flying on through for EGM. Nice connection for Era. Cinderin going to get shredded apart, and it's not looking so good. Escape got to, well, they got to escape, but they will be able to get the burst.
Doing no damage. The Static Link just destroyed him in this team fight.
They actually bursted down S4, and it's going to be Loda who's forced back now. He's actually the lone survivor. Escape still holding strong. They pull back, they get the burrow, and now Loda not going to be able to waddle away. Even the force being there.
He's trying to fight, but it's not really possible for him. He has damage back now, though, when he respawns, but gonna get instant stun, silenced. Yeah, he's just dead.
Wow, that is another 5, technically 6-man wipe here for Escape. I mean, when you factor down to it, they made a solid positioning approach. Cinderin, though, pulled off, happened to isolate the Dazzle, took him away from his team, and I don't know if that was a part of the problem, but nonetheless, Alliance with a little bit of fight back here.
Yeah, I'm just not sure about focusing the Lone Druid entirely there when they jump in. Yes, Lifesteer does kill him off pretty well, but if they had bursted the Razor instead, I think the fight would have been much, much easier. That Razor did so much, and being allowed to take all the damage from Lifestealer, just walking the dog, you know, there was no way for Lifestealer to kill anything at that point.
Now Escape, you see the climb continue here, about a 6K net worth advantage. It's even more dramatic in the XP department now. And they have a kind of a lineup where they can go back and comfortably play with the clock a bit, as late game is available to them.
It really is. And Alliance, though, even when they're on, you know, even when they lose some team fights, they still just get back on it. They push down into enemy jungle, and then they realize, okay, they're probably playing in our jungle right now, and they're starting to swing up. They're playing towards Escape a lot. They want to take fights.
Do you think that's the right approach for them?
I don't think you have a choice. As a Timbersaw, you kind of need to take fights. You need to win them somehow.
Looks like they found Loda top lane. They lead in with a burrow, a silence, and my god. I mean, everything when you pack on top of it with the Ancient Seal, amplifying something like the Ogre multicast.
He just misread how far away Escape were. He thought they were farther away. And now more are going to suffer.
They got Dazzle too. There's a silence. The boat flies out to help out EGM. Jerry, good assistance, might be able to help in taking down Yapsor, and they're going to be able to get it. Not one, but two. Alliance on the fight back here.
Great stuff for them.
They're
chasing after more.
Gonna get more of a slow. They get a good connection of the X. Syndering gets pulled back. He'll tank the rest of the Alliance power.
That is beautiful for Alliance. 3 Bloodstone charges as well, filling up what was a forced 4 charges Bloodstone for poor S4. But now they're starting to get momentum, going for a tier 1 tower as well. They did lose the tier 2 top, but winning teamfight is the only way the Alliance are going to come back, so that was a great start.
Plus, at this point in the game with where they stand, they do get a little bit of a rubber band factor too, so they'll be awarded a little bit of an extra bounty for that momentum swing. Get the tier 1, that's even more money on top of that.
Especially getting the Kezu unstoppable streak. That was very big for Timbersaw. He got so much money from it, 638 with his entire team around it. So that means 638 plus the AoE gold. It's a lot of money.
He already picked up a hood for that kind of defensive item here. He sits on a decent amount of change. Do you think a Lotus Orb is still necessary for him?
Yeah, I think Lotus Orb is extremely good in this game. If you manage to silence the if you manage to silence the Skywrath, that's always good, but you can also just purge the silence after he casts it. Burrow Strike is gonna be returned as well, which is kind of funny. There's a lot of stuff that you can return in general. Even the static link will work back, so that means it's not gonna do anything.
Oh yeah,
which is pretty nice.
I've seen that a couple of times too. It's been actually quite hilarious.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Escape still seem pretty determined to close this one out. Dust and smoke being popped here. And then they begin their stroll towards this mid lane. Alliance in the area. Loda kind of moving out to work towards his ancient camp. Might have to pull off soon for a defensive play because here comes Escape.
Oh, they're running in. But they have been spotted though. X marked by EGM.
Gets the X, the pull back into the Torn for little Skywrath Mage. S4 quickly makes his move and tries to burst him down, but they fire back. They get the Ancient Seal, but he's not going to be nearly bursted enough. We'll hope that's not going to pay the price for Escape, but Alliance...
Ooh, Alliance can gold. That was not a good static link.
They jump in. Era loses his static link here and is going to be forced to pull off, but S4 not going to be looking to let him free. Syndering goes down in the meantime by Ake. Turn around. Huge epicenter from Kezu, but it's not going to be enough. The heals come out from Ake. Bulldog weak and wounded, retreats and runs from the mighty Burning Bear, but they get Razor on the other side. S4 is going to be able to barely walk away. Kezu still in the fight, will get the finish on Dazzle, and then tries to...
He's so quick, 440 movement speed, Blink, force to have him burst strike. He can get away from this, just running straight down, Blink available, and in just a second, he's going to be fine. That was such a big turnaround. He's epicentered there, close to bringing down a lot of people, but at least getting the Dazzle. Still though, that was an amazing fight for Alliance. Just bursting down the sky.
I don't know if it was quick knee-jerk trigger reactions from Escape, but some of their spell usage there kind of hurt them in the start of that fight. It looked like, you know, YapzOr was being approached and potentially almost bursted down, so I don't want to see he spaz everything out onto S4, but, you know, he hit him with everything he got, and S4 just simply shrugged it off.
He knew that he was going to get hit by a lot of stuff. The ship was coming as well, so he kind of just had to throw a spell, use the Veil, use everything before you die. But that is one of those moments that you don't want to get into as the Skywrath, because you can continuously deal a lot of damage throughout a long fight. And one of the big issues as well was that Razor went in and then he realized, oh, Skywrath is dead and my team is kind of running, but I just committed my static link onto Lifestealer. Then he had to run back, and then Lifestealer, you know, having that damage from Desolator, he just shreds through your team.
And they shred through Roche too, as Alliance will claim another Roche under their belt.
Yep, good stuff, and that's going to help Timbersaw be even more aggressive in the next fight. Blink Dagger, in fact, going to be his item choice.
Alright, so even more mobility, more chase potential here
and
for
travels,
Alliance.
of course. Didn't mention that pickup as well, so he's going to be very mobile indeed. I still would love to see Lotus Orb being picked up by Alliance. They could have built it on Timbersaw, and they can still go back for it if they want to. Other than that, they could buy it maybe on Dazzle as a long-term gold. Yeah, he has the Arcane Boots.
Yeah, it's true. Definitely go for it here. The armor has been big value for them already so far. And S4 with his more mobility build, I've been seeing him do plenty of burst damage, so we'll see how much he can make use of it. Bulldog's also sitting on a pretty penny here at about 2,200 gold or so.
He really likes going for Refresher. Bulldog really loves that. Builds going straight after Blink and Necro level 3, so I kind of expect it unless they want to stack up on auras. That's also an option for sure. If he gets the AC, for instance, they can get Vladmir's on any of the supports. It's a decent option. Oh, I think we are going to see the first Lotus Sword being built up by EGM. He's starting towards it.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's got a Void Sword and a Plate Mill already there.
For
Just
sure.
pretty obvious it could be a pretty valuable tool for Alliance.
Yeah, it's
someone
so good.
Someone needs to get it.
They could have 2 of them. In fact, it would have been so good. So both the supports can go for it, I suppose.
All right, so a smoke with everybody outside of S4, who will be sent to the bottom lane here and quickly pinged out by Escape. But Alliance are on the prowl. We'll see what the move is going to be here.
Ooh, 4 staff on the Bulldog, so countering the Racer a little bit. Extra mobility is always so good against a static link.
Very true.
Helping break it.
Oh man, Alliance, look at this. They're sweeping right in from behind. Cinderin gonna get spotted out. A lead in, a roar, a bomb. All gonna blow up right on his backside, and Alliance on pursuit here, looking to chase the rest of Escape Gaming. They've spotted out Yap, so they're gonna look to pull him back. He puts out everything he can, but he gets quickly taken down.
I feel a bit bad for Cinderin. He walks out on the lane, his friends are all there, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna join my friend. Oh, what? I got ganked.
Yeah.
Everyone else was here. Why me?
Just trailing a little too far behind.
Yeah, the 2 supports are gonna go down, so that's 2 more Bloodstone charges onto S4, up to 11 now. Keep mentioning that, but that's a very important thing to how much you can snowball, how much you can speed up your item progression into the mid game as well. So very important for Timbersaw here.
Alliance will take another victory and go back into the grind to farm while they can here.
Yeah.
Should there be now a little bit of sense of urgency here for Escape that they need to kind of push the pedal a bit and go objectively? I mean, it feels like
You
the game is
need to.
slipping away from them a little
Yeah.
bit, but they have lone druids. So where do you put your priorities if you're
I just
Escape?
feel Lifestealer is paired up so nicely against the Lone Druid, and he's the biggest net worth. Yes, Razor is good against Lifestealer as well, but Razor does not scale so well in this game, and he's falling behind in farm. So I would be a little bit concerned if I was Escape. You need to push high ground, and now Alliance with the full Lotus Orb pickup as well in the Kunkka. It's completed. They're in great shape to push a tier 2 tower here. And I think, is that an entire Lincoln Sphere as well? It is. Lincoln Sphere on Loda. So that's also going to help him a lot against this team.
Wow, that will reduce.
Yeah,
a lot
now
of
Razor
lockdown
won't have
potential here from
Razor
Escape.
won't have such an easy time, and also the stun plus silence combination that they've been doing before won't be so easy.
Tier 2 is dropped. Alliance make another big stride here as they segue around into the Escape jungle.
X on the bear.
Get
Kill
that
it.
guy! Get that frickin' bear! They move in. They're going to be committing even the wave, even the boat and everything for it here, and they're going to be able to bring him down.
That's a little bit, yeah, maybe an opening, but Escape are in the end gonna pass on it. They did have a Sanking behind the enemy line, so they were looking to take the fight.
Because it will just take the rune and walk away.
Yeah, Kesu is playing some 007 kind of role here.
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun with the Sand King in this game.
They're smoking out now though, running towards Bulldog.
He is
Or
popped up in
Ake.
this behind. He wants to make a behind the back like stun epicenter setup play. He jumps right over S4, goes right for the support here, gets the Yules up on the Bulldog. Era makes his move, trying to take out the Beastmaster in time, and it looks like they'll be able to do so. The follow-up play, a stun into S4, but he gets the Timber Chain off as they retreat down this mid lane.
Yeah, and they're trying to chase for more with the Lincolns, and as well as his mobility, he's going to be just fine on the Timbersaw.
We got a bloodlusted bear. He's mad, and he's coming down this mid lane though.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. The Vlad's AC, it hits so hard. Look at this base.
Oh, good pull back.
Oh, they're Xing
get
it.
the good X though. Pull off, but they get a force, and
Yeah,
he's safe.
they don't have resummon right now, so definitely want to keep it alive. But that was impressive fighting by Escape, just realizing that Alliance used a lot of stuff. They didn't have ship ready. They were not in position to take a fight after that. And maybe they used a little bit too much to try and bring down a bear once. Cost them in the end.
They'll hold their advantage here in the meantime, as Alliance are just going to have to take another tower. They have one more outer tower standing here on the bottom, so
Yeah, they do. They do.
Escape
And
are making good time.
we see on Escape's side, as we see some sneaky stuff on mid lane, Syndrome with this inverse rune just getting hot. We see actually Era going for the build that Envy was popularizing a lot, the Shiva's build on Razor after you get your BKB. Really, really strong item for Razor, in fact, even though it seems a little bit strange to go for such a high-end item. And here we see a smoke in. Escape are pretty ready for a team fight, though.
EGM leading things off first, hoping to set something up, maybe with an X, but no easy target in sight.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Escape saw something being used on mid lane there. Even though they're smoked, I think someone threw a spell on the creep wave or something, And Escape pinged it out a lot, so they knew exactly where they were.
By the way, they're posing up right now. It definitely feels like they saw something. I saw something out there. Get inside.
Yeah.
They ran inside so fast. They buckled down, hid under their tables.
Shut the door.
They're like, we'll wait. Now they see mid lane Alliance fleeing, so they knew that their game senses were correct.
Yeah.
They pull off, and they'll get back out there in the map.
Indeed, they'll be fine for now, but both teams in good position to take this game. I think Alliance are making a nice and steady crawl back into this, even though they were really far behind, and the net worth, the experience graph, all of them speak against Alliance, but they're slowly getting into this.
I see your Shivas, and I match it here, as S4 will pick up one of his own right now on the Timber Song.
Beautiful item for him to have, gonna help so much with the Lone Raid going on him, or especially the Razor as well, his DPS.
Oh, no, a mouse died.
Rip mouse.
We'll have a funeral service for this mouse with a piece of cheese.
Name him Jimmy. Jerry, maybe.
Jerry the mouse.
Yes.
Oh, they found a new
yeah, they have a new mouse.
Jerry's gone. Jack is in.
Yeah, here we go.
And we'll get back underway here for Alliance. Escape, able to avoid potential confrontation on their side of the map, are already up and over and in Alliance territory here as night does fall.
And seems that Escape, they want to push down bottom, get to tier 2 going. You know, Lone Raid, you definitely want to keep going for towers as often as you can. And he's going for a lot of DPS on this bear, going for the Hyperstone as well now after his Assault Cuirass, so hitting super fast with Bloodlust.
And then you get a Moon Shard, and this bear goes out of control.
He just needs some more damage on it, I feel. The Abyssal Blade upgrade not as good anymore, of course, as its Vanguard. The old one with the Relic was definitely better for Lone Raid.
Yeah.
We'll see here. The tower, though, definitely melting.
About 4 shots, it's all it takes. And that tier 2 goes down. No more out of tower stand for Alliance. It's just between them inside their base and moving out into darkness at this point, unless they can get some proper vision down.
Yeah, and there's some good wards down by Escape as well. Deep, aggressive wards, keeping check on what Alliance are doing. So as soon as they leave base, it's going to be known by Escape. Unless it's a smoke, of course.
Yeah, Alliance, you have 1 ward. It's far out there, and it actually just expired
it's
now. And it's gone. So now they are really in the dark.
Also love that the Lone Raid bear is so fat it can't fly by torrent. It doesn't get lifted. It just gets kind of confused for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like Roshan. Roshan is also too heavy for the torrent.
It's just like, don't even try it, but now I'm all wet.
He does get stunned though. Oh well. Right now Alliance just trying to hold on. They don't want to take an unfavorable fight. And looking at what they're building into, I think they're pretty far off from a key item right now. It's really only on Loda. They have 2.7k gold. Could be going for that Basher, of course. Would be a nice addition to his lockdown.
How are they on
there it is.
Smokes here? They've been hanging inside indoors for quite a while. It's on cooldown, so...
both teams have been pretty active with the smokes before in this game.
That's when that awkward position where supports are just kind of hanging indoors and going from one lane to the next. Like, I'm here in case you need me.
That's where I feel, instead of doing the smoke for the wards on level 1, you could just buy the smoke immediately and save it for later, because that starts the next smoke cooldown. If you have 3 smokes in your shop, it's not gonna do anything. It won't build more smokes.
Yeah.
So buying it immediately when the game starts is gonna start that cooldown ticking down. But everyone does value that vision on level 1, and I can't blame them at all.
Ooh, Savage War, but
ooh, Escaper coming.
Escaper coming to save their bear. What will Alliance do about it? S4 says we can take a fight, goes right into trouble though, is going to get blown up. He's out without a buyback, and Alliance are going to be forced to retreat, but can they make it away? Poor Jerry going to get thrown up into the air and right into the meat and potatoes
no, not Jerry
of
again.
the enemy. He does manage to Lotus Sword back a bit of the stun damage, but he is gone for sure.
He's definitely going down, and when you lose your Timbersaw like that, you can see the call coming out from Alliance immediately. Just, okay, bail, get out of there.
Very awkward. They had made a commitment for the bear, and then they saw,
that's the second time the bear gets them in a tough spot, actually.
And
the
they're
bear
like,
trap.
Are we fighting or not? S4's like, I'm going in. It just goes right into everyone.
Yeah, and when he gets silenced, this is when he wishes he had a Lotus Orb of his own. But this is going to be Rax. They can't really defend it at all.
Look at that bear.
Yeah, you lose 1 fight close to your base. This wasn't even that close to a base, just halfway on the map. And now, in fact, Roshan has respawned as well.
Huge boom right now.
Oh, they're going to
It's not
invest.
going to get easier. They jump in with the Beastmaster bomb, and they're going to be able to get the Sand King down.
And that's a big pick. He plays such an important role on Escape, just holding them down so that Razor can deal the damage. And I think Escape now gonna have to be the ones to give up Roshan. Interesting turn of the events there.
Alliance, I mean, it's been their Roshan, every Roshan. They've pretty much taken all of them. But hasn't helped them too much as far as pushing into the base or doing too much offensive work yet. We'll see, though.
Well, Aegis towards later stages of the game, though, are worth more in a sense because you can push harder with it. And seems to Escape. They want to take the fight without Sanking.
Era moves in first, casually pokes on him a bit. The concussive shot will fly as S4 gets to the high ground. They get the pullback for the bear and land him under a torrent. Trying to get Koikfa there on the back inside as the boat will fly up and over, but not far enough. Now S4 looking to go for the center in the back inside. Loda chunks down Era and matches him up. Era pops his BKB and under the eye of the storm here. Can't really find a good fight. Loda continues to make chase onto him, but Koikfa and his mighty bear turn onto Loda. He does get a nice grave from Aka to keep him alive, but it's only going to be for a little bit longer. Eventually the bashes come out and they're going to be able to take him down. Bulldog, one of the few survivors here, tries to blink back it away, but S4 is still in the mix here. He gets a double kill, looking to go for a triple, but he gets roared back. Speaking of roars, Bulldog steps in, gets a roar of his own as he's able to finish off Yapsor on this one. And S4 is still in the grind right now.
Second bear coming out as well. Koikfa still looking to kill S4, but he's just juking it out.
He's jumping up and over. Kezu misses with the burrow and goes to the low ground instead. Hides into the sandstorm, is forced back and away. S4 is in a good safe zone.
Save Ake.
Ake, though, gets a self-grave right under the root. He's barely alive and well. The roar comes out once again. It's going to be on the S4. He gets bashed up. He gets hit with the burrow, but they can't seem to kill him. Coming back now from the dead is going to be the rest of Alliance soon enough.
Oh god, Ake is burning down. He does die to the Radiance.
They're going to get Koikfa too. Alliance, strong fight back right here and a good momentum swing. Lots of net worth to come their way.
All right, S4, you deserve a cookie or something after this. I'll have to find something to give him after this series. That was amazing.
5.4K for S4 right now.
Yeah, that was just beautiful play. The way he re-engaged there, and you could also see it on Bulldog. He was running away from the Sanking. Then he's like, no, I have an inside job, you know, going on. I'll turn and go back in. And beautiful play as well. Should be mentioned, Ake on that Dazzle, just staying alive. He really did everything he could there to try and help his team.
Definitely.
Crazy fight going down there. That was some good Dota.
The Aegis and everything coming into play too to allow that to be able to happen. That was Escape really giving it its all too. They had both bears involved.
The Sand King did a big thing as well where he bought back in the beginning of the fight to travel in on the bear. Because he was dead, but he had travels. Oh, we're going to see an attempted courier snipe maybe, but S4 doesn't really kill them. Going for Yapsor instead.
Woo. Yapsor does have that force.
Oh, he has Lotus Orb now.
Yeah.
From
they got him with the X. They pull him right back into a torrent. Beautiful play there from EGM.
Go back to your base, tell your friends goodbye, and then come back here and die. Beautiful. And yeah, they're going to get Roshan very quickly as well.
Move right in. And another Roche. Another Aegis for Alliance.
One thing that I would love to see on Alliance still, yes, they have the Shivas, but I would really want them to have a Vladimir's and AC. It would be so big for them. I think
there's an AC.
Yeah, the entire AC is picked up now by Bulldog. Really good item. But if they can get a Vladimir's or someone like Dazzle, it's just going to help them even more. These aura combinations would help mitigate a lot of Razors and Lone Druid's damage.
And this is where we see really the difference in possibly the discipline between these two teams. Alliance is a very experienced squad, and they have been able to, you know, bounce back and close games out from the brink of defeat.
It's definitely thanks to their experience and thanks to how well they know each other and the limits that they can take the fights to, that they were able to bring this game back to where it is. They were losing early game really hard, but it's like Kelly said in her interview earlier that they're more of an experienced team than necessarily a skill team, the way she phrased it.
And you can see it in a lot of these team fights. Sure. They communicate well. They know when they need to be there to back each other up. They know when they need to bail out at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
While Escape, you know, these guys also a grossly talented group of Dota players, but don't have that kind of experience, and you might see an occasional misfire or misplay or, you know, confrontation amongst their team.
And I also think that it speaks volumes for S4 how he managed to make that kind of a comeback after this early game they had on Timbersol being 0-4-0 or maybe even 0-5-0, and then making a comeback on Timbersol. That's not easy to do in the first place, and then becoming the biggest factor in a team fight. That was just really impressive to me.
Alliance are hanging deep into the Escape neighborhood right now. Got a nice deep ward down, and Casually just hanging out on the outskirts while Escape are just forced indoors in the meantime.
A lot at stake in this game, of course. Escape.
Yeah. Escape's hope on any sort of mathematical chance at being in an upper bracket position for tiebreakers at that is a win here.
Yeah.
And only wins today.
It pivots around them getting purely wins, and then some needs to happen. So, but they're fighting it out. You definitely never give up.
And then for Alliance, of course, who's about to steal a nice stack here that Escape had put together.
Yeah, there was no time to farm stacks really in this game. The aggression has been very high, even though it's a 45-minute game. It's been very high octane.
Doesn't feel like a 45-minute game just because there's been so much action.
Really not.
And,
the bear, get the bear! It's never backfired before. This time they're probably gonna be outrun by the thing though.
And he's gone.
Like a ghost, like a spirit.
And speaking of motives, you know, we already recognized where Escape need the win. Alliance, you know, being in that middle of the road and hopefully pushing themselves into an upper bracket spot without having to worry about tiebreakers would mean that they need to close out today with all wins.
Yeah, so everyone has their own motives right now. They need to fight to get good positioning before we get into that main event, of course, at Key Arena. And seems Alliance, they feel pretty ready to go here. Age is up on Lifestealer. No reason not to take the fight.
We'll see what kind of high ground defense Escape Gaming are going to be able to pull out. Here, Loda already begins his move in. He's getting some Lotus help, an X, and they can just continue their slow siege like this if they'd like. Pulling off, but you got to be careful. I mean, you got Sand King.
Yeah, there's some great base defense and also really good wave clear between the Razor with the Shivas and Plasma Field. It's hard to even get up and get some right clicks down. So Alliance, maybe they need to get a pick off before they go high ground. Yeah, EGM just Xing S4, allowing him to go back to base. And right now
he's got pretty much a full slotted inventory now. S4 has definitely just made such a huge bounce back. Remember, he started like what 0-4, 0-5 this game.
He could get the pipe still though. That's the one thing that he might want to add here. Just more survivability for the rest of his team as well. Would be really good.
Koifa's pulling the wave away here with his bear currently.
They're doing the X-Mark push. That is a good way to do the high ground siege, and one of the reasons, of course, that Kunk has been played a lot. We've seen the Juggernaut spin, and you can, of course, do it the same way with the Rage on Lifestealer. So you can't really stop him, can't really burst him, and he's dealing some damage to your building.
Yeah, slow and painful, and Escape need to strategize something if they want to kind of avoid it, because Alliance will just keep moving in with the wave, making some damage on tier 3, pull off, and farm more of the map, and then go back in again. And Escape are just going to get starved out at the straight if they don't do something different.
They have the bear running around and getting some creep waves, but this is not really Dota. You're just sitting there and you're taking it. Alliance are getting the most out of the map. And they're definitely still thinking about doing some more of these X-Mark pushes.
Okay, now it looks like Escape have decided to make a move. They have smoked up, and they're going to be heading what looks like up and around here.
They definitely timed that, I think.
And now they know there's not going to be the extra life for Loda as he's doing a casual X in. They could be at risk of being caught out. Loda begins to make his move on this tier 3, but Alliance have to know. Everybody's missing. Where are they coming from? Here comes the move, the jump from Kezu as he lands a huge epi follow-up here. Alliance are going to get hit where it hurts. Dazzle's going to be going down first. They're going to get EGM as the follow play, it looks like, and the cores have to retreat, but they're not going to be able to make it away. Beautiful setup play from Escape as they continue their assault. They move for S4, and they'll get that too. He gets the suicide off, but they've already lost 4. Beautiful game plan coming out from Escape.
Really good smoke around there. Well timed to the Aegis going down as well. That was just picture perfect by Escape, doing exactly what they needed to hold that high ground. I love the fact that they take the fight to the enemy, not wait for them to go up on the high ground. Because when he comes in with that X mark on Lifestealer, it's really hard to catch him. But instead, wrapping around for a better point of initiation. The only one to live was Lifestealer as he crawls up on top lane.
Here comes Escape, rushing down this mid lane.
He doesn't have a TP right now. He should buy one, so he's immediately ready to go back and defend.
He's going now.
Yeah. The push is
got
coming.
And he's heading back. Escape are here, and they're here as if they know they need to get wins all day and only wins. Here they go, moving in. Tier 3, Alliance have already lost 1 set of racks, but look how close they could be losing to 2. As you cannot risk letting this bear demo down your racks. He does so much damage. The glyph has been used, and in the blink of an eye, it looks like a melee racks will be lost.
Yeah, they're trying to chase, but that's a very fast hero. The Razor, not so easy to catch. EGM, just not quick enough to catch anyone. And Yeah, just like that, they get out. Of course, this Skadi on Razor is also a big part of why they can just take the fight. Locking down Bulldog in the last fight, but he can also lock down the Lifestealer.
Okay, Alliance could be walking into a collision, a move in, but the Linkens is going to be triggered as he tried to go for a burrow setup. Allows Aloda to get the rage off, but he does get raged in. Aurora flies out, locking down Era, but there it is. There's going to be a Lotus. It's going to reflect back. Loda getting pushed back, saved up from the grave, while on the other front, S4 looking to push back Era here. There's the Epi unleashed. It lands into the back line, does some good work on the EGM, but he gets glimmered and he's going to be fine. S4 moves back in, and they'll help get the finish for Synderen, while on the other side, they get a double cleanup as they get Kezu down.
Can they X-mark him? They got him.
Oh no,
they got the bear!
Got the bear, not quite fun. They'll take the more money instead
EGM.
and grab up the 300.
Well, that's fine too, because he doesn't have resummon for 100 seconds. That's also a fine kill. That's almost like killing the Lone Druid himself.
Here comes Alliance charging right back the other way down this mid lane. Suddenly the game back on their side.
Very hard to defend this without the Lone Druid having a resummon at all. How do you hold this against the Dazzle heal as well? So much sustainability.
Tier 3's down. Glyph still online if they'd like. Jumping right to the back. S4 tries to be the gatekeeper here so Alliance can get away with taking the set of Rex. Kezu still on the sidelines, has a buyback. Otherwise, 40 seconds he'll have to wait here. But look how much Alliance can chunk down these towers. They're trying to poke at S4 a bit, but he is quite the machine, soaking in all that damage. They've already taken the tier 3 at the top. Loda is just doing work on these fracks right now.
Yeah, Beastmaster Lifesteal doing so much damage, and S4 doesn't really care about all this that gets thrown at him.
2 sets of racks. Loda's heading down.
Sand
Is he
King
gonna
needs
follow
to
all the way
go.
up with it. Thinking about it here. Now they make their move. It's S4 who's going to get all of his damage sapped away now. They're going to be bursting him down with the ulti. He jumps off to the side. Gets knocked, though, with the burrow. Kezu gets instantly bursted, but he quickly gets the Yules off at the last second. But as he falls, tries to skewer and pop away with the Force Staff. Bulldog moves in, gets the roar set up, but escape pull
TPing
back.
in. They don't want to stop chasing after the Sand King. Very hard to catch. Oh, poison touches on him.
They're moving in, but Aloda is already working towards the final set of racks down here in the bottom lane. Tier 3 in jeopardy. Here comes Era and Synderen trying to slow them down, but look at this, it's S4 able to keep them back in at bay. He's not allowing them to get to Loda to stop him. He's on a path, and he's looking to get the Megas, but it looks like potentially going to be forced back. Buybacks come out as Skywrath makes his return. S4 hit,
dead.
Big connection with some magical bursts, and they're going to be able to take down the Timber. Now they look to Loda. Loda getting right-click down. Era's going to be bringing in the deeps, and it's going to get the job done. Buybacks already coming out, looking to set it on the cooldown.
Yeah, as Lone Druid himself was pushing pretty hard, and of course, Lifesteal gets forced to buyback as well now. Timbersaw already used his buyback. Maybe now it's Escape who can take the fight to the enemy base.
Back the other way, gentlemen. Koikfa's already here, but he needs some assistance. Here comes the TP, and it's going to be Synderen first on the scene. The second
EGM TPing in here.
EGM is right inside. He gets the X to Torrent off. The boat flies out, but they're going to get Admiral Kunkka, it looks like. Self-Lotus, but eventually it's just going to be more damage now in the pocket for Era to even push with.
Yeah.
Thanks for the damage. I'm going for your base.
He was trying to catch out the Lone Druid who was pushing pretty far, but everyone TP'd in to him. So that was not a good position for him. He has to buy back, of course.
And he pulls it out right away. S4, though, still not going to be a part of this defense for at least 30 more
Alliance
seconds.
is going.
They jump right in and do a roar bomb right on top of Synderen and take him out. Then they go for the bear. They're going to get that too.
No resummon again. Can't catch anyone else, though.
But that stunts the push right now and all the momentum possibly here for Escape. Yeah,
it really
they
does.
Totally pull out. Good hold there for Alliance.
Yeah, we're pretty much on even ground here. Both teams down 2 racks. Of course, racks exposed for Escape on bottom, and the range racks is not long for this world as well. So it's just 1 hit away from dying. But right now, anyone could win this game still. Comes down to initiations, and this is very nerve-wracking for the players.
Can Escape afford to allow Alliance to come up past that river again and towards that bottom lane, allow them to do that X Siege? Oh, it's going to be a lot easier for them, too, if they can get this Roshan Aegis.
It will be a lot easier to push with that, especially as buybacks have been used by a lot of players now. You can definitely play towards this.
I mean, Escape might already be thinking about what plan B is. If Alliance managed to make it in and get the Megas, can they find a way to possibly, I don't know,
it's
do
about
a
ratting.
backdoor
You need to try and push out the lanes. Send a Lone Druid Bear already to push out one of the side lanes, but since he doesn't have resummon, he's scared that it will get X-marred and killed. So many times this game, Alliance have just went and killed the bear. So yeah, they need to somehow have creeps in the enemy base. I don't think they have enough damage to backdoor against Regen. They would, but it's just very slowly gonna bring down the throne. They need to do something, though. I don't think the team fight is going to go their way.
They've pulled out a crazy game plan before that allowed them to really breathe new life in the game by flanking Alliance in that mid lane. We'll have to see if Cinderin and company can strategize something new here.
Oh, they're doing the same kind of smoke around.
Okay, here we go.
Setting up.
Cheeky escape here. Looking
They've done
for
it
a
before.
setup. Alliance beelining it, knowing that they're just a simple couple of right clicks away from
if they
being
can
in
kill
the
the
Megas.
backline.
Here they come. They're coming back. They're going to see both Ake and EGM. The pings are there. Ake sees trouble coming, and they're going to burst down the Dazzle. Following forward, it's going to be Kezu with the epicenter as he burrows on in. Lona going to get Exton pulled on back as he tussles with Koikfa a bit, but the Bear has already been able to focus and taken down and finish the Kunkka. S4 looking to help out as Era makes his march. Moving on in, they're trying to stop Alliance before they can make it into the base, but Alliance are not having any of it yet. They throw S4 up in the air. Era's still good. He stands, plants, and fights, waiting in the back, but Lona not looking to let it happen. He's getting hit hard. They get him with a burrow strike. That's going to be the Aegis. Quick movement from Bulldog gets him to the high ground and gets him to safety now. Lona moves back in for an approach. Double force. Kezu looking to crawl back in, but burrow and a blink. He's safe and good, but Lona goes right back into work, gets the 1 Rax down, and only 1 more Rax before the Megas.
Yeah, they have to run away, though. After Razor heals up and comes back, they cannot keep fighting, so realizing this, Alliance are going to back out. Great fight again by Escape. These initiations are going to hold them in the game, but every time they've been doing it with a smoke, and if Alliance now can regroup, go again, it's going to be very hard for them to get the same kind of jump where they get the backline.
It's not as easy as it once was, though. Now they don't have that precious Aegis. The cheese, by the way, which was left in the pit, Lona will go in there and snag it up now.
Just saving it for later, you know, fermenting it in the roach pit.
It's like a refrigerator, you know. It's good. It's fine in there.
Yep.
But Escape, hey, they get their hold. As mentioned, though, no more smokes to work with. If they want to make something count, they'll have to do it in this window of time.
Yeah, definitely. And Alliance, I think they're going to be happy just going for picks as soon as they have everyone alive. The Beastmaster Roar, such a good setup for it.
Yeah, they've been finding some wonderful burst pickoffs on Alliance with that Blink Roar Bomb setup.
Also, to be mentioned, there's been so many fights, but Bulldog did go back for the Vladimirs after the AC, so went back to get that value. It's so good in late game scenarios where everyone has to right-click, chipping in. And you can definitely tell in the team fights, they're extremely durable, but when all the spells come out, with Skywrath and the Sand King and Ogre keeping people in place, that's how Escape kill them.
All right, Escape come together. Obviously, with no smoke here, and pivot around this mid lane a little bit. Dangling Yapzor out in front. Era sweeps in, but they're all getting to that critical mass kind of a point with maybe some moon shards that they could pull out outside of this.
Yeah, we're about to hit the hour mark as we're in this game, and definitely everyone is getting towards that gear cap potential. Razor could also go for Hurricane Pike upgrade.
It's true.
With that Dragonlance, or if he wants to, he could go into like Satanic or Butterfly. Definitely possibilities for him. No MKB on the Lifestealer, so Butterfly would be a great item.
And also Lone Druid. Obviously, he has a pretty damn high ceiling between sharing inventories and him and the Bear. I mean, I guess there's a way for Koikfa to build himself up if necessary.
He definitely does. The Bear just takes a lot of damage from everyone who has so many items at this point. So while he does scale pretty well, I don't really fancy a late game Lone Druid still.
At least he's bringing utility. He's got like that solar crest. He can maybe find something else to
He can definitely carry those random utility items, the Vladimirs and the solar crest and stuff like that. Sure. You can even have Lotus Orbs.
Escape now, top lane. Suddenly looking to go for their own Megas. Looking to breach in. S4 steps in first. They pop out the bomb. The Bear's going to be going down.
That was a lot of stuff used on one Bear.
Yeah.
That was failed both, but the cooldown is very, very low. 30 seconds and it will be up again. Some split push by the X mark. Lions trying to keep the lanes where they should be. And right now they have a smoke. They just want to push one more wave maybe. Gotta go without it. Okay. Lanes are in pretty good position to smoke up. See if they use some spells. Yeah, spamming out mid a little bit. Just the torrent.
But they're moving right past this wave altogether, and they're looking to find a way to approach a fight here. If Alliance can get the jump, make a good hit.
Yeah. This is where, in the ultra late game like this, you can get a lot of intel just by clicking creep waves. You can see auras and stuff as people smoke by them. For instance, the Shivas or the Sulcurous aura affecting your own creep waves. So if you're really heads up, you can find these smoke rotations without a scan even. But not going to find any payoff here, Alliance.
I wonder if they're even going to be considering waiting out for even the next Roche before they make another offensive approach, you know? The game is really that fragile.
Yeah, they could. Also think that Bulldog is definitely considering the refresher. At this point, he has built so much utility to try and keep people alive from Razor and then get the RS set for his team, but it is a powerful tool to have those double disables. And yeah, Abyssal Blade, of course, on the Lifestealer would also be a beautiful thing. More reliable lockdown. But at this point, I think you have all the tools. It's more about initiation, and they're kind of scared to push because the last 2 times that they went high ground, Escape smoked around them and killed them. So it feels bad to push high ground when you just failed at doing it twice.
Yeah.
Of course, it's easy from our perspective to say, oh, but they don't have smoke anymore, and it's not going to be the same. But you know, try telling that to a player in game.
Yeah. Well,
they'll try.
Alliance. They have that ward down in hopes of seeing any sort of awkward approach by Escape, but they are coming in now for a move in the bottom lane, while top lane, Quikpa pushing his bear out a bit. S4 will be up there with the X to relieve a bit of the pressure.
Cutting trees all the way back home as well. Chakrams are moving in.
He gets right back into work here at the bottom lane. Loda gets X'd, Lotus up. Thinks about hitting into the base, but then pulls right back.
Yeah, they need to be quick about it if they want to push it all. In fact, I think it's too late now. Lone Druid is threatening too much.
Quikpa is getting very close. He's right outside the front door.
They're using multiple travels to just keep defending this.
Yeah, and X's.
Well, he might actually roar that bear if he had a chance. That would have been a potential kill on a bear for a roar cooldown. That's a very nice trade, in fact.
The line's still here, though. They're thinking about making their move.
Yeah, they used the Necrobook up on top, though, so now they're missing that. Lifestealer gonna go in.
Here he goes. He's looking to run. Rage is up. Gets a Lotus. And he's not making it too far. It's like an awkward tower defense game.
Yeah, it's very hard for him to do this kind of thing against the tier 3 or against the Rax. Against the tier 3 tower, the X Mark and Slow Siege can be done, but against the Rax, I mean, with the Skadi on Razor, he doesn't really run up to the Rax even. He gets slowed before then.
I like the way Lions are putting a lot of use here to EGM's X.
Oh, yeah.
Sending S4 all over the place to make sure that these lanes keep moving forward. A boat being committed even.
Force Staff gonna keep him safe. Force Staff on the creep as well. Keeping the melee creep safe for another second before it dies.
Lions pull back away. Very touch and go here for the TI3 champions.
We have 1 minute and 10 seconds.
And then Roche will be back. I mean, Alliance could hang here for a little bit longer.
Yep.
Force Escape into a defensive position and then beeline it back for the Roche if possible.
That's a pretty quick Roshan respawn though, and they don't know it's going to be that quick, but they're going to send the Hawk to scout. Need to keep that intel all the time now. But right now, very, very fragile game. Alliance don't want to mess up this final high ground push.
No, they do
Escape
not.
have shown a lot of resilience in their team fights.
And they continue to do so. I mean, pressuring these side lanes back out again as much as possible. It's a dirty grind right now by Escape, but this is Alliance. This is kind of a game here. Moments away from one more building to close the whole thing out.
Yeah, really. Once you get that Mega Creeps advantage, you can really take control of the map, and it becomes very easy to get pickoffs or just running into the enemy base when you have Megas up.
Such an awkward situation really for both teams here as Alliance is.
It really is.
Continue to hang down here, but they have to be very, very skittish, you know, with how many times Escape have been able to pull out these smoke flank plays and been able to take all the momentum back. Alliance do have to be very careful.
There's that refresher on Bulldog. Gonna sell off his Force Staff, in fact. Doesn't want to keep it at all. And Roshan is up as they know it as well. DD Rune available. They're gonna try and save it, but it's 15 seconds until it times out. Loda, gotta take it now.
He moves back, he grabs it, and they go right in for the pit.
Yeah, they kill it so fast.
Escape
1200
nearby.
damage crit.
Yeah, I mean, they're not looking to contest, but they're looking to shift that direction. They quickly take out the ward.
I think that's
so
Aegis
Alliance
Rock,
won't have too much high ground vision here.
Oh, yeah.
But Alliance are thinking about moving in. Loda makes the jump. They could get Yapsor. Yapsor double. Force Staff to make it away from the pressure. Era has also been stunned up. He's locked back in behind. There's the Torrent. Kezu has to step in and help him out. Hits with an Epi and a Burrow, but the Burrow damage is not going to be good enough. Era still locked down. Forced to BKB. Forced to pop
they're running.
He's running back in away. Koifu's already TP back home. Era might not be able to make it. He goes down.
Great X there as well, catching out the Sand King. No use.
They pull him back and they get him with the Torrent. Alliance just shoot down another 3. Hit the deck. No buyback for the Skywrath. Double buybacks already coming out for Escape.
Yeah, and we see Korkwa trying to pressure top lane, realizing that this is going to be very hard to defend high ground, trying to force Alliance to back out and think twice about pushing. But Timbersaw defends quite well.
Gets back, stops that push.
That was a hard fight for Escape, since there's even an
Yeah.
Aegis on the Dazzle. This time you can't just focus the backline as a Sand King and try to lock them down. He tried to go on the Beastmaster and get him killed quickly, but he's so damn tanky.
Oh, top lane. X-Torrent. They're going to get a free bear, it looks like.
70 seconds on that one. I don't think they have time to get to the high ground, though, in these 70 seconds. He, in fact, buys a refresher, refreshes immediately, and he has a bear summoned fresh. Good as new.
I wonder if they could use that. I don't know. I don't know if Alliance has been keeping dabs on the bear cooldown. I know for a lot of teams they do.
Alliance
stuff like that.
should be one of the teams that has pretty good understanding of the cooldowns for the bear and when they kill it, since they always play on the other end of that spectrum. But at least we're going to see one more smoke movement here, it seems. Grouping up.
I wonder if they're hiding the bear right now. Koikva's keeping it inside the base. Alliance might assume that there's no bear, but there actually is.
They are.
They are. They're hiding
Oh,
the bear.
they got scanned.
Oh,
Scanned
what is
by Dire.
happening? They know that something's fishy. They're heading that way. They already blink in. S4 makes his move. Is Escape going to be ready for it? What a brilliant scan setup coming in from Alliance. The Absol blasts right back, and they're going to be able to take out S4. Arrow locked down, pops the refresher, pops the ulti, and then begins to go to work while rest of Loda and company are hot and right inside the mix. He's going to get graved. He's going to get saved, but as you can see now, Bulldog getting harassed and down by the bear. Loda's going to get dropped. It's Escape's fight back, and they're going to be doing it here. Kezu moves in. They're going to get Bulldog down. 4 drop from the side of Alliance. It's only EGM who will survive and make it out.
That aggressive blink by Lifestealer, that definitely told me that maybe they think bear is down, we can take a fight, we got this. He blinks in, turns out there's 4 people right there, and they do have a bear, they do have everything, and the fight just goes disastrously for them. S4 getting bursted down as well. I'm not even sure if he got his BKB off before dying. I don't think so. And yeah, that refresher on Era, the Razor, very big impact item this late in the game. Extra duration on the BKB as well, of course.
We have buybacks, of course, here still for Loda, the Dazzle, and even for Bulldog. But this defense will, I was going to say not include Aurora, but Aurora will be back.
Oh,
about 5 seconds time. They make their move in. EGM pops out the boat. Here comes the TPs from Alliance, and Escape are quick to get the hell out if possible, but it looks like Cinder will have to be the one big sacrifice here to tank it all.
Yeah, that's fine. Just an Ogre dying is perfectly okay for them. They have very low HP. In fact, 1 HP on that tier 3 tower. Would you look at that? Tier 3 tower does not want to die on the top lane. But he got pinged out as well by, I believe it was EGM.
Still holds though.
This game.
Both bases just...
I can't believe how many 70-minute games or so that are really back and forth that we've had here at this group stage.
Look at this. Look at the net worth. I mean, I know at this point in the game it's irrelevant, but you could just see how close it is based on that. I mean, both net worth and experience split. Right,
it's crazy.
It's all execution here.
Yeah, it's really insane. And, I mean, we've had... I don't even know how many Roshans that have gone down, but, you know, we're in the stage, of course, where supports are getting the Aegis and cheese. It's kind of ridiculous. DD now on Lifestealer. They might be looking to take a kill with this smoke. If they can find anyone.
In about 25 seconds, Koikva will have 2 bears to work with. Alliance.
In fact, 3. He also has 1 up already, so will be the 3rd.
Oh yeah, and the refresher. I didn't even notice the refresher was also glow off cooldown. 3 bears.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to bring all of those down. You kind of have to go for the Lone Druid himself. Not gonna find any kill though with the smoke and the DD rune. His Alliance.
Do you think the late game Agnum's Lone Druid is of value at this point for Koikva, or is it not really necessary?
I think it's irrelevant actually. I think you rather just build some items for your main. Like get maybe Halberd or Basher or Abyssal for Lone Druid himself. One item I look towards here is actually Kunkka getting possibly the Aghanim's upgrade. It's not a bad upgrade, and it also stacks up the enemy quite a bit, so S4 can get them killed off. Pulling the enemy along. Oh, they find a ward in their base. They're like, what is this doing here?
Free money, but obviously Escape had been gaining some nice little intel from it. But they're on their own side, working back with their own farm again. It was another, I mean, How many times have Escape pulled out these crafty plays to get them right back into the game? Two
It's
different
crazy.
smokes, the surprise bear refresher.
It's both teams, really. I mean, Alliance, they were meant to lose half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. They were meant to be out of this, in my book, and they just came back from the dead. And then Escape, while on the brink of destruction, they're like, oh no, we don't want to lose. We're going to make a smoke. We're going to kill everyone. It's going to be fine. It's really just back and forth. I can't tell who's going to win.
Yeah, both of these teams very good at fighting back on what feels like the brink of defeat.
Yeah, and right now we have, of course, everyone being super passive, as we can see the buyback. The only one who has it is EGM, and, you know, he's not sharing.
No, not at all. So it's going to be a bit of a slow roll here until everybody feels they have everything they need and prepared for any sort of future movement. And what's this courier holding here?
They do have a smoke again on the side of Alliance on Dazzle, and I think they want to use it pretty soon. Lanes are in a pretty decent position. They are grouping up a little bit here. Might be going for it right away. But at the same time, when you smoke up, you want to know where the enemy are. It's very hard to just smoke into the dark and say, okay, let's find the enemy. Now they do see a few people on mid, but that might be enough to tell them to smoke. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's tough, because I feel like I'm a broken record, but it's like if this fight goes bad for one team, it just could be game over. I say that, though, but the other team always seems to find a way to still
So many
hold.
times they've been able to hold. It's getting pretty ridiculous.
But there is no more structures to afford losing here. There's no buffer space between you lose the fight, and if they make it in the base, the game is just over at that point.
The big thing right now, though, is that Era and his squad on the side of Escape, they're definitely moving more across the map and getting more farm taken in the last few minutes than Alliance. Like, they've been getting a lot since the last fight. Sure, they did win the last fight as well, so getting some extra control of the map because of that.
We are going into the late innings here. 71 minutes in, and a very disciplined Alliance and Escape as we get into the final stretch. What kind of crafty plays can we concoct here? This Lone Druid, 40K of net worth here. Him and Era still round out the richest boys on the block, but
yeah, really,
they're at the max point now.
Yeah, they're getting pretty maxed out. Of course, Era can still get that moon shard, you know, and get some extra attack speed. He does have a lot of damage from a static link at all times, so would be a good thing to add some more of that. But right now, I just wonder, are they going to be able to take the push all the way here? As Alliance a little bit slow on the reaction. They haven't been able to split push in time, so they're going to be forced to high ground defense against a Lone Druid Bear. And not just one, not just two, maybe three.
3 sieging bears could be coming their way.
Yeah, and we have seen them blow the ship on the bears before, but Escape taking it a little bit easy, farming up the enemy jungle before they head over.
Ping up inside the base of Alliance here. They see Loda.
There is a ward. They're going to find it as they drop their own observer ward. They saw Yapsor. Get that, dude.
They got it.
There we go.
Now they can be hiding under the dark a bit.
The 1 HP tower is denied.
X-Torrent on the bear. Yeah, tier 3 denied as it looks like it's going to be taken. Era makes his move in. Pops down the Eye of the Storm. Looks to zone the mech. S4 begins to unleash here as he gets off the Shivas.
He's really deep.
He's very deep here. Now double force puts him all the way back in towards his team. The boat will fly, but it ends up being just a bit short. S4 makes his move and is able to get the finish on Yapsor, while Loda gets the grab on the bear. Era now sapping the damage, taken away from S4. He pops the refresher, begins to go to work. Can they burst down the machine? S4 doubles back now on the back of a timber chain, and Loda picks up the pieces, moving on in, gets the kill on Era, and Era's going to be forced to buy back and relocate back in with the help of the Boots of Travel. And as mentioned, though, the Ancient is in trouble. Can Alliance hold it? Koikfa's going in for it. It looks like they've been able to spot out Koikfa.
Oh, the savage roar!
Pushback goes for the TP and makes it away, but no! They have the X pullback, and he's right back inside the base. They're going to get the Koikfa bear.
Yeah, he's trying to run to the woods, little bear, to the woods. No way.
Alliance still alive again, and no megas. There's one Rax each side.
I believe the Era might have made a little misplay there, running in so deep into the enemy base. He lost 50% of his HP. Then when he popped the refresher and double BKB to go in and fight again, he just got bursted down very quickly by the Lifestealer. If he had full HP at that point, it's the what ifs really of the fight.
Yeah.
They have 2 cheeses on EGM. He might be sharing those, in fact. Not sure about that. If any of his teammates are hungry.
We'll see.
It's a picnic.
If you have some chips, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Base
Escape
push.
Can they hold? It's their turn now to defend.
Surprised he hasn't bought back yet on Lone Druid. You will definitely be forced to, so might as well do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, get it on cooldown.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You don't want to hold on to it like this.
He's nursing it, though. Has that refresher still. Bear needs 20 seconds unless he's going to be forced into his position where he has to use the refresher. It looks like he uses it now. Jump in, Epi, look to burst S4. They might be able to get it, but the grave is there from Ake. Loda makes his move. He could get Air again. Air going to be forced all the way down as he continues to sap the damage, but S4 moves on in. He could get the finish here. Razor has to run. He makes it back in away, and Alliance go right back in for the jugular. They're trying to get the Megas and get the finish. Kezu bursted. Loda pops out, goes back in, tries to right-click, but the glyph is there. It's stunting the damage, but now it's over, and Alliance have just unleashed the Megas. Here comes Escape, though.
Can they force Timber, but he has buyback.
They're running in. They have to make Alliance pay for this, and they have to make it back the other side if they want to stay alive in this game, but they turn back. They are going to get EGM, bursted down. S4 moves back in. Think he can make a move for Kezu, but Kezu doubles back.
Oh,
now they move
S4!
back in, and they're going to get S4 down. He's out for 2 minutes, no buyback there, and they're going to get Loda.
No grave.
He has no grave to put out. Ake to the low ground. Can't even TP away. They get him too.
Oh no, this is disaster for Alliance. They don't have Timber. They don't have Dazzle for a very, very long time. Did manage to cancel one TP down on the bottom lane, defending that lane, but what are you gonna do, Alliance? How are you gonna stop Escape from winning the game right now?
Escape need to clear out this mess in this top lane and get to the other side as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it's time for Bulldog to get crafty here. He has been known to be one of these players, you know. He can get there in the enemy base.
What's he got to work with? He's got Refresher Orb.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a Roar.
He's got everything to work with. He can
Necro
travel
book.
in on his bird.
Buy
he can
a
do a lot of
second
stuff.
Necro Book.
Yeah.
It's something, man.
That's true. He could buy a second Necro Book and a Refresh and have both of them summon. That works.
Here comes Escape, though. This is it. Their stride down the mid lane here. EGM.
Yeah, EGM is just trying to stall the creep wave in any way he can.
Tries to boat it.
Oh, he got the TP target.
He got a lot of them.
Oh no. Loda, what are you doing there? Okay. He's being held away.
Yeah, he's being held away from his base while
I think
Bulldog
this
is
is
dead. Bulldog is dead. Escaper in. They're going for it right now. The Agent's in trouble. How are they going to stop it? Bulldog moves in, gets the roar off after refreshing, but he's going to get quickly bursted thereafter. Loda's chasing down Koikfa, but he has to move in and try to go for Syndra, but there's too much pressure. It's over. Escape take game number 1 in one hell of a back and forth match.
The dream is alive for Escape as they take the first game in the series. They need everything to align perfectly to get that upper bracket. In fact, even now, we should have had the other games finish in the other matches, so they might even come out of this game after a great win and see that, oh, the wrong guy won against the wrong guy, and we can't get upper bracket anymore.
But you know what, man?
They put a hell of a fight. Yeah.
Hell of a fight. My God, that was such a great back and forth game. I can't even count how many times both teams pulled it out when necessary to just stay alive. It's like you can't sit in base and defend. You got to pull out something crafty, and they do.
I love all these plays we see at TI here. The Force Staffs, the Eul Scepters, the Lotus Orbs, these things really playing nicely, and I love the Link Sphere aspect as well. You get so crazy team fights. And man, look over there at Koikwa, the 30.0 fantasy points. He's racking it up.
I don't know if too many people put his card in, but for those who did, you are rewarded. Good for you.
Yep.
Let's go ahead. I got to go ahead and mellow out because that was a hype game number 1. We'll take a bit of a break, but when we come back, it's game 2 of Escape versus Alliance over here on the 4th stream. I'm Kyle Guy. That's Waga. We'll see you soon for more Dota action. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the Dota world, and welcome back to more group stage action here at the prestigious International 6. We are in the final day of group stage coverage. In just the first heat, we have Escape versus Alliance, and we're about to hop into game number 2. I'm Coddle Guy, joined again by Wagamama. Waga, game number 1 is going to be hard to live up to the hype here in game number 2. It was ridiculous, it was back and forth, but ultimately Escape managed to clinch it.
They did. I talked to Marie between the games as well. She was like, "Yeah, that was very nerve-wracking." Of course, their coach and manager, or their manager at least, and it was very exciting to watch. It was definitely back and forth. I think these teams are pretty much evenly matched when it comes to playstyle. The way that they want to take the game, none of them could really finish it out there for a lot of different pushes. They just got held back by great high ground defenses repeatedly, and I'm curious what we're gonna see in game 2.
Already a slightly different approach, but nothing too different here. Escape again with their respect towards Alliance and their prestigious play style. Get rid of the Wisp and get rid of the Coddle in the first phase. Alliance take out the Elder Titan, and they also get rid of that lone Druid that's obviously very precious to both teams. But Escape lead in with a first pick Earth Spirit. Don't get me wrong, Yapster plays a very good Earth Spirit, but I am pretty surprised to see them find him as first pick priority.
That he does, and Earth Spirit has been very disregarded this entire TI. It's not being banned at all by anyone. The only reason I could see someone picking it first phase here is because you're trying to hide what else you're doing or not really sure what to pick in terms of your course yet.
I mean, you're passing on Shadow Demon, they passed on the Ogre.
Yeah, I feel if you're gonna call for first pick and then take Earth Spirit, it just seems very strange to me because this hero has no relevance right now. Ever since his nerfs, even teams like OG and Liquid, with two of the best Earth Spirit players in the world, are not playing it at all. Like, I don't see it get used. So,
but this, if you have to roll with it, I guess this is one of the best pairings you can put with it. Earth Spirit, what makes it tricky now is with the nerfs coming in and with stuff like, you know, the level 1 towers getting armor bonuses, his approach to ganking like the mid lane and starting off with such a strong initiative, those options become just hard to come by, and it just becomes so difficult. And then if you don't get that early momentum, farming sucks. You can't farm with the hero at all. It's terrible.
You pinpointed it. It's just, what do you do when you're level 1 to 3? You have kind of an awkward early game. I talked about it yesterday when we mentioned Earth Spirit a little bit, that you can't really gank mid so easily. The nerf to the slow. But there are some other tricks you can do. We can mention it when we go in game as well. There are other ways that you can really shut down the mid lane, for instance.
Iron Shell will help him be able to get some early power.
I imagine the trick they will do this game is just Iron Shelling and pairing it up with the Rolling Boulder. It is a powerful lane. But against heroes like Ogre Magi, who has so much HP, and then Drow Ranger, who will sit back and be able to silence you, push you away, it's not going to be easy to find an opening, I think.
Now, we were talking about it a bit, hyping up this series. Escape got that game 1 win, so obviously we haven't been able to watch all the other matches going on, so we don't know for sure if Escape are still mathematically in or not.
Yeah, but I mean, it was some extreme, ridiculous scenario. Everyone pretty much had to have the exact results that you needed, and I did not look at that entire formula.
I'm sure they know, but they may have came out of game 1 and been, how'd those other games go? And they could find out for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we've had entire series finishing up. Navi completely done with their series, and we hadn't even started game 2 yet, so that was a long game 1.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm saying, like, if they find out they are mathematically out, I don't know if that will influence their game 2 at all. To maybe be a bit more lax. I think they still want to take a strong game, a strong showing to Alliance.
I don't think it matters, actually, in terms of your performance or even your mentality. Sure, upper bracket is what every team is aiming for in a group stage, but as I mentioned before, if you place at the bottom of your group, you're going to get paired up with the person in the top of the group. Whether it's upper bracket or lower bracket, doesn't really matter. And that is a significant difference, you know. You will face up against a lot stronger teams then. So you want to claim some wins here if you can, so that you don't have a strong opponent in the best of 1 at the main event.
Second phase here, it looks like Alliance are going to be banning out the Sven along with the Ursa. Escape rid of the precious Oracle, who've been a great defensive tool for many teams here, including Alliance, but we'll see what their second option is going to be. With Drow out there, you really never know. That's already one small bit of cheese, but there are other cheesy heroes in the pool.
You definitely have to ban Oracle if you're going to pick Darkseer in the current patch. It just is impossible to go offlane as a Darkseer. You're just going to get the Iron Shell purged off. by the Q. So it's a good reaction. At the same time, though, Alliance, they look pretty comfortable just building into this Ogre Drow Ranger. They played really good in the last game, but they just fell a little bit short against Escape.
Yeah, I was really curious to see what Escape were going to favor for the ban there. They opted to take out the Tidehunter, but it could have gone many ways. They could have got rid of another defensive support like this Dazzle. They could have found something like the Enchantress to be very threatening. It's an classic and good with Drow, but there it is.
There's a Dazzle. There's an Ogre.
Hey, guys.
There's a Drow.
I'm Huskar. Do you guys mind if I get in on this game? I'm Huskar. Can I come in and play?
Yeah, he's that friend request that you keep blocking. You hope that he's not going to be there at the party.
Listen, dude, we got a Dazzle, but we're not thinking about using you. But we don't know what the teams are thinking. Even Escape could be like, ooh.
I mean, that was the kind of scenario where Secret yesterday panicked and picked the Huskar themselves.
Yeah.
You know, it was a very awkward day for Secret yesterday.
Axe comes in, and if a situation arose where Huskar does come in, Axe might be a nice tool for Escape to have in their back pocket.
I definitely love that. That's a good way to just prepare for the worst, and it also pairs up well with the Darkseer, so you have some combinations going your way, definitely with the Earth Spirit as well. So Alliance now, of course, they wouldn't have to pick it immediately here. Some teams even don't ban the 5th ban Husky. Could get an even sweeter Huskar pickup. The earlier you pick it, the weaker it is. It really is the case.
Yeah, Axe can do good at nerfing down the possibility of something like Huskar, but also the possibility of a Broodmother in case Alliance wanted to cheese in that sense. Now, I mean, they already had a Darkseer, so it was unlikely. With an Axe, it's very, very unlikely now. But a Batrider will be the choice by Alliance.
Yeah, Batrider just generic good pick in the current patch. It kind of pairs into every single playstyle. It's good for when you're aggression or high aggression. It's also good for when you're defending your towers or just playing a little bit more of the farm war. Of course, in this game with the Bloodlust as well, Batrider gets super fast. We saw it before the Travels and Windlace build. Just ignoring Force Staff.
There's not a real way to bail out anyone who gets snagged up from Batrider because it's pretty obvious from Escape that with this Darkseer already committed, this is what looks like either a 4-position jungling Axe or some safe flame farming Axe, and if it's going to be the support, you know, that means that they don't have a way to quickly cancel the lasso.
That is probably going to be the case here. They could pick a core that can do it. I mean, you can go into Legion Commander or Abaddon, but look at all the melee heroes. It's not easy to pick something to counter the Batrider here. It might have been a really, really good pickup, in fact, by Alliance.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah,
it also pairs so nicely with the Drought too. It's just
there are
wonderful
options, but it's just they're not fitting Escape's lineup right now. Like Vengeful is there, Abaddon is there, and Legion is there. So many heroes that could purge off the lasso, but you don't want them. You want something else. Venoman. Okay, that counteracts the Batrider in a way before he gets the lasso, because it's very hard to get lasso against venomous wards everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be really hard to fly in and just get the grab if you're not smoked, of course.
Good anti-blink. It does force Alliance to have to consider options like Pipe on their team now too. So it does kind of force an awkward itemization for them.
Also pretty good with the Earth Spirit. I like the Venomancer ulti and Earth Spirit combination.
It's a lot of magic.
It gets the enemy bursted down. Since Venomancer can't be lethal, the Venomancer ulti, you help a little bit with the Earth Spirit damage.
So I imagine Alliance may need to consider some sort of BKB core, good magic resilient core or something, because you got Magnetize, you got the Poison Nova.
I mean, Huskar is still there. He's a magic resilient core, dude.
God, he seems really
if they don't ban him,
good.
okay, they banned it.
Okay.
Thank God. Thank you, Syndra.
Oh, I wanted to play. Oh well.
Yeah.
Good heads up.
That is probably the best ban by far.
So what do Escape get for themselves now? I imagine this is likely to be a mid lane Venomancer. Or is Aaron playing it more in a safe lane farming position?
I honestly haven't seen them play it that much. When they played it support. Last time that I saw it.
Huh.
So it's kind of curious. I'm trying to think back on the games that they played Venomancer. Yes, I've seen him play core Venomancer like once, and I saw him play support Venomancer like 3 times. But in this game, in this current meta, I don't think mid Veno is an option. Yep, there's the Alchemist.
Alch. So yeah, very nice. Is it? I doubt it's like one of those corny hand off the Venomancer, the Ags right away kind of game.
I think it's a farming Venomancer then. Just safely farming Venomancer, Earth Spirit protecting that, Darkseer, Axe even off lane. You could, of course, Earth Spirit and Darkseer, but Okay, Darkseer Spirit offlane and Axe jungle. That's possible.
Oh, and the final grab for Alliance is going to be Razor, something that Escape pulled out themselves in game number 1, and someone who can stand and fight with someone who loves to stand and fight, someone like the Alchemist, I imagine.
That's probably a very good pickup here. The Razor against so many melee heroes. They do have a little bit of mobility, of course, with the roll and with the surge away, but it still worked out so great for Era in the previous game on the side of Escape, so Alliance kind of taking that and saying, yep, that looked good, we'll try and do that. With all these buffs as well, the minus armor from Dazzle, or even the plus armor for Razor himself, the attack speed from Ogre Magi along with the movement speed, these are great things for Razor to work with.
Yeah, can't forget the damage from Drow too. He's getting love from all fronts here. Seems like a very nice synergetic lineup for Alliance here, while Escape have a little bit of everything.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more far-fetched of a draft, and I'm very anxious to see what they plan on doing with it. If you look at who's picking what and who's set up where, it does look like it's going to be a support Venomancer, and Era has taken reign on the Axe.
Yeah, it is what they have done the most. I don't feel that that's what I would have been the most comfortable seeing, but a farmed Axe can definitely have a big impact against a hero like Drow. Of course, it's great against the Dazzle as well. Dota, it's friendly banter.
These teams obviously have played against each other, I imagine, a couple of times, or at least scrim against each other a couple of times.
This is just casual Swede-Danish hate. It's a thing, a few hundreds of years, but we're still good.
I remember, Kelly was mentioning in that interview you were talking about before that, for Alliance, there actually wasn't the best amount of scrim options out there, because a lot of the tougher competition at the time, at least, was over in the States. They were working with the Summit, Star Series, and a lot of them just ended up boot camping there. So I imagine that Escape and Alliance found some good time to
Most teams were boot camping in the US, so if you're playing from Europe, it was hard to find good practice partners for sure, especially for an event this big. And we're gonna see a level 1 fight here, possibly.
We are. Who's got that better level 1? We'll see. Bulldog
5v4
front. He gets a huge setup with the sticky, but then they see trouble and they try to pull back. The roll's going to be there. Big physical hit from Ake with that heal. Could force Escape to kind of pull out, and it's going to be Kezu who ends up going down first. Alliance might not be done yet.
Era.
They're not focusing Era, so he doesn't really get a whole lot of spins up, but by the time they focus him, he's going to be as good as dead. 2 kills for Alliance to start things off in game number 2.
Yeah, and that just shows how powerful they are. That heal from Dazzle did a lot of damage as the Earth Spirit rolled up on the high ground. He had to immediately just run away. And yeah, Razor just showing his prowess here in the fight.
I don't know if Escape were anticipating all of Alliance to be there, but they definitely got kind of coaxed into a bit of an awkward situation. Here's a roll, and it's set up with the Gale from Cinderin. Is it going to be enough slow power to allow Era to get in for any sort of call? Anything at all? Right click?
Just
yes.
the right click.
Cinderin takes the last poke of that one, and it's quick for Escape to get their own kill on the board.
Yeah, good damage done, and he can start pulling up now, or stacking even. Preparing stacks for your Axe in the jungle would have been really, really good. And mid lane, we just see high aggression here by Razor. This is a lane where it might be impossible for an Alchemist to farm, actually.
Yeah, Koikfa can casually drop some acid spray and hope for the best, but as you mentioned, Razor, one of the best at being a mid lane matchup one-on-one. Him, Viper, OD, tyrants of the mid lane. And
they really are. And Razor just matches up against Alchemist so good in terms of the stealing his damage, running at him, and just zoning him out of the creeps.
Looks like assistance is nearby. Yapsor looking for openings. This is what you see in any typical Earth Spirit game. But the problem is the targets and the abilities to be able to take the mid laners are becoming a lot tougher.
He has very low HP on S4, though. He's trying to hold these creeps outside of the tower range.
This is his best chance right here and now. He's got to connect with the rolling boulder, too.
Yeah, if he gets a roll. They don't have stun yet. He wants level 3 on the Alchemist. He's so close.
There's the roll. It does connect.
He gets it.
With the slow and the acid spray and a stun flying out, it should be good enough. Yeah. They'll get it done. That's what you want to do. He will possibly lose his own life. It looks like he will. Gets taken down. S4 actually gets the note for that, and Bulldog with a haste rune wildly appears.
Oh God!
He's starting to dish out the sticky icky, and he burns him down the whole way.
Yeah, he's going to be a very happy Batrider now, being part of 4 kills already at 2.5 minutes. He gets a bottle charge for his efforts by S4, and he can make his way back into the jungle, farm up a little bit, or even head back and just TP up on top lane again.
Unfortunate for Escape, they tried to set up this whole tactile initiation for the mid lane, they end up getting it done, but only to hand S4 a kill back, and a good positive uplift there for Bulldog once more.
Yeah, definitely. That was a nicely timed gank with the Alchemist level 3. I liked most of it, but just unfortunately, Bulldog was already on top of that with the counter gank.
S4 with the S4 rune. How cute.
Yep.
YapzOr still looking to find a home for himself. Kezu has acknowledged the troubling off lane and has forfeited it and has taken his business into the jungle strictly, it looks like.
Era is, of course, freeing up space with this axe, letting Synderen get his levels, and now they're thinking about doing something, but this is now already a very strong...
They do have YapzOr coming in from the rear, too. Let's see if Bulldog can find his way out of this.
Spin!
Era needs the spins here, not getting a whole lot of it. There goes the lead in, the boulder smash, and that's going to be good. They'll get the Bat Rider down and escape fire back once again.
Yeah, it is a very high kill potential kind of lane. The Venomous Gale makes it very hard for Bat Rider to get away. And Bulldog got kind of baited there. He got like 3 or 4 stacks onto the Venomancer and was hoping to get a kill on Synderen, but Synderen is too sly for that. Sneaky little bastard.
As per usual. Bulldog back though, hangs to the tower and will be in a good spot, but YapzOr continues his movement, this time accompanying the Koikva Alk in the mid lane, because it is a bit of a 2-on-2 as EGM also kind of matching and mirroring YapzOr.
It is a hard day as well for Koikva. This game right here, playing Alchemist on mid lane, being 7 CS, and the rune control is coming out from Alliance as well.
He is getting just crushed.
Yep.
S4, no surprise, 23 and 14 to denies.
I mean, that's some 8.5k MMR right there. You know, S4 started playing on his 8k account again. He's going for 9k, man.
He's no longer scared. He's ready to ascend into the 9k realm with the few select.
Indeed. And Bulldog again might be baited into aggression here, or is it Synderen who's going to be feeding this time? Ooh, he chukes it!
5 stacks, he sidesteps the Gale and easily torches and burns him up.
Yeah, this time Synderen, you know, pretending to be baiting, I guess, but there was no one there to save him, and Bulldog calls him on his bluff.
Yeah, probably grinning a lot about that one here, but look at this, we got a smoke response play here in the bottom lane. This could be YapzOr, double Ion Shell, gonna be set up. They're looking for their target. It is Loda. There they make their move. They connect wonderfully, and he tries to get the gust off, but the boulder smash is going to be able to connect, which will pop off the stun. They get the surge. They need a little bit more. Heal is there, and Ake holds the grave. Will finally dish it out. Will they overcommit for the Drow? It looks like they will.
Run, Loda.
Beautiful defensive play. He gets the gust off, and it looks like they'll be able to end up with 2 kills for Loda. Double kill.
And
wonderfully played.
Bulldog also gets a kill top lane. Together with EGM, they managed to bring down Era on his axe, in fact. So beautiful play all over the map. That was really clutch by Loda and Ake as well.
And suddenly, Alliance are up 8-3 at the end of that.
They're back?
They are. It looked like just unfortunate mistime. The Iron Shell, I guess, expired at the end as YapzOr was making chase onto the Drow.
I
just
mean,
didn't quite have enough firepower.
Ake coming in there with the heal and the grave just turned everything around as well. The second gust flying out, pushing them away. Could not have been better.
They're going for it again, and Ake's back in his position once more. Here he is, gets off the poison, has the grave if he feels it's necessary, but he knows it's not.
He actually doesn't have mana after that poison touch as well, so good thing he didn't need it.
Uh-oh, trouble's coming. Look at that, it's S4. Roaming in, pops off the nuke. It's going to force YapzOr to totally roll away, and he'll be good.
He's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, though, Alchemist gets a little bit of breathing room as soon as the Razor leaves. Razor with a 24 denies. He's really been just cranking down on his poor Alchemist.
Alchemist will try to recover, but already a big amount of momentum coming the way of Alliance here, stringing kills across the board. They're winning all 3 lanes.
The fact that you're behind net worth as an Alchemist to your enemy mid is just never acceptable to you. You always want to be ahead by at least a few thousand heading into a 10-minute mark. Right now he's behind by 600.
And we'll see how much Escape feel value to be able to strike back, in a sense, to get Alk back into the grind. It looks like Bulldog made an approach towards the mid lane here and runs into both Koikva and Synderen, but he'll be able to fly up and above and away from any trouble. While mid lane, they're making their own possible approach. YapzOr looking to get in position here.
Kesser's stealing creeps, though. Stealing the big creeps here with the Iron Shell. Very good little move. Getting that experience taken away from the enemy. And, of course, the bank gold.
Wow, that gets even Yapsor a lot of XP. He was about to get to 4, and now he's quick to 4.5 off of that. Uh-oh, they ran to EGM. It's a big Ogre, though. I don't think they want to commit for this, so they decide to pull off. Plus, with Dazzle nearby, this is pretty much an impossible mission, so they got to get the hell out. Mizu needs to pop his wand and maybe a TP here, but EGM's chasing him, and he has a Fire Blast.
Oh, he's trying to be sneaky, but yeah, no.
That is not
It's all Ogre.
Sir. You got a pointy head, and it's going to be
He's trying to walk past,
first.
but this Ogre...
Just hard to watch. Takes him into a back alley and beats him down with a bat.
Yeah, it comes up with a bloody club after that. Like, yep, had some issues to take care of.
And now we see Alliance up and above. 9-3 now with already a little over a 3K net worth advantage. They're in a solid spot. Loda in the bottom lane, man. He's been doing work. He's got a Dragon Lance already. Look how hard he hits.
Yeah, he's really adding up agility as well for the rest of his team to get extra damage as well. So he has the Power Treads and the Dragonlance now. Really good stuff for the Razor on the mid lane as he has plus 34 damage.
Radiant on the move. They pop out a scan to see if there is an Alchemist farming nearby. They're not going to catch them there, so they head that direction, look to go up and around. And
on a stacked small camp is where he's been farming, so they find the results. What happened there?
Bulldog comes out big in a fight. He walks away with a Blink Dagger.
Dire Scan coming out as well. He pretty much knows where they are, but did not catch them with the scan. Oh, he feels safe now, but...
Oh, can they get close enough? An Ignite will be there, but it only slows them down a
too
bit.
Deep.
Bit too deep.
They're going to run away. They forced out a TP by Venomancer, but he did cancel it as well, staying down on bottom lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alliance not going to be able to get the catch they were hoping for on that smoke movement, and for escape, they will be able to avoid the trouble, using the game sense to recognize that Alliance are doing something a bit fishy here, but
yeah,
they just go back into the grind, and even though Bulldog doesn't get a fight, he wants to get his Blink Dagger, he's just going to have it by farming out a wave or so.
Yeah, definitely. Just keep farming for a little bit more. Than Alliance should be looking to take the tier 1 towers and get some control on this map, because that's how you shut down the Alchemist. You limit his space, limit the area that he can use to farm, and aggression will pay off.
Wondering to see here. I'm sure soon enough Alliance will ramp the pace up here, particularly in the bottom lane where this Drought could maybe push through a tier 1.
S4 is punishing this mid tower a lot. He's just slapping away at it. Of course, the creeps get pulled back by Yapsor, so not going to take the tower in one sweep, but he's been dealing a lot of damage.
And he's going right for the mech, so he's going to be the one to bring the sustain for his team. I think that he is the appropriate mech candidate in this game. There's really not a lot of else unless one of these supports can somehow manage to farm it up.
And can we see a deny? Syndrin with the wards. Not strong enough. Nope. He tried though.
Yep. 3 wards, micro together, still not as good as, unfortunately, Loda's heavy hit. They'll be able to get the last hit on that one. And they could follow it up with a secondary tower takedown, possibly here in the mid lane. It looks like Alliance have already rotated in a couple backliners, including a certain
lot of damage on the Razor.
He's got a blink, ready to go, pops in, gets the lasso. It's going to be on Yapsor. Pretty safe and easy target there.
Good thing he didn't get to grab on the Alchemist instead. That would have been even worse for escape, so they're probably happy. Even though they lost a hero and lost a tower, you have to be happy that you didn't lose your core as well.
Alliance not done yet, though. Posturing up in a more offensive front as they continue moving forward here. They're going to get some early pot shots possibly on this tier 2.
Some really good base defense, though, by Venomancer and Alchemist Acid Spray.
Yeah.
You have the wards and Acid Spray. It's so hard to break into. You should go for all the tier 1 towers if you're Alliance in this spot, and then just think about Roche, maybe keep ganking with the Batrider. And yeah, Batrider is actually stealing the enemy jungle right now with a Firefly.
Yep, already has his blink, looking to acquire a Force Staff in due time. Cinder will see him and try to snipe what he can away. But Alliance are nearby just in case trouble approaches here. But I was just going to say that maybe Escape's aggression might have been put on hold for a bit, but look at this. They smoke and they go on the move here. It's a good time because, I mean, they got Yapsor's level 6. He's actually level 7, but they have the Magnetizer to work with now.
The Blink Iron Shell axe is really powerful. They could bring down the Dazzle if they see him.
Let's see.
They see him for now.
Tier 1 is going to be dropped. The Lions take that and continue to move right down the lane. Will Escape try to make a jump from the trees here.
Oh, they've been spotted by the ward now, though. The smoke just ran out. They know.
Bulldog takes to the skies. He's looking for a setup play, possibly for a blink lasso. Makes his commitment, gets the grab. It's on Yapsor, who already gets the magnetized while Era jumps in, gets a nice two-man call. Loda gonna get saved though with the grave. Keeps him alive and well, but Koikfa could end up waiting for him a bit, and he'll end up getting burned down. They lob out the stun, and they'll get the follow-up takedown on the Dazzle. They're looking to go for Bulldog. He flame breaks them back, but the chase is on, and Koikfa is fast, man. He's got that haste rune, and he just chops him down. Era, though, the man left behind here between EGM and S4, will be dropped, and Alliance are able to string together a couple of kills themselves, too, with a killing spree now on S4.
I have to say it, the Venomous Wards actually paid dividends there. It was really important. They got one pot shot off on the Batrider, so he couldn't get that clean initiation, and that made Alliance have a little bit awkward positioning, because he had to back off, get the Blink Dagger off cooldown, and then go. But during this time, Loda got caught out on his Drow Ranger, and things escalated from there, let's say. That haste rune was, of course, a big part of the team fight as well, though. Escape, get a lot of chase.
I was seeing their positioning. I was a bit nervous that Koikfa wasn't going to be able to be there in time, but wouldn't you believe it? The Mighty Frog blessed him with a haste rune, so he was there in good time and able to participate plenty and help a bounce back play because he had been beaten down so bad in that laning phase.
Yeah, now he's recovered pretty well. He is sort of even with the Razor and net worth. He definitely still needs to pull ahead, but looking at those creeps that he's killing mid right now, he's taking a lead in the CS and or in the net worth department.
Now at 7.5k, I mean, you would hope to expect to see at least an Alchemist for a team you want to win be there at the top at this point.
Oh yeah.
Start to really climb ahead. Drow is nipping at the heels though. And in fact, looking to go for more is bottom lane, Loda and S4, both sieging away at this tier 2. We look to see what Escape are going to be doing for a response. They're already
they've been scanned.
But they have been scanned, they have been spotted. A casual flame break is going to be sent that way, and Escape might have to think twice about approaching Alliance here.
Batrider looking for anyone he can grab really. Any target is a good one.
Flying up and over, who will be the best target? Era quick to blink back. Koikfa already in the ulti. He makes his move, gets the grab back. They have no way to stop him except for a slow kick of a boulder smash. They'll finally slow him down, but the damage has already been done. Kezu's going to be taken out of this fight. There'll be no wall for you, sir.
Yeah,
he's gone.
And they're back to pushing the tower. Bloodlusted up on the Razor and a Drow. Tons of damage, and this should be a very natural transition to Roche if they want to.
Beautiful time.
I don't think they should be going high ground against this, but maybe they want to get some poking done.
This delays the mech even further for Escape.
They're gonna back out. There is, in fact, a DD rune as well outside Roche Pit right now, so it would be so good for Alliance if they can go there.
Looks like not. Loda's already heading towards that top lane, and we'll just push out and do some casual farm there instead.
Damn it.
Bit too risky, I suppose. But they'll get back into it here. It looks like Loda is going to Morbid Mask, so Helm of the Dominator seems to be en route for him.
He's got the Shadow Blade as well on the Courier. Gonna come out soon. There's a Dragonlance coming out for Razor as well, so that's gonna help him with the damage output, being able to hit from a little bit farther away.
And you could just see, I mean, we were mentioning it in the draft, if Bulldog is able to kind of get that lead in initiation, the response play from Escape is very limited. A flying out concoction or a boulder smash just move a little too slow.
Yeah.
And Bulldogs are going to get what he needs and get out. And unless there's a Veno ward like in the previous fight to stop him, he's going to get what he wants.
With that Blink Force Staff, Batrider is a powerful initiator, that's for sure. And they're not looking to shy away from a fight either as they go for the tier 2 top, and no split push is being done by Escape. They want to take the fight. They're smoked up.
I think this is like 3 straight smokes or something.
Oh, they're 200 gold away from the mech on Darks here. What a sad time to smoke for Escape if they
the difference
get
between
forced
that
to.
one pick off in the previous fight, and it could happen here to Yapsor. He gets pulled right into the arms of the Drow. Eric jumps in, but he gets silenced immediately, so he cannot follow up with the call. Cinder's going to be going down as well. Koikfa tries to move for S4, but he gets forced back and away here. A good move in from Alliance leads to 2 successful picks on both supports, and they'll be able to follow up with a tier 2 takedown.
And that's why you're happy you have a Dazzle as well after you get hit by the Venomous ulti. You know, you don't care at all. Poison Nova doesn't do anything to you. Just keep healing up and you can keep going. The sustain is very good on Alliance. And that was a clutch silence by Loda, so showing off some good reflexes there. Old man Loda.
Old man Loda. Able to kind of
probably the oldest man in this match.
Oh, for sure, dude. These kids are
by years.
Some of them are children.
Yeah.
For God's sakes. I see their ages and I feel like an old man. I feel way old. But young, talented, and fighting for their lives potentially is Escape. As this one not looking as likely to hold out as it did in game number 1. I mean, a lot on the shoulders now of Koikfa, I'd imagine, here in his Alchemist. He's already got the Radiance, he's already got the Armor, and he's chunking away at tier 1 in the bottom lane, but
he's building up, but he's also about 6,000 gold away from the items that you really need to start getting online, you know. At least the Manta style and Travels is very necessary. Then when you get Octarine, you're really set, but at least the Manta and Travels, then he can start pressuring the map. Because right now you just see Alliance, they're shoving lanes so much faster, taking towers.
The whole map. They just took out the final outer tower. And yeah, you mentioned, I mean, Alchemist still has quite a build-up ahead of him. But if he wants to get out there, there's going to be no real estate space left. Alliance have just claimed pretty much the majority of this map. I imagine they might even consider getting something like a gem here in the near future and could be able to just totally put Escape in the dark.
Yeah, that's very true. And Loda now with a full Silver's Edge upgrade as well on his Drow Ranger. Just great stat item, really cost effective, lower cooldown as well. And it's quite good against the axe. You can cancel a spinning. Not bad.
It just makes it feel like that stuff like a level 1 Poison Nova, a level 1 Magnetize, that is just not going to be enough. Look at like all the stat game here for Drow with her Dragonlance, with S4, his items, his mech, his Dragonlance. They're going to be able to shrug off all of that magical damage.
Yeah, the hood on EGM is such a big thing as well.
He has a hood too?
Yeah, hood and raindrops. He's not going to take any magical damage, it feels like. And he's an ogre, for God's sake, so.
It really seems like Escape are just not going to have enough firepower here.
It comes down to Escape's axe. It's very, very big pressure on Era, and it seems to become like this scenario in many of Escape's games where Era has to deliver. And these pure damage spins, of course, can be one of their easiest ways.
Synderen pulling his best trump here to build a wall.
Nasty little bugs.
Right in front, but it ends up being quick pocket
they're all
change. Yeah, here for S4 and Loda. They make quick work of that. A nice little shot right there.
Yeah, but you don't really want to commit on an Aegis Drow Ranger. And likewise, you don't necessarily want to go on a Razor. So what do you do at this point?
You pray, Waga. You pray. Here comes Alliance. Glyph is out, but tier 3 is in trouble.
Only level 2 Vacuum as well, but they do have the mech on the side of Escape this time. First time they have that for a team fight.
Koikfa begins his TP back to be there for his comrades, and we'll see if Escape can hold on to life here for game number 2, if Alliance will be walking away from the series with at least 1 point to their name.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't just deny that tower. 47 HP against the Drow and Razor, both with Dragonlance.
They don't
it's gone.
They don't do it. Okay, Loda's just gonna snipe it.
That's a lot of money. And they're all going to be pretty happy. Loda is almost keeping up with this Alchemist in net worth. That is a very bad sign for Escape.
Yes, it is.
And are they going to back off here, or are they going to keep going? Seems like they want to keep the pressure up. They do have a lot of money on the Razor to spend. 3.2k.
They throw out the weave, and they'll see what kind of use they can get out of it here. Moving in, yeah, they have a lot of money, but they could have a lot more if they can get a Rax.
That's for sure.
The greedy Alliance group.
Oh, Escape with the move from the previous game, trying to wrap around.
Alliance, though, might have learned some lessons there from game number 1 and have a very Delta split positioning.
Yeah,
with EGM and Bulldog up and above, while S4 hangs on the lower
Feel
ground.
bad for Synderen. Look at this. He keeps dropping down these wards, but they're just
like,
food. Oh,
take gold.
They're tiptoeing. They really want to go.
Don't go for Rax. Go for the gold.
Yeah. Escape are tiptoeing closer and closer. But who do they jump? They want to get more people than...
You don't get EGM.
Oh,
He's trying to drag EGM into the base. Only slows him from going inside with the Gale. And it's as if he never got harassed in the first place.
EGM is like, am I being harassed? Because...
Uh-oh, Bulldog makes his move. Nice insta-silence comes out from Yapsor.
Really
they
quick.
try to make the call, but the Force Staff gets Bulldog to the low ground, and now S4 thinks he can get a snipe on Synderen. Meanwhile, Kazoo, that's their big high ground defender, has just been taken out of the fight, Waga.
35 seconds, he's dead, no buyback, and this is when a Dazzle lineup can really just shove up. When you have the number advantage, just keep healing everyone.
Loda's in, though, and he begins to go to work, popping off shots right now, gets the one range Rax down like it's paper, and then goes for the melee here. Any way to stop the little lady? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, silence onto Era as well. He's going to go in soon.
Roll in from Yapsor. He's got to be forced to commit. The Magnetize gets unleashed, and he gets focus fired now. He's very weak, but he'll dish out everything he can before he's going to get dropped. He's staying alive decently, but again, the sustained power, the way to shrug it all off.
Oh, Synderen slithering away. He is going to be fine, but the Rax is not.
No, it's not. You can see it. Look at Alliance, just full life. It's as if they didn't get hit by all that.
It's Ake, the magic of Ake. What a beautiful support. He's going in, being sneaky here. Loda with his Silver's Edge, but of course there was a ward. They saw him.
Go back and get your bearings and make a new approach to a new lane here.
Yeah, full Sanjiasha now purchased by Razor as well, so he's gonna have that coming out soon. Gonna make him a lot better at just chasing down people and slowing them down. Will be hard for Alchemist to really go into this.
Yeah, the Alchemist is just not really able to spread his Alch wings.
I really think they should be waiting for the Courier to come in, though. They have Hurricane Pike, Sanjiasha, and Medallion on the Courier. All those things are coming in right now. They need to get those upgrades.
Alliance already doing plenty of work without it, though. Loda gets some good work in from the low ground here.
Escape are not going, so good thing. Of course, there is a cooldown on the Poison Nova and the Magnetize. Maybe they just feel that confident.
Yep, 20 seconds before a Magnetize is even ready. By the time it is, YapzOr may have 4 stones to work with, but again, this magic damage, certainly level 1, is just not enough. It's tickle damage here to Alliance.
Loda, pop the Precision Aura, push the lanes. Oh, they're just gonna go again soon. Pipe completed on EGM, man. He's just a big monster at this point.
Yeah.
His Ogre.
He's hoping to make it all Ogre now for Escape. Team that will be guaranteed out now with a loss here. It pretty much means there's no shot for them in any sort of mathematical situation of upper bracket run. So,
but they're not giving up yet. They're still holding on for dear life. But Alliance, even with Aegis timing out, they don't really care much. Still going. Of course, Loda will be a little bit more safely positioned, as they could definitely bring him down once.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, mid grab
from Bulldog. It's on Koikva of all people. He tries to run back and away, gets a force of assistance here, and he makes it to safety. Have Alliance been dragged into an awkward situation? It looks like Bulldog is going to be the first to go down, and Alliance beeline it back to the bottom here.
Going for the
gets
racks.
That one, but the racks are in trouble. S4's Eye of the Storm and right clicks coming out from Loda should be able to do enough work.
Oh no, the Super Snake!
It slithers in as fast as possible, but gets quickly silenced and sent back home. Follow up from Era, gets the call on EGM and Loda, but where is the damage going to be coming from? It's going to be coming from Alliance as they take down Era. S4 still in the heart of the base. Happy to fight it out.
Just healing up more and more. Poison Nova. Oh, Axe is back.
Axe is back, and he's able to get the kill.
I found it very appropriate that Bulldog was the only one who died in the first little engagement, because he self-used himself. After grabbing the Alchemist, instead of pulling the Alchemist towards his team, he got used, and I thought it was an enemy use at first, but he just misclicked. But it still worked out in the end. They still just got a racks, the range racks, of course, going down.
A little bit of a hold by Escape. I mean, they'll take any win they can at this point with the net worth. I guess that's the unfortunate downside. I'm not sure the math technically and how the rubber band factor would work, but they have an Alchemist already on their team who's technically highest net worth, so I wonder if that hurts them when they try to make a, comeback kind of a swing.
It does. It's based on the total net worth of the team, though, a lot. So since Alliance is ahead by 14,000, you still get a big swing when you get kills. It's based on that, and it's also based on the individual net worth of the hero you kill, I believe.
Doesn't stop Alliance from coming back for round number 2.
It really doesn't. I think Loda looking maybe to pick up a Reaver before they go here. Not sure. He's got 3.2k gold sitting around the secret shop. And it will be an Eagle song, so gonna go into the Butterfly.
Okay.
More damage, of course, for his team.
And here they come, looking to finish out what they had started.
Syndran's nasty little wards sitting there as always, ready to feed.
Yep, there's some nice gold there for S4 he'll take up. But the melee racks still standing. Alliance looking to fix that.
Yeah, they're looking for any grab they can find, but right now gotta wait like 20 seconds for the next Firefly, I think. That's when you can look to grab someone. As Batrider has it on cooldown. No stress, really. Gonna prepare with the weave.
Yeah, there's stress. It's just over on Escape side. That's where the stress is really at right now. Finding and hoping for the ideal setup play here. S4 confident, have to go on front, is going to get called, and they're trying to drag him back. Oh, a swing and a miss on the boulder smash, but they will catch him with the grip, but not going to be offering a whole lot. He runs back and away. YapzOr looks to make his move. Actually doesn't get a connection, it looks like there with the Magnetize.
Yeah, he missed.
It could be unfortunate. Alliance managed to get Escape dragged out from the front, but it's Alliance who are taking the bulk of the damage here. S4 barely going to get saved with the Grave. Tries to make it out to safety, but is not going to be able to make it out. It's Syndran who catches him with that dot damage.
Yeah,
giggling the whole way.
Great hold there by Escape, and just nice movement. They have strong team fight now with the max level vacuum, and they're showing off the combo potential that they have. And Alliance, maybe they they will realize here that, okay, we need to complete up some key items before we go high ground. Or maybe look towards that next Roshan.
Yeah. I would assume for both. Yeah, get some items, get another Aegis. Uh-oh, Kezu's dead.
Kezu. Yeah. Loda still hurts with that Silver's Edge, of course.
Yeah, it says don't even bother running out from the base here. They have the vision to see when they're moving out, and it's something Escape are going to have to take care of now.
Yeah, for sure. And Escape also pinged out the Roshan, realizing that he could be up at any moment now. And I don't know if they're in a position to contest anything, though. They have one little ward giving some vision on Loda at least, but doesn't really matter much when you're dead.
Any chance Koikva can get out of his house and outside for the farm, he will take as he runs frantically through the map, farming what he can. Now sporting about 4.5k here towards the next defense. Should he itemize any sort of different way? When you're in a position now when it's always your back's against the wall and the push is always coming, do you change the outbuild at all, or do you just keep it?
No,
as you do?
I think that, if anything, gives you more reason to have the Octarine next, in fact, because
Okay.
that's going to help you just always keep the lanes shoved out. Also going to give you a lower cooldown on your boots to travel, which allows you to be more proactive.
Koikva by the secret shop is going to get spotted. He gets snagged up by Bulldog and pulled right back into the team. A 2x multicast is going to come
He's
out
alive,
from
though.
EGM. They get him with the Force Staff, and his regen's good enough. Now the vacuum response comes out from Kezu and Escape to get him under the wall, but it's loaded from the low ground, popping off the good shots and the good damage. Now Yapsor leads in, gets
Still
off a
no one
magnetize.
dead.
Alliance can't cross the wall to make an approach for Escape, so they're going to have to retreat.
Yeah, but they're going to check Roche, and they will get a nice answer. He is up, and he's ready.
And they don't have to worry about that wall. They don't have to worry about that magnetize. They don't have to worry about pretty much anything from Escape. They'll just take it clean.
Yeah, and all they used really was the flaming lasso, of course, of the Batrider, so they'll be ready to just go for the high ground siege immediately after this. Racer will be the one to pick it up.
They go right to work. Escape, they got to prepare.
Yeah, they don't have much time right now. Alchemist trying to get whatever money he can before the high ground push is coming. He knows time is
He'd
limited.
like to rush right for the Octarine, but at this point, you got to hold a good amount of money for that buyback.
Yeah, I think he buys it anyway.
He buys it anyway, huh?
Yeah. I don't think it... I think he needs the lower cooldown on Manta and on Acid Spray as well. I can't disagree with this.
Fair enough. For the rest of Escape, they're back inside the base already, preparing for the defense. Smoked up, waiting in the back
Oh, they
lines.
can't actually walk in.
Synderen has a full wall of wards, so Alliance can't even walk inside.
Yeah, they tried to smoke in, but it was blocked off.
But eventually they have to show themselves. Bulldog gets a snag, looking to pull back Era here. They
Great
get the axe
silence.
down. He's out instantly. No buyback for him. They're going to be losing Cinder, and they're going to be losing so much more. Alliance just ripped right through all of Escape. Era and Kezu are not going to be back for the response. They get
Buybacks,
Synderen
diebacks.
again. Loda going to work. Triple kill for him. S4 right by his side, and it looks like Alliance are going to be able to tie this series up 1-1.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. No way to really hold now 3 of your teammates dead. And look at this Stassel, just keeps healing up. Even the Aegis is still standing. Alliance make it look a lot easier in Game 1. Game 2, of course, was a real struggle for both teams, and Escape just barely topped them there.
1 racks away. Koikva will go in, dish out what he can, but oh my goodness, he gets hit with a triple stun. Loda brushes him off. Hurricane Pike, and Loda goes to work here, but there's the quick Manta to avoid the trouble. Stuns up, moves in.
Oh, good
hops on
vacuum,
Loda.
but no one is
Vacuum
really
pull
there.
Back wall. S4 very low. He's got speed, and he gets out. Roll forward from Yapsor, Loda to the low ground. Alliance elusive and slippery.
Yeah, very. EGM also trying to run away.
Oh, nice catch call from Era, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the finish here for S4. It's not going to be good enough. Yapsor gets off the magnetize, but they shrug it off now, and that is a pause.
Oh.
Alk has DC'd apparently. Awkward timing, unfortunately.
That's actually the first one that I've seen, though, in any of our games where someone DCs during a team fight or in a bad moment, if you will. So, and to be fair, this game,
the cards are
I respect
stacked.
them for wanting to win against all odds, but I think Escape, they're gonna find themselves losing no matter what here. This is just such a commanding lead. But we will go here right away.
Yep, you can see it's Koikva who's going to find himself in a bit of a pickle here. He's already lassoed up and being pulled back from Bulldog. Loda looks to finish quickly, shreks down Synderen and company. And, well, that leaves pretty much just Koikva and just Kezu to defend. Kezu with really nothing else left to offer. It's all on Koikva. to do anything about it. But Alliance have just taken down the last set of racks. They have the Megas now, and it looks like they have the win.
Yeah,
Escape
they're just going.
Making them work for it, though.
And GG will come out any minute. There we go.
All right, props to Alliance as mentioned. Game number 1 was a hell of a barn burner. Both sides back and forth with Escape ultimately coming out on top. But Alliance will be able to get a little bit of redemption for themselves as they claim a much easier win on the back of their Dro and Razor lineup.
Yeah, really well played by both teams though. Both showed up and played some good Dota. I really have to respect that. I think Loda was really on top of his game in this game in the laning phase. The gank on bottom that they turned around, him and Aka together, and every single team fight he got really clutch silences as well. So a lot of respect to him, but Alliance as a whole looking pretty strong in that second game.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and get ready to cut to a break. We're all done here on stream number 4. We're getting ready to hop over to our neighboring stream at stream 3, where myself and Wagamon are going to be casting TNC versus the wild card.
Wild card, yeah, Escape, I believe.
Oh, we're following Escape.
I think so. Yeah, I will have to double check.
I believe it's the same group, so that should be the case. Folks, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll catch you later. This is the final day of group stage action where we find out exactly where these teams will end up for the main stage. The hype continues. We'll catch you soon for more Dota action.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the International 2016. We are here with our last game of Group A. It's Alliance versus Evil Geniuses here in a 2-game series, and it is an important one for Alliance. Evil Geniuses, they've already gotten themselves up in the upper bracket with some great group stage play thus far. Alliance right now sitting at 6-6, trying to get to the upper bracket, but currently tied with both Na'Vi as well as Wings, and a potential 4-way tie with TNC Gaming depending on how all of these games shape up. With that said, we'll jump into the draft, of course. My name is Mark. Joining me today is LD. LD, what are you thinking about this series? Do you think Alliance has the capability of taking this 2-0? Can they maybe just take the one game, or is it going to be an 0-2 going in favor of EG?
I think both teams are capable of taking it 2-0. I favor EG by a decent margin. EG looks a lot more solid. Even when Alliance is pulling out some of the games in this event, it's been a little bit dicey, kind of last minute. So I definitely favor EG based on recent performance. But Alliance, they're the hungrier team right now. EG already guaranteed top 4 in the group, like you said. Alliance, on the other hand, they need the 2-0 to stay in the running. There's a potential for a 4-way tie here in Group A. Could be a very long day of tiebreakers. You said it's the last round, Maud, but who knows? Maybe it's just the beginning. So with that, we get into the draft. EG will ban the Keep of the Light. It's something Alliance have been running a lot for Ake. Alliance probably was the first team to start running aggressive tri-lanes in this patch and the patch before it. Even just dual laning with the Keeper. They love the hero's ability to split push. They also love running it with Naga, something that PPD even tweeted about yesterday, so that will be removed. EG also banning Oracle, which then sets up a very early Batrider pick. Do want to mention a couple of heroes still in the pool, Huskar and Drow.
Yep.
EG have been running a lot of Drow. They've also been running Huskar. Alliance, occasional Drow picks, a little bit less frequent. They grab the Ogre here right away, but keep your eyes on those heroes if they are not counterpicked or banned, especially heading into Phase 2. Very high chance I think we see them come off the board.
Yeah, I mean, these are some important picks, and there's plenty still in this pool ready to go for both squads. Whatever they want to grab, there's a lot of it. And the Ogre Magi I picked up first. Of course, that's one of the more strong supports alongside Shadow Demon. It's been picked in, I think one of these two heroes has been picked the most, I think, out of all supports, and pretty much all the heroes inside of Dota 2 here at TI6. So with Alliance grabbing the Ogre, they're looking to set something up here with their next pick. They're taking some time with the reserve time. There's also plenty of other heroes like the Mirana, which we talked about. You mentioned the Drow Ranger. I'm trying to wrap my head in and think of what else there is. But they go for the tried and true Alliance draft. They go for the Lone Druid, and then EG counter with the Drow Ranger.
No hesitation on the Drow grab there. Double melee heroes in the mid game already, with the Lone Druid likely to be in Big Bear form. But the Bear is very fast, so this is something that can get into the front lines, can chase the Drow. Doesn't do great against physical damage generally, and they're going to have a lot of it. Like, we've seen Slardar picks to counter Lone Druid in the past when Lone Druid was popular, but Alliance have shied away from this hero. They have not been running very much Lone Druid. If anything, I'd say the Broodmother has been the go-to for Bulldog. The Batrider pick really discourages a Brood pick. Even if you do well in the lanes, come mid-game, Bat is so good at hunting Brood. And yes, the general Brood playstyle has been more about coming to fights and joining your team than in the past. It's not less of like the pure split pusher, but there's definitely still an element of that to Brood play, and that's what Bat can punish. So Alliance say we want a big bloodlusted Bear. It's fearsome. It's something that can get in the face of the Drown. In the mid-game is tanky, but if the game goes late enough, you're going to be able to focus it down. So what does Alliance have in store for us next? They now ban out the Enchantress. Interesting to see this hero getting banned against EG, because prior to this event, PPD is not known for his jungle heroes.
No, not really.
Zai, yes, for the Enigma at TI4, but this is not really a team that historically has run Enchantress and Chen. But they have been running Chen at this event, albeit with mixed results. I think there was one game against Na'Vi where they got crushed when they tried to run it. But they've also not been afraid to pick the jungle heroes, and they will go for the ban on it, Alliance. So showing some respect here to PPD.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think also with the Chen pick coming out for Evil Geniuses in that game against Na'Vi, it's more of a block pick than anything else. They don't want to give it to Artstyle. I mean, Artstyle, it's either one of those two heroes, Chen or Enchantress half the time, so something just to take away from that particular squad of Dota 2 players. But we'll see what they want to go for, Evil Geniuses, with their supports, as they have two cores ready to go and underway. Alliance, I'm thinking about more team fight oriented, or I guess a fighting oriented hero with their safe laner for Loda. That's the thing that I'm probably the most interested in, the most keen in. He played Lifestealer not too long ago. Obviously, they had the Drow game against Escape, I believe, in that second game. So
You need that hero that can start fights for Alliance. So
10 seconds
S4, we saw that there was a period where teams were running Spectre Lone Druid. That was a really popular opening. Spectre is very slow, and if you're also running Lone Druid, I think it's way too slow. He is great against Drow if you get even like halfway decent farm come mid game. You just haunt automatically. Her precision or her bonus damage for marksmanship goes away, and you're able to just focus her down and stick on her in fights. But I don't think we'll see Spectre, just given that he's fallen off. So looking more for initiators here, frontliners. We've seen at times the Lotus Centaur has been picked. I think it's not bad against Drow. It's pretty good to deal with Batrider and potentially either counter gank or turn the fights. They also really need a lasso counter here. But they're not going to actually grab a support that counters it. Instead, they get a Lich. So Frost Armor, Bloodlusted Bear. This is a way to deal with the physical damage from Drow. I think more importantly, though, when you see a Drow pick, Drow is meant to win the lanes. You pick Drow, you're pretty much expecting to win them by default just from the aura.
Exactly.
Frost Armor and the Lich Creep Deny may allow you to deal with this hero, at least through the laning stage. So the S4 puck, immediately after that, there's your initiation.
You were talking about the Spectre, and I think that the hero actually has not been picked or banned here in TI6. It's one of the very few heroes that has been taken out completely in terms of just not being touched. We're at currently 96 heroes picked, and unless something else gets picked that's a little bit crazy here, it's going to take a while before we see that this next couple of heroes, I imagine.
More likely looking at this game, like in the meta picks that work for Alliance, Juggernaut, Healing Ward is great with Lone Druid, great for pushing, really good against Mirana because the Blade Fury and Omni Slash allow you to dodge huge amounts of nuke damage, and EG, outside of the Drow, are pretty much all nuke damage for now. So what do EG go for? They have Lasso to initiate, as well as Moonlight Shadow. They need supports here. They need PPD and Zai's hero. And it could be a Zymeron, I suppose. And they will grab the Chen.
Wow,
So
they do go for it.
he goes for it. All right.
The question is it Zai or PPD playing in? That's the big.
It's been
big
PPD on the
for me.
Chen. It could change potentially, but it has been PPD playing it.
Well, that is still an interesting pick and allows them to have even more push here. Obviously, they might have wanted the Enchantress more, but with Hand of God, they have a little bit more heal later on down the road. When they want to push, they can with the Chen creeps. Test of Faith is a very strong nuke. Doesn't have that physical or the right-click damage, I should say, that you have from an Enchantress, which of course is pure. But Alliance, they'll be able to deal with this. They have good, somewhat okay wave clear, I guess, in the Puck and the Illusory Orb. And Puck especially when he gets... This is a game where you're looking at a Puck and you're saying, well, I think I should probably be getting a Veil of Discord because it allows you to clear the waves so efficiently and so quickly that it might be really good to have against the Chen creeps, the Chen army. And I would not be surprised to see Alliance go for the Puck with the Veil.
Veil is also really good with Radiant, so I like Veil a lot this game. I think S4 would probably get it regardless, but whether he rushes it over a blink, that I'm not sure about. You're running... Right now, Puck is like your only mid-game initiator. Ogre running and stunning is not initiation, realistically. So I think if they don't pick another initiator for Loda, like the Centaur I mentioned is kind of an out there possibility, then probably Blink first, but EG going to ban the Weaver here. Interesting ban. It looks like Alliance could tilt very heavily into deathballing with, say, a Juggernaut pick. They could go for more split push and late game with a Weaver, who right now EG lack the good catch for. I really like Alliance's draft heading into this final pick. I feel like their overall game plan is still not entirely clear, even though they're 2 picks in.
They have, that's a good thing.
2 carries in and 4 picks in.
It's another open in the draft that allows them to go in one direction or another direction, or a little bit of both, depending on what heroes they pick. And in Evil Geniuses, obviously they have a lot of push. They also have a decent amount of late game. Drow Ranger not as bad as she used to be in the late game. In fact, one of the stronger heroes in the late game. Mirana late game, more of a caster, and against BKBs can kind of struggle if you are going to be playing with that Aghanims into that Shiva's Guard or Ethereal Blade.
So what do we think? Is it a core Mirana or support Mirana? I'm leaning towards core.
Yeah, I think so. They have no real setups for it.
I like Shadow Demon for Zai. It's great with the Drow Ranger to have another save.
Also good with the Mirana in conjunction to set up arrows, but
yes,
and that is an available hero.
And Chen Shadow Demon is a good dual roam combo. So Alliance ban the Bane, which is another hero that can set up ganks.
And PPD's Bane is he plays that a fair bit too. I would say.
And the Enfeeble is quite annoying for Lone Druid as well. So
I'm thinking of PPD heroes, and Earthshaker also comes to mind. Treant, all these heroes, but none of them are going to fit in the lineup, I feel like. So it's more likely, like you talked about, a Shadow Demon.
I still think it's a PPD Chen.
We'll see. Last pick, Lion, coming out.
All right, so it gives them a better way to deal with Puck. This is the main reason for the Lion pick, because now, like, Blink Lasso against Puck isn't really that great if the Puck is quick reactions. You can just phase shift and then blink away before you actually get the Lasso off.
Right.
Or just blink out, potentially, if he has his own blink dagger. But if you get the blink hex, then you can focus him down.
A very strong pick, a very strong support duo. Lots of burst damage with Test of Faith, with obviously all of Lion's abilities as well. We'll wait and see how it's going to turn out. And then the last pick, Broodmother, coming out for Alliance. And it's a load Lone Druid. Who would have thought?
I mean, this just goes to my point. Like, you didn't know what Alliance was doing 4 picks in. Are they going to go for the loaded Juggernaut? You know, the Lone Druid, just 5-man Death Ball? Do they go for a Spectre and try to take it super late? I didn't think it was a great Spectre game. Do they pick, you know, something like a Centaur that's good for, like, the mid-game fighting, gives them a secondary initiator? No, Travis, they don't do any of those things. They go for the double split pushing lineup. They run the Lone Druid for Loda. This is definitely a curveball. I don't think EG saw this coming.
And it's going to be kind of tough. I mean, yes, you have the Bat Rider against the Broodmother, which I think is a better matchup for the Bat in that situation. However, until the Murata is going to come down and throw up some Starstorms, there's no real way to deal with all of these Broodlings. Earthspike's not going to be able to do that much either. There's not that much AoE clear from these heroes. It's really Starstorm, and it's going to be Firefly. So Alliance get away with a great last pick coming out as well. And with that, we will jump into the game and see who heads where, as right now, lots of TPs coming in from Alliance. They'll TP 1 mid, have Ake drop a ward down. They'll TP Bulldog down bottom as well, and put his, of course, webs, and then, well, actually, Zai's nearby to drop a ward himself if need be.
Yeah, the Zion moving in here, bottom, and we'll get an Observer ward down on the high ground near this bottom lane. But looking at EG, no dust to start the game off. They only have the sentries right now in PPD. So it looks like they want Universe to be matched against the Broodmother. I still think this is a very good lane for Brood. You can easily cut the creeps. And when Firefly is down, Bat can't do anything against Brood. So just keep your spider lanes away while he Fireflies. If he doesn't get help, Bat is going to have a rough time. But he can always just carry TP Scroll. If he feels like he's under pressure, just TP out, come back to the lane. So unlikely to die, but it should be free farm for Bulldog. They also have the Lich. And so I think Alliance can win a second lane on the back of that pick.
Yeah.
Just secure mid for S4, maybe EGM even helps him. And then you have a Lone Druid heading to the off lane. Lone Druid versus a Drow, which it looks like Fear. I think Fear probably goes mid here. Sumail top? Looks like Sumail's mid. So you have an off lane Drow. I don't know. EG might lose all 3 lanes. This looks really good for Alliance as far as the laning setup goes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you look at EG, and they'll probably send Zai up to the top lane. The Chen, he can't really just stay in lane, so it's not like an aggressive trial lane is going to work out. Obviously, for Alliance, though, they are going to have the Lich, and he'll be mid for the most part, or at least helping that, at least in the early stages of this game. And so, as you've mentioned, their backs against the wall. Alliance go for the choice of getting a really strong laning setup with the Broodmother as well in the last pick, and Ake playing that Lich. And we'll see how things do turn out here. His sacrifice was already used in that mid lane, so this will push out in favor of Alliance and head towards the tower. And Sumail needs to be avoiding that Frost Blast as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this is where we're going to see the action. Is Fear, Zai versus Loda, as well as EGM. But bottom lane also, we may see a first blood if we're not careful as well.
So the key hero to keep an eye on is definitely the Chen. Lich is just going to sit in lanes and try to win them passively. Do want to point out, nice play by Bulldog. He blocks this camp. I think they were expecting the Bat to be off lane. So we'll see if Alliance want to make adjustments. But to be honest, I still think Brood versus Bat is a fine matchup. Early on, though, EG doing a good job at harassing Loda's Bear. It did not start with a Stout Shield. So I don't think they're expecting the Drow to be here. They might kill this Bear. This is a big blunder if it goes down.
Oh, man, 12 HP. Zai, he needed a bit more extra damage to get it done, and unfortunately, it was not going to be his right click to do it, but Fear's.
He needs a Stout Shield, and Loda's like, yeah, I'm going to go grab that right now.
There it is. That'll make it a little bit harder to bring this Bear down. A bit more tanky. And still obviously susceptible to the damage from Fear, but we'll see how things do turn out. Sumail mid, he's actually going toe-to-toe with S4 right now, and here comes
Arrow.
Arrow's going to come through, and he's going to hit him. He walked into it, S4! Oh, he walked into the arrow. Oh, my, S4. What an uncharacteristic mistake to go down like that against Sumail.
He had plenty of time. He knew it was likely coming. Miranas generally are not going to Starstorm at that stage. Just an individual misplay. And now EG, honestly, like, Alliance win that lane passively because they have the Lich. All they have to do is just deny creeps and they're going to win. But now maybe not the case as PPD. He makes his first smoke rotation mod.
Where's
What's
he
he going to
headed?
find?
He was deciding where to go. Maybe just get another, I guess he's just going to go for another camp at this point. There's no real wards here for the Dire, so even if he doesn't have that smoke, he could still rotate up to the top lane and try to find a kill, or mid. Vision-wise right now, there's one I think there's one ward. It's currently sitting in the mid lane, and then there's another ward down bottom, close to that small camp for Alliance at this point in time. So there's not that much vision up top. We'll wait and see what rotation he makes. He's bringing down a camp currently with his, of course, Dark Troll Summoner. He could have brought Mud Golem with, of course, the 125 damage Boulder Toss, but that's not the case.
You love emphasizing the damage on the Boulder Toss.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, listen, 125 is a lot of damage at like 3 minutes into the game, and you have like 4 of them. It's really good, but he's found Ake instead.
Speaking of damage,
He's got the Penitence. The Earth Spike will come out, and that's more than enough. The amplified damage coming out from his Q ability is actually ridiculous. Now the Bear might fall with the Frost Arrows. He's going to try to get away, and it looks like he just might. They need the
Zai's got
Hex
a
or Earth
stun.
Spike. There's the Hex. Earth Spike might be next. They're diving the tower for this, and they'll get it. Zai will take tower hits. But there's no Ignite to follow up from EGM, and that's a 300 gold bounty going the way.
and Sumail finds a solo kill again in the mid lane. Alliance just getting outplayed. That's all you can really say about this. It's little things and then it's big plays from EG. No Stout Shield on the Bear to start the game. Sumail finding a kill that he never should have. S4 just getting a bit overconfident, playing way too aggressively when he could just win the lane passively by letting the Lich deny creeps. And then the rotation top lane, that's a great move by PPD. Alliance not having vision there. But the lack of early Stout Shield leads to the Bear being lower HP. They didn't have the resummon. He ends up giving up a kill on it. That's 300 gold. That's a lot to be giving up this early.
And so EG, we've seen Drow strats before, and when they do get the ability to, of course, just snowball out of control in the laning phase, they often are able to secure the mid to late game. And not even that. Usually it's the game lasts anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes. And that might be the case this time. I do want to say, though, that there is a great bottom lane matchup for Admiral Bulldog. As you talked about, Bulldog's doing a great job. Even with Firefly up that Universe just used, he doesn't have the movement speed to be able to kill these Broodlings when they're in, of course, the webs, not without any detection anyways. And so he has to pick up the Tranquils. He might think about heading to the jungle instead. We'll see if he heads back down to the bottom, and it looks like it will be the case. His Zai is rotated up as well with Dust. And see if they can find a kill on this Broodmother.
Yeah, he got his Tranquil Boots off that Bear kill. I believe it was Zai that got the last hit. So allows him to move around a lot more confidently. Sumail marches in mid. S4 has no boots. This lane's over.
This damage.
2 solo kills for Sumail, and what do you really do at this point? You're down 1,000 gold.
The damage is starting to get ridiculous. I mean, he's got
And he
way
has a
more
Drow
than his
as well.
4. Yeah, that's the thing, is the damage from the Drow is really helping him out in this lane. At the beginning of the game, because the Lich was there, because he didn't have as much damage, it was going okay. But now, with that death, and oh no, look at that bottom lane. All of these Broodlings might go down to the Firefly from Universe. It's going to be so much gold going their way if they can get it. And it looks like most of them will end up falling.
You see the dust on the Lion, and your natural thought is, oh, he's going to be ganking the Broodmother. Wrong. He's ganking the Spiderlings.
Yeah, he wants that gold.
But that's a hero kill's worth of gold.
Like, he was sitting at like 20 last hits. He's at 35 now because of the Broodlings. And yeah, it's not as much gold, obviously, as a regular last hit, but still, it's some decent farm going the way of the Bat Rider. And Fear is about to get the Bear kill again, 10 HP, but no, Loaded denies it nicely. He does have a resummon. He's currently out of mana to use it, however.
Still, this Bear is getting completely hounded. It adds up not starting with that Stout Shield, and with PPD's rotation, this top lane begins to spiral out of control. So the question becomes, what does Alliance do to adapt at this point? Another arrow coming in mid. S4 will dodge that. The issue for me is the one hero that can move around and make plays for them is the Puck, and the Puck is the one that's having the worst time of all of them as far as like what he should be doing. He has Frost Armor, he has Lich Denies. Even with the Drow Aura, Mirana should not win that lane that hard normally.
They're really trying to gank top right now, but a great TP out coming from EGM, realizing something was coming, and they will not find this gank. I do want to talk about the Lich pickup is because we talk about roaming supports and roaming heroes in general, and obviously you have the Ogre Magi, but Lich really has to kind of just sit in one lane and help. and try to maybe throw out a Frost Blast. But at this point, he really can't rotate to help top. And maybe throw up the Ice Armor if he was up there, but he's not. He can't TP up, and they will lose this Tier 1 tower. It's the first of the game, and it's a very important one at that. The opposing team's Tier 1 tower. Sumail gets another kill onto the Lich. Getting an arrow, perhaps, or just the Starstorm might have been enough with level 4.
Didn't even need the arrow. All right, well, this lane's over.
That's insane. Sumail is now by far and away your net worth leader, up to 3,800. And that's pretty impressive considering he was dueling against for the first couple of minutes.
Once you get behind a Mirana, you have such a difficult time catching up. She gets that quick level 7, has the double Starstorm with phase boots, and Lich is basically a solo kill without even really needing to hit an arrow. You can just run him down with auto attacks. Puck is level 6 now. No mana for the coil. He's going to go back to base. Alliance probably have to move around the puck. But as soon as the puck moves, EG's just going to call that. He won't be visible mid, and they can just back off and farm. I think they're in a bind now, Mott. I'm really scrambling to figure out what they can do. Rotating Broodmother isn't going to be effective. Bulldog's not nearly farmed enough. Generally, he likes to go Midas, Echo Saber, Deso, go for more of like a heavy DPS Broodmother, but you also want to point out Universe even got the tower deny mid, so everything rolling EG's way right now. The Chen Hand of God is coming online soon. They're going to hit a very strong timing, and I think it's where Alliance have to find some smoke ganks and pickoffs, but in a head-on fight, they're going to struggle mightily.
And the thing is, they don't really want to bring the Broodmother to one of those smoke ganks either. He's going to want to try to just sit bottom, continue to push that Tier 2 tower at this point. And like you said, the deny already came up the Tier 1. He has picked up a Sage's Mask. There's a good chance it is going to be the beginnings of an Oblivion Staff, which then means, more than likely, an Echo Saber going the way of Bulldog, as that is his build that he loves to run. Now mid lane, there's the Hexa. Bake's caught. Earthspike will follow Starstorm, 2 hits. And Sumail backs away before even completing the kill. They just know that he's dead with the Starstorm proccing the way that it had. Easy kill for Sumail.
A sign of how rough this is that Lich is the lowest level support in the game. Lich should probably be the highest level support in the game at this point. Normally, just denying creeps and not dying, you'll be level 7.
Oh, they found the bear. Again, the bear will fall.
All right, this bear is useless. I don't know what it can do at this point.
Loda has not found nearly enough farm either.
Can't get the tower denied. That goes to PPD. That's going to be an early mech for EG. Likely a quick Ags for Sumail. Blink is on the way for Universe. Doesn't seem like he's saving for the drums. Or going for the drums. S4 needs to make plays. The guy who had the roughest start out of everyone on Alliance, that is the one hero that can get them back in this game. Bulldog will go Midas. He needs even more time before he can be an impact hero. As rough as it sounds, it's really all on S4.
Yeah, S4, and he had an Invis rune, and I thought he was going to make something happen, and it's so... Anytime S4 gets one of those crazy runes, you get worried. He's going to walk into an Invis rune, or a Sentry, as you see, and he's going to get caught. His eye is going to scout him out, but he's going to stay around it as well, but no one's rotating over to try to find him. It looks like they'll just back up, and EG will not be... You know, they're not going to push their luck at this point. They're just going to farm and continue to get everything they need, including Sumail, who went phase boots, has picked up also a point booster. So he went for some early game items that you don't usually see with the Aghanim Scepter Mirana.
I'm crushing my lane. I want to continue crushing it, and I'll catch up as far as the Aghanim's rush goes just by getting additional kills. There's another move mid. Sumail setting up. Not going to make the actual go, but just protect the old man. So EG, I think what they're waiting for at this point, it's Blink on Universe, it's Mech on PPD, it's the, God, what the name is escaping me right now. Sorry, the Dragon Lance on the Drow, and the Aghanims on Mirana. They get all those items. Maybe a Blink on the Lion is kind of a nice bonus. They will just constantly be running at Alliance, finding ganks, pushing towers, looking to take Roshan. They will roll from objective to objective. The thing for Alliance is they don't have really the best defensive lineup. They don't clear waves that easily. You mentioned a Puck Veil. It's a great pickup with an eventual Lone Druid Radiance, but it's going to be very late with the start he's had. Yeah,
he only has currently Treads and the one Null Tally. Still, Sumail, or excuse me, S4 is not that far behind. I mean, yes, in comparison to the Mirana, he is pretty far behind, but the rest of the squad, he could start getting up there if he just gets a few kills. The bounties are going to be a lot of gold going the way of Alliance if they can find these pickoffs. And right now, Broodmother's on the backside, maybe looking for a backstep, as everyone with the exception of the Lone Druid is coming in, and the arrow is now going to ADGM.
S4 smoked up, though.
They're going to dive behind. They get off that lasso. There's the Dream Coil onto 2, beautifully done. Still no follow-up damage. The Chain Frost will bounce through. Isn't enough damage though, LD.
Fear going for the TP out. They can't let him get away. They will find the kill. Looking for more. Chasing onto Sumail. Leap on cooldown for 8 seconds. He does hit the orb. He's got a silence in 3. Sumail with the double Starstorm. Is he going to get the kill? No. It's S4 to the rescue. Gets both cores. Holds the tower. And salvages the game. In fact, they did that without the lone druid. Loda got his Midas. He's farming top lane. And just like that, the guy who got dumped on the hardest in the laning stage puts Alliance right back in the game.
That is just one of those S4 plays that you sometimes expect him to make, honestly. He just comes out of nowhere and suddenly he evens up the game for you, having a two-man Dream Coil, and they get off plenty of damage coming through with the help of Bulldog being there in that fight. Yeah, sure, they lost the Ogre Magi, but that doesn't matter at all. The Chain Frost was great as well.
I almost feel like EGM wanted that arrow to hit him. He's like, this is how we bait EG, and I'm just so tempting.
Walks into the arrow.
I mean, it's a big hunk of meat to take down the Ogre, and that's the thing is, even with the arrow, it takes a while to kill that hero, so it gave them time to wrap around and set up, but that was the fight that Alliance needed. Now, Broodmother has time. They are running double Midas. They will get probably a couple minutes of breathing room off of that. They also will delay EG's timings. The mech, I think, coming out for PPD. No, just the Buckler still needs the recipe, but it will slow things down.
And that's what they need to do. Alliance, they have the late game, they have the Lone Druid, they have the Broodmother. They have potential. Batrider has the Blink Dagger now, though, and of course, they still have some good farm. But if you look at the top net worth right now, 3 of the top 4 are going in the way of Alliance. The Broodmother at the top of that list, and that's not surprising considering the start that he had. He now has a Midas, he has his Oblivion Staff, the Echo Saber is not far behind. And Sumail is starting to, well, he had a great start, but now he's starting to slow down a little bit. And even Fear needs to finish up that Dragonlance, is still not there yet. And he'll have to go to Ancients in order to complete it at this point in time.
I'm interested to see how the Broodmother fits into the Alliance game plan moving forward. Like, theoretically, this hero is very difficult to run away from in fights. So if Bulldog gets to that point where he's got BKB, Desolator, sometimes we even see Blink Dagger on Broodmother, and he jumps on the Drow, like, they're going to have to lasso and try to focus him, and then the Bear just runs in and gets to do whatever he wants. But in theory, I think Brood is a pretty good hero to stick on a Drow in team fights if you're fighting around your webs.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough for the Drow to see.
Not to mention the incapacitating bite. Very annoying for any right-click hero, especially a Drow.
Yep.
With the slow as well.
So you pretty much have to be very diligent with detection then for EG. Yeah. God, they really want to keep... Nope, there's the lasso coming in from Universe, and now S4 caught out Finger. They blow him up. It's just that quick. The drive-by gank from EG as they come in, they get it done. I thought the Hand of God might have been wasted, but they were using it as well in conjunction with that gank, which was very interesting, and it was successful.
Did not spend his gold, so S4, I think he was saving for the blink there.
Yeah,
if he wants the Veil, he could have bought components by now, and that will delay it.
That's a huge pickup. That gives them some free time to try to poke at this Tier 2 tower, but with no Drow Ranger up there at this point in time, there's, I don't think, any way they try to take that at this point. Fear has finished up his Dragonlance. He's now got 2 Wraith Bands, a set of Treads, and the Dragonlance to top it all off. But he's going to get out farm pretty soon as this Lone Druid finishes up his Radiance. He's got that Midas that you had talked about, and he's going to have more pretty soon.
They have a lasso in 30, so some opportunity here for S4 to farm. It looks like Alliance just really want to get the blink, and then they will make a smoke play. In fact,
they're going to do it
now.
They
won't even wait for the blink.
That's crazy.
They're already on the move.
They want to get something done. They know that if they let this continue on for EG, they can still take towers. They can still, of course, take fights. EG cannon.
Hello,
they might
Zai.
find Zai, yeah. That Observer Ward, he's about to walk right into it, and he's probably dead. That's it. Yeah, lose your orb. And plenty of damage from the Fire Blast tonight, and we'll see later.
They even commit the coil for that. That is heavy investment. I think Ogre was going to be in range for an Ignite, and then likely they get the kill without it, but S4 didn't want to risk his teammate getting stunned and them getting out, just really wants to secure the blink. Now he has
Shadow
it.
bottom lane, they're going to look for something here, and Bulldog is in the tree line.
Good positioning by Bulldog.
I think they think he's in the jungle right now, but in fact he is down and TPing towards his own Tier 2 tower. He is out. They won't find anything with this Moonlight Shadow. They were close, but that's not going to matter, as it looks like Universe is still invis with the smoke, and he's going to try to find something with his Firefly. But
really good map awareness there by Bulldog, but I think it still shows you something about the matchup that we've gotten past the laning stage. We head towards the mid game. Bulldog is the most farmed hero, and I know this is something PPD has actually talked about in the past when he's cast at the Summit and other events is that he really feels like Broodmother isn't that big of a deal because even if she has a good start, you can just punish, like that Brood gets ahead with the rubber band mechanic being what it is. You just keep on ganking her in the mid game, and as long as you're able to kill her, you will come back and punish her for being ahead. Somewhat like an Alchemist pick. We saw that in the LGD EG series earlier today where the Alch got really far ahead and then was just feeding enormous amounts of gold back to LGD. So Bulldog always has to worry about that Moonlight Shadow initiation as there is a lasso top.
They're going to bring EGM down to the low ground. They're going to get the Earth Spike off. The Fire Blast does go onto Universe, but the Flame Break pushes him even forward. The Starstorm is going to follow up and secure that kill. It's a nice pick off. It's, again, a lasso expended for just one of those kills for one of the supports. But, again, a kill is a kill, and it actually, I think, with Sumail being involved, he's finished up his Aghanim Scepter because of it.
Yeah, Brood at this point, those spiderlings could quickly become food for the likes of EG.
Yes, that is, oh my. The Aghanim Scepter Starstorm is going to be one of the best possible things to have in this situation against the Bulldog, Broodmother, and Broodlings. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if they try to go for bottom again. But for now, it's, again, just keep fear farming and see if they can maybe group up and try to take some towers down, especially now that the mech is flying out as well, I believe. Maybe it's not. Actually, it's not. I guess they just have the buckler and headdress. I could have sworn he had
PPD really he still doesn't have the recipe, huh?
Yeah, he's having a rough
They're
time.
trying to get the Lion Blink. So Zai has stopped buying wards and smokes. It's been PPD buying those, but it does eat into this EG timing quite a bit, where it gives Alliance space to farm up the Radiance, likely coming very soon. Bulldog going to get the Echo Saber now into BKB. Next item is normally a Deso, just for some cheap right-click damage, as they do find Zai top. This blink will be delayed, very likely. And another
so
coil.
far up.
This hate for Zai.
He might actually make it out. No, the Savage Roar is there inside. The Earth Spike is not going to be long enough stun to be able to keep him alive. The Urn's going to come through. Ignite
Kill
will
that
go.
man already.
Man, they took forever in doing so. The Infused Raindrop even saved him from that Illusory Orb, which should have killed him, but it finally will bring him down with S4's right-click doing the job. But yeah, he's too far up, I think, in that situation. I know he wants his blink and he wants to farm, but it's not like he was placing wards down or anything. He just got caught in a bad position looking for CS.
So for Alliance, we've talked a lot about the EG timings. They're getting close to pretty much all those items they need. Alliance are about to get their Radiance. They'll have the BKB momentarily on Bulldog. That, to me, along with the Veil on the Puck, that's really all Alliance needs, and then they can look for fights. Veil is super scary combined with Radiance and Puck. That's an enormous amount of magic damage, and that's not even factored in the Ogre. So that's where I expect Alliance to try to take fights, look for towers, and as I say that, big old hate on the Bear.
300 gold going Universe's way, which will help him finish off his Forest Staff. Always nice to have. It's pretty good. And
I think that's the second time the Bear has died, so we'll keep track on the Bear violence.
He does have the relic.
Not endangered. Good news.
Loda's going to have this Radiance at roughly 20 minutes. Radiance minus 20 minutes, and then this game gets a little harder for AG because all of a sudden you have to deal with a Radiance pair on top of just whatever else they have.
Yeah, Veil likely for the Puck.
I would be shocked if he did not go Veil. I think that's what I was going to ask you. I was like, is there any chance he doesn't go Veil? And that's my theory, is that if he doesn't go Veil, I'd be absolutely, flabbergasted.
We're just going to rage quit the cast if he doesn't go Veil.
I mean,
I think it's core when you're running a Radiance carry, at least Lone Druid because of how quickly he gets it. Alliance moving in bottom, though. They're going to find PPD.
Yeah, he's going to get caught. No mech still. He's very close, but it's now going to be punished, and it's the Broodmother getting the kill using his spawn Spartalings to pick it up.
Even bigger, though, is killing this creep army, and Bulldog knows it. He bypasses one creep, looks for the second with S4. They will massacre PPD and his whole creep army, and I think he had 860 gold there, Maud, so it's a very unfortunate time for Chen to die right before the mech, and so with that death, Alliance can go directly into the Roche pit. Even if Chen respawns, he will not really have the ability to join this fight. No Chen creeps for the Roche contest.
You're absolutely right. And now with Broodmother getting the BKB as well, it's even harder. The Admiral Bulldog has done some serious work this game again on this Broodmother. They'll take Roche down. The arrow's going to come through, and it looks like nicely. Yeah, they actually took the.
They have a ward,
yeah.
So good movement there by Bulldog on the Spiderlings.
Spiderlings tank the arrow by just walking up with the ward vision, making sure they understand where everyone is situated, or at least where the arrow is coming from. And that's going to be the Aegis taken by Loda. They'll TP back towards mid as both top and mid are getting pressured now. Zai doing a good job. Again, very close to Blink, cannot afford to die, but he will get the tower, and that's enough for him to get the Blink Dagger. But there might be a fight breaking out here, LD, as the arrow's going to sail through.
S4 can go in here. The Bear's scouting things out.
Good Savage Roar leap. No, Sumail leaps into everyone, and that Starstorm is going to do some damage, but he silenced him and gets entangled. He will go down. That was probably a misclick, I want to say. There's no way he jumps straight into the fight like that.
I think the Savage Roar turned him around.
Yep.
And so then he was facing the wrong way, and I guess just didn't quite patiently wait long enough to hit the E button. Mirana turns, her turning could feel like very quick, and she's very pivoty, so just facing the wrong way, a bit unfortunate there. He does buy a Yule Scepter after that, as I think he's tired of being a one-coil death, but still, it's Alliance in the driver's seat for now. This is going to be their timing window. They have the Aegis, they have their core items, and they should be looking to push. I think it's a max Frost Armor now, level 3, or sorry, no, level 4 Frost Armor. So they could just keep on throwing the Ice Armor on the Bear and looking to siege with that. Bulldog is very difficult to deal with, pretty much requires a lasso during BKB, or they have no other tools to control him. And if you don't control him, he will just kill your Lion with ease. He can run on the Drow and shut her down in fights. So Alliance are going to hit a good timing here. And the question is, what can EG do about it? Mirana can split push. Batrider can find pickoffs, but in a head-on fight, EG are looking very weak at this stage of the game.
They're going to use the Moonlight Shadow. Silver Edge is about to come out for fear. They're going to jump in. Lasso is onto EGM. Maybe not the target they want. Good Dream Coil to counter initiate. They found S4 on the backside. Zai fingers him up. He's low. Dagon comes out. Zai, Hand of God, won't keep him alive long enough. On the other side, EGM still in trouble. Starstorm bringing him down. But so far, it's only EG dying right now, LD.
Running for Sumail. They're going to bring down the big old cat. They look for PPD. Slowed down and burnt up by the Radiance. Still continues pursuit. Barely surviving.
Look at the HP from everyone from Alliance. They're so goddamn low, and they're going to make it out somehow.
That Ice Armor does so much work. The Bear just tanks everything. Now they get a Solar Crest for Bulldog to throw on it. They are building a Super Bear, Travis. Bloodlust, Frost Armor, now the Solar Crest. What's next?
I mean, they've got everything they possibly need. Maybe even a mech, honestly, but I don't think anybody... They have a Glimmer Cape, too, so they have even more with the Ogre Magi as well. Super Bear, indeed. There's no real way you're going to be able to bring this Bear down without some heavy commitment, and I cannot believe EG didn't at least get one kill out of that engagement, or at least more than one kill, because really, they had everyone extraordinarily low. I'm talking less than 20%, maybe even 10% HP. In Alliance, they played it perfectly, and even with Size Blink Dagger, S4 was able to stay alive. Maybe with wand charges, maybe just it wasn't enough damage as I was the only one focusing him down, but now there is the Silver Edge completed. EG are still behind. They need more. Sumail is used up and found out S4, but he's missed the arrow. He still will get the Starstorm with the lasso coming out. Good Fire Blast. S4 Glimmer caped up, and again, he will survive. Now Universe in trouble. Good Hex coming through from Zai. Earth Spike onto 2.
Oh,
they
he
finally
puts
bring
into
him
the
down.
stun! Unfortunate by S4. The send back by PPD. Looking to turn this fight around. They've saved everyone so far. Even Universe makes it out. Now Fear on the run. An Angry Bear mauling him. Loda with an Aegis in the front lines. Diving deeper.
He has Aegis, but I don't think he needs to go in too far. Zai now getting hit up with a Fire Blast. Still in trouble. Figure. There's the Aegis. Gone now. He's going to get entangled up and actually brought down. The Bear is going to be next, it looks like. Do they have a resummon?
10
it's
seconds.
Dead for 10 more seconds. They're looking to chase even further. Buyback coming in. They want Zion. They want more damage. They want more kills, and Ake will be next. EGM gets hexed up as well, and both supports may end up falling here.
Oh, that S4 blink into the stun really hurts them. Not having the puck for a second round of silences. And on top of that, the Lich dies 4 seconds before Chain Frost is ready, and it's a level 2 Chain Frost. Ay, caramba. EG, just when you think they're starting to lose their momentum in this game, they find a huge team fight, and what was quickly becoming a major Alliance lead is now a very controllable one, right back down to probably around 3K.
Yeah, it's going to update here in the gold graph, and of course, it's about a, let's see, almost 2,000 gold exchange there, although they did have to buy back on Zai. If he didn't die and they didn't have to have him buy back, that would have been one of the most, it just would have been the best fight they could have possibly gotten in that situation. And now they're going to look to work on this tier 2 tower. And that is the problem when you lose all of your heroes against the Drow lineup, is that you take towers instantly.
They really need to kill the Drow early in the fights, and Bulldog recognizes that. He buys the Blink Dagger now, something I mentioned earlier. It's kind of a core item in this build, and he's hunting.
Dream Coil whiffed. I think they might have gotten PBD. No, he just TP's out, but they will find the Chain Frost to get the kill. Leap away from Sumail. Zai might be the next target, but he's actually very fast with elite move speed. He blinks himself away. Tranquil Boots, Wind Lace. Winter would be proud that he picked up that item, and he will make it out alive just fine.
Move speed is king when you're running from the blinking Spider-Man. So Alliance
Spider Lady.
Lose their age. Yeah, that's true. Well, Bulldog is a man, but the Spider is a lady. I don't know what that leaves the hero as a whole. Some sort of strange composite, perhaps. But overall, for Alliance, they'll get this tier 2. I still think EG are pretty happy getting rid of the Aegis. That limits the likelihood of Alliance going high ground with this particular this timing. So for Alliance, likely wait for the next Roshan, complete the AC on the Lone Druid. What else do they need before they can break the base? Nothing huge coming soon for Bulldog. S4, he's leveled up the Dagon, so maybe is skipping the Veil. Nothing is going to be picked up by Ake in a reasonable time. So I think it's mainly just the AC, and then they will be looking for that second push.
Loda has a cloak. I'm wondering if he builds that into a pipe. We've seen some Lone Druids just go straight at pipe and help their team out with that.
I think it's
a very good idea.
I think it's a casual cloak because he's been buying components for AC since then.
Yeah, there's a good chance that
he can buy pipe later though if the game drags on.
I would like that. I would like to see that a lot, but I definitely think AC is a better item first and foremost. With the lineup they're against, he needs to finish that up as quickly as possible. That's
the cool thing about the Mirana Drow combo is you need a lot of physical damage mitigation to deal with the Drow, but you also need a lot of magic damage mitigation to deal with the Mirana. So you get both types of damage in oodles, essentially, and it forces Alliance to build very defensively. They see a tier 1 top, though. At this stage of the game, a tier 1 is not something EG will look to defend. They'll more likely look to find pickoffs, push out the map elsewhere, as we see Sumail grouping up bottom, the rest of the team streaming in to join him. So Alliance will take at least a tier 1 for free, possibly a tier 2, as the second Roshan looms large.
The respawn time, not sure. I might have showed up yet. I haven't seen it currently, so we'll wait in another, I think, 45 seconds. We'll find out when it'll respawn. Now, Blink Dagger is up for Broodmother as his next choice for Admiral Bulldog, and man, do they take down that tower fast with, of course, the Hyperstone up on the Spirit Bear. They use the dust to make sure no Moonlight Shadow, but look at where everyone is from EG, pushing into the tier 3 towers, and look at the damage they're doing with Fear. He's just going to go straight to the high ground and just chunk this down.
They have a ward up. They see the Lone Druid. They're going to find Loda.
He doesn't have Aegis anymore. The Starstorm will come through. The Savage War will not save him. He has buyback. I don't think he needs to use it yet, but he needs to be careful with how they approach this next couple of minutes here for Alliance.
EGM even had a gem, but he wasn't there in time. Loda getting caught by the high ground ward. Now it's dewarded, but it has paid for itself. Taking the wheels off of the Alliance push. They force them back. Then they get a kill on top of it. This buys EG all kinds of time.
I do want to talk about the Ogre Club. It is going to be a BKB for Fear. That was the question I was asking, is what item is he going to build? I thought maybe it would be too late for an SNY, and indeed it is, as he's picking up Magic Immunity first and foremost, and it looks like Sumail is doing the same. He has an Ogre Club himself. I would not be surprised to see BKBs for both of these heroes in order to deal with some of the magic damage coming out from Alliance, and just control really is the biggest thing, especially from S4.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Alliance have the late game. Lich does not scale particularly well, aside from Frost Armor, which is nice, but Ogre with no farm is just basically a walking bloodlust. So you have two supports who don't offer teamfight control or much presence, whereas for EG, the Hand of God save is always very relevant. The send back can be really game-changing, and then you have Lion, who offers tons of crowd control. So essentially what you're working with is a Puck to initiate fights, and then a Lone Druid, where the Bear will fall off late game against heavy physical damage, something EG have plenty of, thanks to the Drow.
Right.
And the Broodmother, who, with the build Bulldog has gone for, is a bit more of a late gamer. Like, this is more of a physical damage. Right-click Brood, but when the BKB charges dwindle, if you get kited or focused when your BKB's down, you will die. You will be dealt with quite easily. So I feel like Alliance are operating on a timer, but that said, Alliance tend to pull out those crazy, this lineup can't really go late game, but we're just going to outmaneuver you around the map type of play, so maybe they can drag it out, but right now, I definitely favor EG if this drags into like the 40, 50, 60-minute mark.
They are playing against a strong EG lineup with, of course, an awesome group stage performance so far. 9-3, I believe, is currently what they're sitting at for EG, and they're looking to get that 10th victory. And Alliance, if they lose this, they are in in some trouble when it comes to the upper bracket. They would like to get to that upper bracket immediately, and rather than what happened at Manila where they were shot down to the lower bracket to begin with. And
they're going to lose this tower top,
yeah,
easily claimed by Fear. Alliance have to take a fight. They cannot just let EG take structures for nothing.
Fear's damage is ridiculous. Arrow sailing through. We'll see if it can connect on anyone. It'll hit Bulldog in the back lines. I don't think they dive deep for it, though.
That's a stalling arrow. That just means free damage on range racks here.
They're doing their best to split push with Loda's Spirit Bearer, and of course the Radiance Burn, and then down bottom that will be dealt with at some point in time as EG decide to push back into mid. Roshan respawning. It's a max respawn time, but it doesn't matter as it's up in about 30 seconds, LD.
I think this next stage is essential that Alliance takes a lane of racks or forces out some big EG economic damage. Now an Orchid pickup for the Brood. So this allows Bulldog to lock down the Lion in team fights. Not too useful against Drow with BKB. Could be annoying for the Batrider as well. So potentially he can just jump on one hero, BKB right-click them, and then Orchid another and take 2 heroes out of a fight. Even though it's a Brood, it's probably their most important team fight hero at this point, along with the Puck.
Moonlight Shadow will go. Might have been in range of that ward underneath the Radiant Jungle. The arrow will come through, and they'll all dodge it. They see it coming. Blink Lasso S4 caught out with the, of course, new Aether Lens, and they blow him up with the finger. Now turning, looking for Bulldog. He can't get to the high ground. Finally will.
They got
buyback
the buyback.
Comes in, and it looks like EG are just heading out as quickly as possible.
Nice Orchid usage there, and Zai. Bulldog doesn't have to commit a BKB, but the Puck buyback committed already.
That's huge.
EG have no lasso, though.
They have buyback on Zai. He'll use it, and they're going to head into the Roche Pit right now for Alliance.
They have no lasso. I don't think they can take this fight.
Lane break. Yeah, this is going to be tough. It looks like already you can see Sumail split
just
pushing
gonna
mid.
split
They
push.
really want to force TPs back to that tower. That tier 3, they want to get at least a tier 3 out of this, maybe even more.
Alliance sees it. They sense it.
They have to back
They
out.
back out.
Wow, that's huge. Sumail, just by pushing, forces Alliance out of the pit right now. Alliance are really in a tough position, and they even lose that tier 3 tower to creeps in that mid lane, as I was talking about.
They're going back in on mid. If they can kill S4 again, this is a dieback. Fear. Did he actually see him? It's daytime. I think he got a glimpse of him there
Lasso's
for a
up in
second.
16 seconds. Universe not really in the best position, and they're kind of split up with the squad. And it looks like that'll be the end of it for now, but still Alliance lingering around this Roche Pit as Bulldog was there.
They really need this Aegis.
Moonlight Shadow onto Fear. They still have that gem on of Ogre Magi, remember. Not to mention plenty of sentries. Arrow will come through. It'll hit onto the bear. Sumail needs to be careful. He doesn't have vision on that high ground. Now the BKB will go in the backside lasso. They've caught Bulldog, but there's no right click between these heroes. And now PPD might be food here. He'll have to TP out, but no such luck. He looks like he will fall.
But Sumail picked up Ake elsewhere. Loda trying to figure out where he wants to go. Moves into the pit. S4 trying to kill up Universe. Does get the double kill, but look at the base Mont. Fear, the old man. Eye on the objectives.
The glyph is forced now. More TP's coming through. Good gust. Loda taking some damage down the Shadow Blade away. They have that gem BKB
Root.
TP. They need a root coming out, and they will not find it from the Spirit Bear.
Alfredo, how disappointing here for Alliance. Not coming through when needed. Maybe if Bulldog was playing the hero, things would have been different.
I think so. Meanwhile, Sumail trying to get away from Bulldog. He's going to work. He's got, of course, the Solar Crest debuff on him. He'll be able to run out, of course, with the Yule Scepter in tow. And Alliance gets so many kills off the back of that S4 with a double. Bulldog getting 1 kill of his own. That'll bring down Zai for a second time. And now it looks like the Aegis will be there as Alliance get one of the first Roshans of the game.
So EG got a tier 3. Fear was hitting melee racks primarily, so didn't really do any long-term structural damage. Alliance still hanging on, Mott. I think one of my big worries, though, and I like this from Alliance, is S4 does not have a defensive item, nor does he have a defensive support. So no Yule Scepter for him, no Dazzle. Very easily killed off in fights, so they give him the Aegis. They have 2 tanky cores. They recognize Lone Druid, very unlikely to be focused and die early, and Broodmother has a BKB, so also not a great target for EG. I like this Aegis choice, even if it is very unconventional, but still, the later this goes, the more it gets comfortable for EG.
Well, the Bulldog is just so farmed now, picking up a Bloodthorn. Lasso coming through. They've caught the bear once more. Are they going to try to contest this?
Midas, can he get to a creep? No chance.
They're going to use Moonlight Shadow. Dream Cool on it too. S4. Fear forced to
Chain
BKB TP, and they have nothing else to stop it with.
Does the Chain Frost mini stun? It does go through spell
It does.
immunity.
It
Was
does.
he not in range?
He might not have been. I
thought he was in range. Maybe
that
not.
would have definitely stopped
It was-
the TP
it was
if it
pretty
was there.
close.
The mini stun does pierce BKB, unless they changed it, and I don't know about it. I'm almost positive it does.
I just double-checked the tooltip. It does, but he might not have been in range. Anyway, that hurts. He gets out. The bear dies again, and that's just the state of the game for the bear. It's very easily focused down. It was a super late AC for Loda. Hasn't progressed in items much. Lone Druid still even with the Mirana, despite going for Midas as well as Radiance. This is just due to the kill score more than anything. He's 1-1 and 5. Sumail 8-3 and 4, so getting out-farmed overall. We'll now grab a Vlad's, but EG stalling the game nicely. They use the lasso to pick off the bear, and Alliance will have to reset.
Still, though, I think it's not the worst thing that they lost that bear there. 2 BKBs have been forced out since Fear has purchased this, and not one of them during a fight. So now he's down to 8 seconds in terms of his duration, which is not bad. 8 seconds and 7 seconds you're still right in your wheelhouse where you can deal a lot of damage and actually avoid most of the magical lockdown and as well as spell damage. So we'll see how things turn out. PPD has picked up a Hood of Defiance. So speaking of Pipe, which I talked about earlier for Alliance, it looks like PPD will be the one to pick it up for EG's side, unless it's just a casual Hood, which I wouldn't be surprised. And there is that Aghanim Scepter for Fear. This is where the late game gets more interesting, as also Sumail picks up a Maelstrom. He's looking for more right-click instead of just straight-up caster damage.
They're playing the creep equilibrium game now, Mott. They are very good at clearing out Spiderlings, very good at dealing with waves, and they can keep Alliance pinned in their base, I think, pretty effectively. You can't just send the Spirit Bear off on its own to split push. We saw what happened when it gets lassoed.
Yep.
The same will happen if it gets focused by the Drow Ranger. So that's 2 heroes that can pick it off with a +1. The lasso is an easy way to bring it down. So Alliance, if they're not able to find an opening here soon, may find themselves constantly just playing tower defense, and that is a comfortable situation for EG to be in.
Very close game right now, and the buyback on S4 looked like it might have hurt him, but because they gave him the Aegis, and they've gotten themselves a bit of time to work with. He's only got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on that buyback cooldown, and Zai is the same, and he's also very close to buyback, 80 gold away, so they know how important these buybacks might be for some of these heroes. Zai with a Blink Dagger, you don't really need much else for this hero. I'm not sure what you grab for a Lion. I mean, Aghanim Scepter maybe, but that's more luxury than anything else. Yules might be fine.
Scepter.
Yeah. Then.
I mean, there's a Dagon on Puck, so Ghost Scepter might just get you killed. I think Yules are 4 staff for Zai. Nothing else really jumps out.
This is a very tense game right now in Alliance. They need this win. I mean, again, if they take a loss here, it's not necessarily the upper bracket dream is dead, but you know, a win here would go a long way to either a
2-0 puts them in a decent position, but a loss here means they really need that last game. I don't think a team that's 6-8 will even get into tiebreakers. Looking at Group A, I think very likely one of those teams will be 7-7. So if you're not 7-7, then you are probably going to the lower bracket.
There's still 2 spots left. So that's the thing. I think there's going to be tiebreakers regardless. I believe.
Yeah, but it might only be 7-7 teams. So you really want to be taking as many wins as possible here.
Big creep army pushing into that tier 3 tower. They've done a very good job of taking all of those tier 3s down, and that one's now at half HP. Hand of God was used. They bring him back to the base, and so everyone's TPing across the map and just splitting up and trying to find any farm that they can elsewhere.
I think Alliance will be looking towards Boots of Travel soon on their big cores.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. As soon
Bulldog's
as you say
like,
it.
yeah, I'm not getting ratted, boys. Bots out.
Soothsayer, LD, you somehow call these things before they happen and right after they do. So, a cool pickup for Admiral Bulldog. Bots 2 might be a choice later on down the road, but for now, he is 6 slotted. Blink Dagger, Bloodthorn, Echo Saber, Solar Crest, Boots of Travel 1, and BKB. And it's a very interesting build. If you were to see all of those items and try to guess what hero it was, you probably would not be successful in finding that hero. Maybe you'd say...
The Bloodthorn Bulldog doesn't always go for, but the rest of it is pretty standard on his Broodmother. The Solar Crest, I think, only because he has a Lone Druid on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the old Broodmother build was very different. So this is a relatively recent adaptation, and I think the main reason why we see it now is simply because Echo Saber's in the game. It gives Brood much more solo kill potential and allows her to be a real right-clicking force even late into the game.
Yeah, that Echo Saber is very good, and we talk about it when you have, any sort of extra ability that helps your damage, like for the example, Insatiable Hunger. There's plenty of others. I think Insatiable Bite or Incapacitating Bite is pretty good, but that's more just in general.
So Alliance They're pushing the bottom lane, Travis. Looking at buybacks here because they could become very relevant. Puck and Lone Druid for Alliance, Batrider and Drow for EG.
They don't have buyback on Sumail, and he is a tough kill, but he is not, impossible to kill. But the split push is coming out. They bring down one. They've brought down line. S4 drag back. There's the Gust as well. He might be in trouble. No Aegis, and he's gone for 92, but he has the buyback. Bulldog is coming in, and he wants more. Flame Break. PPD is going to be left out to dry.
God.
There's no way he survives that. I don't know what he was thinking, but he was dead either way. Still, the split push commences, LD, and the base taking heavy damage to the range racks.
Oh, he's going to lose this whole creep army. Not there to bring the creeps back. So the whole Chen army dies. It means a couple minutes before PPD can be particularly relevant at the split push game. But notice EG, they're focusing on the ranged racks now. They want to get some sort of creep equilibrium advantage, not just through items, but also through buildings. Alliance are being chipped away at. We already saw them once die to Rat Dota. Will the former kings of that game fall short again? It was OG previously who pulled it off with the Naga, the Tiny, for Miracle and No-Tail. Alliance haven't lost any buildings yet, but it's just one misplay, and they likely will. And you can see EG also aware of that. Now BOTs for Sumail. If this game goes another 10 minutes, I would highly expect 6 BOTs, assuming the heroes manage to accrue the gold.
EG's positioning right now has just been exactly where it needs to be. Not necessarily flawless. They've lost a couple of heroes here and there. But Alliance are struggling to keep these lanes pushed out and across the river, not to mention they were trying to do their own pushing, and it didn't work out. The Split Push Kings not being successful in doing so. But again, they could use a little bit more time. Their late game lineup is still very strong between a Broodmother, between the Lone Druid. Even though it will fall off in the late game, as you've mentioned, with all that physical damage, there is still more work to be done with these cores. And, well, for EG's side, they still have plenty to get done. On top of that, they have the Gem on Universe. I think they have 2, in fact. Maybe just the one, the Gem on Universe right now, and it looks like they're going to smoke up.
Oh, they can just gank the bear if they don't see anything sweeter.
Roshan is up, by the way.
Bulldog creeping around, though. He might be able to reveal the smoke. Universe closing in.
They have that gem if he comes close.
But he's got a Blink Dagger, so it's going to have to be a very quick reaction if Universe wants to get the kill.
Fear has been spotted, but he's the only one now. The smoke will break for everyone. At least a couple, and they can head to the Roche Pit. There is that one Broodling in there.
This is the stage of the game where having Batrider generally will give you an advantage, just because he's the best hero for finding easy pickoffs. Alliance don't have that same type of hero. Puck doesn't have a Hex because we've seen S4 go for the Dagon 5. His ability to isolate and reliably kill off cores is extremely limited. Yeah, he can blow up a support, but he has to work with his team to kill cores, and that allows EG to be more bold with Universe here. But good positioning by Alliance. They dodge the gank. And now the Roshan dance commences.
It looks like it's going to be Alliance looking for the ganks. They smoked up themselves. They kind of thought for a second, okay, do we really want to go for this? They backed away. There's some good Radiant Vision here as the Observer Ward's going to spot right over the Roche Pit, as well as that entry to the Secret Shop area and the Ancients on Alliance's side of the map. So they'll counter ward. They have a gem of their own, I believe, still on that Ogre Magi. At least they should. In fact, they do with EGM.
Also got the Lotus Orb, so has a tool for the lasso here. A way to purge off the Hex of the Lion, potentially. Dire Scan does scout out Fear.
Yeah, Bulldog is in the pit right now, and he, with the Solar Crest, is going to work. They need to bring this down quickly, and they're doing a good job. In fact, EG are not
Universe
positioned,
wants to go in.
but he's the only one here right now. Moonlight Shadow will go. They have to try to contest this, I think. I don't think they can give this away. The Bear's still in there. Universe was looking for it now. Look at the Lone Druid Bear getting crushed.
They even Lotus Orbit, so it can't be focused down. And now EGM runs into Lasso, finds Bulldog.
Can they bring him down? He's got BKB up and ready to go, doing some damage. But now another great stud coming out. The Chain Frost. The Gust will come through. It's one dead. At least Universe now going to buy back. The Chain Frost is doing some serious work. The finger on Bulldog won't be able to bring him down, and Loda chasing after more.
Oh, good blink out there at the last second, barely dodging the arrow of Sumail as Ake runs after him.
Everyone's
this Mirana
low.
is isolated. They might be able to focus him. There's the Dagon coming through, kills off the Cat Lady, turning on Zai. Loda a bit late on the Savage Roar, not able to focus him down. Now the buyback on Sumail and the Mirana. He's coming back in hot.
Universe is back here at this point in time, and they've lost 3 so far for EG, and nobody dead yet for Alliance at this point in time. Bulldog will come back up Back to full health he is. Obviously, Roche is still low. A
They
big point of
saved the bear.
contention.
There's no resummon
S4 in
yet.
trouble. He's going to have to jaunt away, and he does so, but he doesn't get to the high ground. He will use his phase shift as their way to bring him down, or does he just blink? He does. He blinks to the south, but he will not be successful in living.
Oh, man. Alliance, they just barely saved the bear. They glimmered and lotused it. It got away on like 10 HP.
They
but
need to
EG
finish
are
this
in the
Roche.
pit.
They need to finish this Roche. Bulldog has his BKB back up at 3. He does not get the Aegis. He does not get the steal, and now the last one will come through. Bulldog left in position. His BKB is back up. Not enough damage. They don't have vision now, and everyone's coming back in.
Great Savage Roar, though. Fear already ate the cheese. He's got no way out. He's got no escape plan. He's down. Alliance hanging on in the pit. They'll crack the Aegis. They might get another kill.
Sumail is in trouble. BKB TP's going to go. They have the root, the bear's not there, and it looks like they will not be able to get the kill, but that was a bloodbath that Alliance takes. They have gotten so many kills in that last engagement. So many buybacks came through from that EG side. You look at it, there's in fact actually just the two of them, and looks like Sumail and Universe both bought back, but they lost everybody. I think all 5 did end up going down at the tail end of the engagement when it was all said and done.
No structural damage during that time. EG... Well, actually, it looks like they may have done a bit to the range Rex, but no buildings taken anyway, which is what EG really needed if they weren't going to win the Roshan fight. So they deny the Aegis to Alliance, but they hemorrhage gold after that engagement. And man, oh man, the Lone Druid Bear barely surviving there. Sumail pushing it to the absolute limit. Universe dies back. That he had like over 3,000 gold, and there's really no counterplay for a BKB lasso. So if he's able to farm a BKB this game, he can just jump in, go ham, isolate a core, and get a kill. But
they should have killed Bulldog the second time. I think they had no vision, though. They didn't have detection. As soon as he had faded away back into Invis, they didn't have the damage to bring him down. And they were chunking
It was
away.
A game of inches. Like, Sumail shot an arrow at him. He barely blinked out at the last possible second. Everything super neck and neck, but when the dust settles, Alliance, they do hold on. They take the Roshan fight, if not the Roshan kill, and they reset the game a little bit. It's still anyone's game. Both teams have great building-taking potential. You've got Demolish on one team, Drow on the other. You've got very heavy right-click from both squads. Good map control heroes. The Lone Druid to push out lanes, the Brood to threaten for ganks, and for EG, the Bat Rider. I think EG have slightly better overall push as far as the Mirana and Drow goes, but still anybody's game. It's Alliance who desperately need it, Mott.
The net worth graph is going to say that it's 10,000 net worth ahead, but at this point, I still think it is a very even game, even with just 10,000 going the way of Alliance at this point. Not to say that Alliance are out of this or they're in trouble. They're, in fact, at a very good position. But what EG need now in order to take down some of these heroes is going to be that MKB, which Mirana has just finished. And I think they need one on the Drow as well. And Capacity Bite, as well as the Radiant Spurn, is doing a great job making sure they have mischance on a lot of this right-click damage coming out from both of these heroes, in both Sumail as well as Fear.
Yeah, completely agree. MKB is really good this game. But you know what's good at dealing with heavy right-clickers? Abyssal Blade.
Yes.
Alfredo's got another item. And with Ice Armor, he scales a lot better into the late game. When he's got the Ice Armor and you use the the Battle Cry, he's suddenly sitting on, how much is that? Like 45 armor.
Yeah,
so
that's ridiculous.
With the attack speed slow. So he becomes very difficult to kill. And similarly, Fear has Ice Armor here. So both teams recognizing that sustaining against the heavy right-click is very important in the upcoming fights. Moon Shards now for Bulldog. This is a 7-slotted Broodmother. I think late game you definitely can replace the Solar Crest, get a Butterfly if you want to maintain evasion, or pick up something else for the team potentially, like your own Abyssal Blade.
Maybe you could go hard as well if you really want to be able to survive in these engagements. He has the Butterfly is going to be countered pretty soon by that MKB. Maybe
I think you get Abyssal.
Yeah, I think Abyssal is probably your best bet too. I agree with you, especially with the more defensive capabilities that it has now.
When he doesn't have a BKB, he's pretty difficult for him to stay in the fight, and they don't have a defensive support. So for Bulldog, it's going to be more about just trying to find a kill very quickly when he blinks in with BKB, and then run away, reset, try and wait for the second one.
I don't think Broodmother has any UAMs. I believe Scotty might be a good choice for the Broodmother to cut around some of these heroes to slow them down and slow the attack speed especially. I'm not sure if that's...
I think they did change the Capacity Bite, right? So
yeah, it's not a UAM, I don't think, anymore.
So, yeah, Scotty could be okay. Generally, you see Scotty more built for like the mid-game stats, but a lot of options here. Maybe EG are going to pick up Evasion. If we see a Butterfly on the Drow, then that's where he might want his own MKB instead. So it's not really a game where like that one item is going to win it. It's more about overall positioning, execution, For me, eyes more on the initiators. Does Batrider get a clean jump? Like, the biggest item I think EG could get right now, or the best way they could spend their gold outside of buyback is a BKB on Universe. If he gets a BKB, the only thing that counters him is a preemptive Puck Aghanim Scepter usage, maybe the Hex that he's building instead, before the BKB is used, or a root, a very lucky root. So I foresee the Batrider being the most important here to get farm on for EG. Problem is, he's only got 9K net worth in 51 minutes.
His buybacks have been really bad. And
this is the point in the game where Universe always needs to be vigilantly looking for pickoffs and there to assist his core. So he may not be able to farm it.
I don't want to say Universe's buybacks have been just they were bad decisions, but it's just that he's died a lot of the times after buying back, and so that all of that money that he had is just now gone by the wayside. And so everybody's having some sound issues from Alliance. So we're gonna take a quick pause here and look to, I think, just at least get things going in a second once we get back. We're ready to go.
What a tense game one. Alliance have just had a grueling day, have they not? What was it, a 75-minute game against Escape Gaming, which
something like that.
They ultimately were unable to escape successfully to drop that one.
That's insane. They've played a lot of long games, and it looks like it might be another one. 50 minutes already.
Coach
Finally,
Cinder win, killing off his pupils, at least taking one game, which you really expect a 2-0 versus Escape Gaming when they go 1-9 through the first 2 days.
That's why they're in such a rough position right now.
Didn't get it.
Is because they needed to get that 2-0, and instead they dropped one, and now they're kind of in a position where, okay, we have to take at least one game off of one of the best teams in the group, if not the best team in the group, in Evil Geniuses. It's going to be tough for Alliance, but if they can take a win here, that's a huge victory, and it is still very, very, very close in anyone's game. Again, there's a 12,000 net worth advantage for Alliance, but don't let that number fool you. At 51 minutes, that number is rather small, all things considered.
Yeah, 12K gold lead at this stage is, what, like a 15% gold advantage, something like that? Not that big.
Yep. A lot of it is coming from the difference between Universe and S4. Well, obviously, Bulldog being the offlaner.
But S4 can be completely denied in fights. We've seen if he gets silenced, hexed, and or lassoed, there is no save, and all of that additional net worth is just gone in an instant.
Yep.
But the item that could potentially make him the hero that deletes someone is coming, I think. It's either, it could be a late goods, but I think more likely, knowing S4, he will go for a hex.
Yeah.
Wanting to counter the Drow BKB, the Sumail Mirana BKB. And if he finds that critical pickoff with the Scythe of Vice, it could really open up the game for Alliance.
I feel like Fear has a lot of HP, just with only a BKB, Silver Edge, Dragonlance, and Aghanims. I mean, all of those give very good stats, but I mean, like, he is like almost 3K HP right now, not to mention 27 armor, which is kind of absurd. So he's got some real good HP. And Sumail the same, but not quite as much. 2,300, almost 2,400 for him. He has a lot of right click, not to mention the Aghanim Scepter. He got rid of his Yule, so won't have any TP canceling or,
Oh, yeah, he dropped that for the MKB.
I don't know if he sold it. I think.
No, I think he sold it for the MKB. Yep. So he's a little bit less defensible, but here comes Alliance.
This is a
marching
huge push.
in bottom. EG are not pushing fast enough. They're likely going to lose a lane. They have to come back.
Yeah, they need to set themselves up for a good gank. They're going to go Universe, who gets taken immediately, and he just gets absolutely crushed. He's got buyback, the last already used, but PPD getting chased down. His Bulldog is too big to deal with right now. He's hexed up. Can they bring him down? The finger of death. He's low. Will they finally get him out of the game? It looks like he will. Drop for 96 seconds.
Ends a godlike streak, 1,200 gold. They Lotus orbed the lasso there. That was a really sick play by EGM. Unfortunately, Universe had buyback, and Bulldog does go down. So it ends up being a Batrider buyback, a very poor Batrider, for a very fat Broodmother, losing a godlike streak. They also lose the Chen, whose deaths aren't that important unless they lead to structures at this point. So it ends up being a very slight win, I guess, for Alliance, but still a relatively even trade, all things considered. EGM, though, what a hero. If he doesn't Lotus that lasso, I think Alliance get completely crushed in that fight.
That is nuts. And, I mean, Universe, they had instant reactions. They knew he was going to go for it. They saw him coming in from the side, I believe, with his Firefly. He's forced to buy back it again. And so with, I believe, the buyback gold penalty, all gold earnings reduced by 60%, which means the gold that he got from the godlike spree from Bulldog is not that much. It's reduced 60% because of the buyback, which is rather unfortunate. It's not the worst thing, I suppose, but
isn't that only for the unreliable gold, or is it all gold?
I think it's all gold.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I I was playing a game where I bought back and I got a huge spree, and I thought I would get more gold, but unfortunately I got like nothing. So maybe I'm incorrect in that, but I'm gonna go with
he's
it.
not getting a BKB this game. That's twice Universe has had to buy back.
Yep.
If he does, it's gonna be like 70 minutes plus.
Well, he could buy an Ogre Club now without any real issues. I mean, he's got enough money,
It's
and
so big to have a BKB this game though. Like, sure, the Lotus can still counter you, but at the very least, you're not gonna die instantly.
Wow.
We saw that fight.
Sumail is going all right click now. He even sold his Aghanim Scepter.
Well, at this point, he's got the Mjolnir to farm. He has the BOTs to move around the map. He doesn't really need the Ags for the farming potential anymore.
Exactly.
So I like the transition by Sumail into more right-click damage. And also, it synergizes a lot better with a draw ranger late game.
Yes.
So if you're Alliance, you really have to double down on physical damage mitigation at this point.
I mean, Ethereal Blades, Ghost Scepters, which Lone Druid has, which is obviously very nice, but no one else, I believe, on Alliance has that item. It's just Loda right now, and this, I think, might be the first time since Aghanim Scepter was introduced that I've seen a Mirana transition from that caster sort of, I guess, build up into that full right-click Mirana, and she does plenty of damage, plus 276, not to mention when she gets a crit. Bulldog coming in, looking to just blow up some of the creep waves. Arrow almost hitting on Bulldog, however, it looks like it'll hit a creep instead.
So the game of cat and mouse commences now.
Oh, it's going to be an Abyssal Blade.
Roshan still a minute off. Alliance just want to be careful to keep this top lane pushed out. That's the lane EG will always be looking to push. It's the farthest away from the Roshan pit. Keeping this top lane shoved in potentially allows them to pick off heroes that are home defending, which is what Universe wants to do.
There's 3 here, and they're all coming in to help out as well. Bulldog and S4 are on their way.
Oh,
so
Loda tanking the arrow, but that is a little too far back.
yeah, there's no way they can go for this. They're just trying to push in the waves before obviously Roshan is up, and so now
And look at Bulldog, just keeping Spiderlings near the pit.
Yep.
He knows Roshan is very important at this point.
he's done that the entire game, and he's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep sending Spiderlings into the pit, because the last thing that needs to happen for Alliance is that EG sneak a Roshan under their nose, and that might be a huge game changer.
They do it very quickly with the right-click
Yes.
build Sumail's gone for.
Do they have any armor reduction, though, is the one question I
It
have.
doesn't even.
I don't
think
think it matters. You're right.
You have Drow, you have a super stacked Mirana. You'll still kill it very quickly. Well, how does Lone Druid go past the 60-minute mark? His bear is 6-slotted. His hero is getting there. He gets a refresher orb now, so has the extra summoned Spirit Bear to work with. You know, to a lesser extent, something like Battle Cry can be useful to get a second one off in the team fight, but this is mainly for double Spirit Bear. Could be a game changer.
A couple of Abyssal Blades
Sorry,
picked up.
not double. Triple Spirit Bear if you've already have it
Yes.
summoned, so.
So Abyssal Blade now for Bulldog. He sold his Echo Saber inside the Roche pit. They smoke
Mind
out of
games
it as
from
well.
Alliance. They walk into the pit in vision, and then they smoke out. Problem is, EG has no vision, so EG doesn't know.
They don't know that they're in there in the first place.
Oh,
they might now, and they might try to
Alliance,
group up
too
and look for a
crafty
push.
for their own good.
If they might only get Zai out of this, if anything, for Alliance. And Zai's already into the tree line. He knows that something's up. He's actually going to probably just TP away as Fear picks up himself a butterfly and sells his Dragon Lance. Interestingly.
They could have just taken Roche.
Yeah, they really could have.
Oh, I'd say, all right, they clearly don't have vision. Let's go back.
And this
but-
time, though, they might.
but
You could see that there's a line being drawn by PPD.
I have this feeling EG is going to come and fight this time.
I have that exact same feeling as well. PPD drew a line. He's like, yeah, there might be a Roche. We can head over there. Sumail is probably going to smoke up with them. Zai's going to stay top. I don't know what he's doing, but I don't think they can get to Roche in time.
All right, EG's not going to risk
Although
it.
this is taking a lot longer than I thought it
Let's
would
see,
be.
do they have smokes on EG? No smokes for 6 minutes. Doesn't look like
They have
anything.
one on PPD.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they do, but it's
okay.
too late anyways. Roche is already dead for
All
the
right,
most part.
so Alliance. I feel like they deserve this Roshan just for that crafty attempt.
Yeah,
They
that
are
was a cool
rewarded
play.
by the
That was a
Dota gods with it, but I would have rather seen the crazy team fight. Yeah, that's something Alliance used to be known for. You remember when they went like the level 1 Roche TP game?
Oh, yeah.
And then they had the Mind game level 1 Roche where they suicide the Nature's Prophet to it, and then they had the other one where they TP'd like they were going to go Roche, but then they actually wrapped around behind the other team who rushed to fight it and want to fight that way. So in one form or fashion, Alliance have always been kings of the Roshan. They also had the level 1 Roshan this event, but unfortunately this
They just
game,
have
it's
some of
just
the craziest
it's just a
strategies.
vanilla a la carte Roche.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if you could really complain, as S4 did go for the Lincoln Sphere instead of the Hex, by the way, which I guess is fine. He needs defensive capabilities, and a way to survive is going to be the Lincolns, and of course, the Aegis as well.
He's been destroyed every time by the Lion Hex and the Lasso. If one of them hits him, he just dies. So
there are two butterflies
you can't really
now,
question a
by the way.
Lincoln Sphere at this point.
The EG have so much evasion between Fear and Sumail with 2 butterflies now. That this is very interesting. They did sell the Dragonlance for Drow Rangers, so that's a little bit of lacking of range.
So you really want double MKB to counter this. Bulldog pretty much has the money for it, but then he won't have buyback if he sells the Solar Crest.
And
Loda not quite there.
Does he have any slots on his
These
bear?
butterflies could be really game changing.
He doesn't really. Oh, I guess he could sell the treads or the.
Yeah, he can get rid of the treads. Or the Midas. The Midas more likely.
Yeah. Bear has been hit up. Now it's going to take some ridiculous damage. The Aghanim Scepter, the Mjolnir is coming out from Fear. That is one dead bear. They have to resummon again. They have a refresher, but I think Loda saw that and he's like, all right, let's hold on for a second.
To not use the battle cry, which makes it a whole lot squishier, but this still speaks to something that you'll often hear in casts and from a lot of players, is that Lone Druid tends to fall off late game. This is an example of where he falls off. The bear, even when it's, I wouldn't say this is 6 slotted, I'd say more like 4 slotted, maybe 5 slotted as far as what the items go, but even then, Travis, it is still killable. At some point, maybe consider putting the items on the hero, but Lone Druid,
you just die at that point.
Lone Druid is so easily kited by this lineup. They have so much lockdown. He would really need a BKB on the hero as well.
I mean, they're just doing so much damage that it doesn't really matter. I think Alliance needs to find the right jump in order to actually win these fights.
I actually love BKB Bear at this point in the game. It's something Burning did in, like, what was it? It was TI3? TI3, where they had like the 120-minute game. Universe goes, though. He jumps onto Loda.
Sumail is doing some serious right-click. EG might be the first to fall, but he's in Viz now. They don't have any detection. Loda fingered up. He's still about to fall. Pops the cheese. Ake will go down. Everyone low. Sumail will die first to the side of Evil Geniuses, and Fear is getting focused. There's the Abyssal Blade.
Oh, he used it for the double Savage Roar, actually. That's the other thing that Lone Druid brings to the fight. Very nicely done by Loda. Now looking for more. Onto Ake with the bash. Ghost Scepter trying to back away. Gets the stun off, but I don't think he's making it out of this one. Travis mauled down by Loda. Creeps are pushing in, but not rapidly enough. Will they get the ranged racks?
Wow, that was a great fight from Alliance.
They committed everything on the Lone Druid, who popped the cheese. Savage roared once, refreshed. Savage roared again with the Spirit Bear bashing away, getting Abyssal procs off. And then Bulldog just going ham. Great fight by Alliance.
Even with the BKB, even with the Butterfly, and how farm this Mirana and Fear are on this Drow Ranger, they're still very killable. I mean, but so are Alliance. That's the problem. It's essentially an arms race. Who can kill who fastest with all of this damage coming out? And Bulldog, of course, providing a lot of that damage for Alliance. It's very frightening now to see how EG try to deal with this, because Alliance, after that fight, they forced out some really important buybacks. The most important being obviously Sumail. He dies, and yes, you still have Fear. It doesn't matter. I think you're still in a really rough position. You might even just lose the game as he goes up. S4 might come through and he jaunts in, but
special tactics now from EG. We've seen a lot of clever repositioning plays in this tournament. The Kunkka X marks the spot sieging, something VGR used very effectively yesterday. eHome also busted out. Now we saw the Storm recalls from the Keeper of the Light. That's something Secret likes to use a lot, and now we're going to see the Chen send back into BOT Starfall send back. So
all right, well,
teams pulling out all the stops to push out waves and try to siege safely. And
Loda now with 4,000 gold. Let's see where they move next. Do they have any smokes on them currently? I don't believe so. They probably should have some in the shop. In fact, they don't. It's down for 2 minutes now for Alliance, so no team with smoke. So at this point in time, Alliance as well as EG, they're going to be playing cautiously as they lost that Aegis. With that Aegis gone, with that cheese gone, you have to make a decision as to what you want to accomplish. Roche is not up for another 6 minutes, and at this point, I don't know if you wait that long if you're EG, but if you go and you lose that fight, the game is over.
Buyback status. Radiant have 3. Dire have 3. They move in with Universe.
Well, Night Shadow's going to go. He's going to look for the lasso. It's, of course, Lincoln Sphere blocked in Universe. Now caught by the Dream Claw, and here comes Bulldog. PPD in trouble. Sumail trying to do as much damage as possible, but only one down. Bulldog will be next, however, as Fear is laying in with this right click. The damage is absurd. They need more. There's the buyback coming out. Can they find anyone else, though, as EG will back away together?
Batrider actually only used the Force F to break the Lincoln, so he has it for round 2 of this fight. While they
S4?
are chasing S4.
They found the lasso. They need an arrow. They need right click, and he's about to go down. But no, there's going to be the face shift at the last second now.
Angry Loda rushes in. He says, "Get away from my fairy dragon. Leave him alone." And he does save him for now.
Fear will get the kill, but he's left alone. He's got nobody else to help him out. He does have buyback. Ake going to work at this point. And look at the Aghanim Scepter. They're bringing everyone down. Everyone dying from Alliance, and Fear will finally fall. But Sumail is still here to do some work, even with the Star Storm. It's 2 dead now for Alliance as they've bought back on the puck.
Bulldog has his ultimate. He can heal up if he just gets up one right click. He can't do it. Universe kites him to death. A dieback of Bulldog. S4 also rejoining the fray with his own buyback now. A dieback as well. The Spirit Bear's dead. Quite likely burning down. Falls 2, 4 down for Alliance. EG outlasting them down the stretch.
Oh my God.
Oh, that hurts, Mott. That really hurts.
What a team fight from just everybody. That was again, we've used this term so many times, but it was a massacre from both sides. Sumail now looking to push up. Fear forced to buy back, but there's no buybacks from anybody for Alliance. The only hero coming up soon is going to be Ake as well as EGM in 20 seconds in Loda. He does have another bear, but that's going to be his last as he's refreshed. They lose the Racksmith. They're going to go for the base now. The tier 3 tower is being assaulted, and it looks like this might be a lost game for Alliance here, LD.
EG pulling this one out late, pointing out in Alliance's comfort zone. Now the BKB from Sumail, the lasso, dragging the Spirit Bear away, and as the glyph ends, EG look to close this out. Can Loda hold it? Sumail 2 will die back, actually, down for 130.
Fear, he
not
needs
over
to
yet.
finish this. They can't do it without Fear. He's about to go down.
The
He
Frost
bought
Armor.
back. No, my God, they're not going to get
The
this.
Frost Armor.
They're not going to get this. They're all dead again.
EG, can they close it? Universe desperately scrapping, clawing, ding, 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 motherfucker. He goes down 2, and Alliance finds the triple dieback to shut down EG. Can they death ball back the other way?
There's no way. I can't believe they couldn't finish the game there. There's so much right click on everyone from EG, but it was just some immaculate play from Alliance, from Loda. They had plenty of damage. They had the Frost Armor. They had ways to control these heroes. Oh my God, I cannot believe it.
That's your MVP right there. Just a little lich with Frost Armor on buildings. Oh boy, EG, if they lose this game, someone's going to be mad, and it might just happen now. Zai being chased out. Bulldog, they isolate him. The sendback's there, but PPD could die back. Die back number 4. PPD's down as well. Alliance moving forward. Loda wants to throw it, but he doesn't realize there's still a tier 3.
They have
It's
to get
over,
the tier
Mark.
3 there. There's no way EG can defend this. They have 50 seconds before they can come back in. It's impossible. They can't do this. There's no way, Alliance. I can't believe they're about to take this game.
And you thought we didn't know how to play the late game, say Alliance. Oh, EG, they have to be kicking themselves. They underestimated Ice Armor, and it will haunt them to the bitter end. Alliance take a desperately needed game and keep their upper bracket dreams alive.
I can't believe that just happened.
I don't think anyone can believe that just happened.
Like, I've seen some games end in some ridiculous ways. Like base races, that's old news. To go with most of all of your heroes, including your 2 main right clickers, and you can't finish off the Ancient because of a Lich and a Lone Druid with... that's it. They just couldn't finish it off.
Savage Roar coming through in the clutch.
The Ice Armor too. I cannot believe it.
We saw the Bulldog not playing Lone Druid, and, you know, early on Loda, he struggled a little bit here, Travis, but ends the game 8-1-17. Alliance showing that they have 2 great Lone Druid players on this team, that they can go late with Lone Druid and pull it out, and I imagine EG have to be very frustrated. They'll have to calm themselves down. It's a 2-game series. They're already guaranteed upper bracket, but they're still fighting to try and be in that top position in the group.
I mean, EG have to be frustrated. Alliance are feeling so good. They were about to lose 1 game against EG, and they need every win they can get right now, and they get it in the clutch. So with that, we will take a break. We'll collect ourselves after that intense hour-long 7-minute game, and we'll take a quick break. But with that, we will throw it back to the desk and see you guys soon.
tiebreakers.
Mm-hmm.
Alliances turn to ban.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back into the International 2016. We are here with the group stages in our potential last series, last game for Group A. Evil Geniuses going up against Alliance after what can only be called one of the best games I have ever seen. That was an insane ending with tense gameplay throughout all of it, and God.
Not the most polished Dota we've ever seen, but definitely one of the most entertaining games ever.
I mean, there were so many good plays from so many different heroes that I don't even know where to begin, and it comes down to Alliance somehow surviving at the end of the game with, of course, maybe, let's say, 10% HP on their throne.
Well, you know what it was, Travis.
What was it?
Mason wasn't there to ignore the throw order.
Yeah, I suppose so. That might have been it. Mason, who has not been in the competitive scene in forever. Shout out to him. But we are here with the last game, and we're into the draft LD. As I mean, there's not much else I could say about that game other than wow, because that was kind of nuts.
All right, well, let's talk about this game then. The stakes are huge. Alliance with a win here, guaranteed upper bracket. A loss, assuming TNC go on to win the game they're playing now, which I believe last I checked they were leading. We have a tie on the boundary of the upper-lower bracket at both teams being 7-7. Na'Vi unable to win their last series, so they won't be in it. Alliance control their own destiny. They win the series 2-0, they're upper bracket. They lose, we have tiebreakers, quite likely.
Mm-hmm. And it's just, you know, I thought that maybe Na'Vi could have taken one game off of OG, but Na'Vi, of course, historically struggle with that team. So obviously for them, they weren't able to be a part of this upper bracket. But Wings, they'll be there after winning their series 2-0 against LGD. And that means that Alliance and TNC, like you talked about, right on the cusp. So for Evil Geniuses, they'll start out going for the Drow and Nature's Prophet again. And Alliance first to pick the Broodmother and Ogre Magi.
What is this? Nature's Prophet from EG. Universe has definitely played it in the past a little bit, but he is much more known for his tempo controllers. Interesting. Seeing the Nature's Prophet, Alliance feel very comfortable in a Broodmother pick. It's a hero that can do quite well against Nature's Prophet in 1v1. You can always creep skip. You can eventually dive him with your Spiderling Swarm. Sure, you can gank the NP's lane or give him sentries, and he'll do okay for some parts, but he will get overwhelmed, so EG likely going to have to look to dodge that matchup or give the NP help. And when you're running a Drow, you really want to be giving the Drow help, so that would be two cores both requiring help. And I'm curious how they run it, though, Maud. I would assume it's Universe, but, you know, we have seen some teams run the mid Drow. Could maybe even be a safe lane Prophet. They run a tempo controller for Universe in the off lane. This is definitely a different look from EG, and I'm also curious how much the Drow Ranger Aura factors in, because it's two melee heroes so far, and Nature's Prophet with the Phase Boots build, he hits quite hard.
Oh, especially with the Drow Aura, absolutely. He's got to do some serious work in doing damage, and when he rotates in for that gank, you better be ready, because that damage is going to be pretty nuts at the beginning of the game. Although with Ogre, 8 armor, at least he'll be able to maybe tank a little bit more than the other heroes will. But you asked about laning setup. I'd have to think that it's going to be a Universe offlane Nature's Prophet, and I do think that it's still going to be a Fear Drow Ranger in the safe lane, because I just don't ever see them running what Miracle usually does, which of course is the mid lane Drow Ranger. It's more likely going to be Fear playing it in that safe lane than Sumail in the mid lane.
So Alliance starting to ban out heroes that deal well with Broodmother, recognizing that it could be a jungle axe, it could even be the safe lane axe potentially in the mid Drow. So they remove the axe. Other heroes that are really good against Brood, Darkseer, probably the big one. Sand Cane, to a lesser extent, can be a niche counter to it. EG will remove the Enchantress. So I like that because Brood Enchantress can just crush Drow Ranger in lane. At that point, I don't know that there's any supports even in the game, even in a tri lane that could deal with the Ench Brood. And then imagine if Ogre joins the lane. So I think this Broodmother pick in the first phase is going to be very problematic for EG. Darkseer, probably the most likely ban right now.
Yeah, that seems, well,
Sand King.
Or Sand King is fine too, but.
So yeah, that's the other hero that deals well with it. They're going to go Timbersaw. All right, so they want the Timber versus Brood matchup. Do they get it? That's generally the Sumail hero.
I mean, Alliance are going to find a way to
it's going to be that game of cat and mouse, right?
Yeah.
Like, Alliance may try to put the Broodmother mid, expecting Sumail to anticipate an off-lane Brood and then send him to the safe lane. It'll be a bit of musical lanes, but that's a matchup Alliance want to avoid, and EG really want to have.
We kind of have to just wait and see how the lanes shape up, and especially with whatever else Alliance picks. Loda on the Lone Druid was a treat, and it worked out pretty well. The Savage Roars at the end of the game especially were were pretty damn good. His itemization was great as well. That was just a battling game, and it just kind of came down to almost luck, I want to call it. But
yeah, Alliance have won some crazy like back and forth late game Dota, and they make great calls. But looking back to like the TI3 Grand Finals, that game 5, Navi should have won. If they just calmly waited to take the Roshan, let Dendi get his next item. I actually hung out with Dendi the day after. He was quite bummed about how it turned out, obviously.
I
but
would imagine.
yeah, they were definitely not on the same page as a team that game, but it was a game Navi should have won game 5.
Yeah.
But Alliance just, they have some magic, you know, like they just infect the opponent's brain and they get impatient and then they punish. They punish. That's the key. They do take advantage of those mistakes. So, EG going for the Bane now, 4th pick. Bane already has really good just base stats in general, good at trading blows, and with Drow Aura, he's going to hit very hard. So this will be the hero that runs around the map, sets up ganks. Also gives them lockdown, because I was going to mention EG have 0 stuns prior to this pick, so I think they needed something like the Bane.
This is a PBD special. This is something he plays very often, and just like you talked about, they need the lockdown. It's also good damage with Brain Sap early on in the game. Scourth Mage might do some good work against it with the Ancient Seal, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But Nightmare and just Feed Script to stop the Broodmother from moving around has got to be the most important thing. I'm surprised, though. Usually, like some sort of AoE kind of lockdown against Broodmother is usually what we're used to seeing, I suppose. But
yeah, Drow can get Maelstrom and Eggs later to deal with Spider Lanes, and Timbersaw will be able to kill them on his own.
Timber Simber.
Yeah, Timber's Timber.
Nature's Wrath also might be good for the Furion, but it's... Wow, the Sven comes out.
This is the hero to lean against Nature's Prophet.
Certainly
We
is.
saw this a lot when NP was in vogue, just leveling up Cleave deals with the Treants. You're not very easy to harass out of lane because you have good strength, and you have the Warcry to trade blows effectively. So
You just better have a Cooling Blade. That's the meme also.
Yeah.
It's very important you get that Cooling Blade in.
yeah,
I mean, he's not in the game, but I think
he's here in
knows.
spirit.
I
You
know.
know, whenever where EG goes, thoughts of RTZ follow.
Yes.
Whether or not he's actually officially tagged up.
So
in
last
the game.
band's coming out. What do we think are the choices here for Evil Geniuses? What do Alliance need? No supports. Obviously, they have the 2 that they have already. Broodmother probably by Bulldog, Sven probably by Lotus. So it's really just the S4 hero again. And, you know, Puck's probably a fair ban after that game. He didn't take over the game, but he had some very good plays, obviously. He didn't take over the game like S4 is kind of used to doing.
S4 did well considering what a terrible start it was,
Yes,
but he was
exactly.
not the reason why they won the game.
No. He had some very good plays, though, and I think an S4 Puck ban is certainly fine, but he is a wide hero pool. I mean, again, this guy is obviously one of the best mid-laners. I mean, there's...
We have seen a little bit of S4 Ember. I don't think Ember's that good against Drow Prophet because it needs a lot of farm, takes a while to come online.
I'd be afraid of the Gust, too, also.
Yeah. And they do have some lockdown for it. What else does S4 play? It doesn't really play too much Invoker.
I would say Mag if there wasn't
Oh, Mag.
Gust
Yeah.
and
Good wave
disables.
clear.
I don't
Mag
know.
Sven is really scary.
Yeah, Mag Sven could be scary.
It's a little. It might be it's not the greatest matchup against Timbersaw. If Timbersaw ends up going mid though.
Maybe something more like a Quap might be fine,
Quap?
too.
Yeah, Quap could work. Orchid Carrier, burst damage, so you can kill off Drow Ranger quickly. A hero that can take advantage of the broods.
Deal
but-
with a Timbersaw
and
as
it's
well.
more of an S4 go-to hero.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Anything else?
That's really all
Bring up-
that's coming to my mind
Bring
right
up that
now.
hero list, Mott.
All right.
I can't alt tab. They'll fire me.
I'll have to go to the Dota 2 wiki, check out what's going on over there with the heroes. But yeah, I mean, right now I'm thinking of those heroes. It's the DK actually that's going to come out for Alliance.
Versus a Timber.
For EG, do they still need, theoretically, they have Sumail probably playing the Timber, and then, of course, Universe playing the Nature's Prophet, so it's actually going to be, I'd imagine, a Zai hero, unless they play this very weird and, like, do jungle.
Probably the most
carrying on, but-
popular support that's left, or for position that's left, is Mirana. I think it might be a little greedy. They already have 3 farming cores, so other Zai heroes. What's like kind of a utility support that Zai likes to play?
He could just go in that crit roll and go for something like a Riki or
Zai Enigma.
maybe that. I mean, I just don't know if he plays Earth Spirit or Elder Titan. I think he plays Elder Titan, I believe.
Elder Titan was first phase banned, yeah.
I mean, they've played that a fair bit in this tournament already. So Earth Spirit it kind of fits that mold a little bit.
They need.
But
I
again,
feel like
that's
they're
kinda
still
greedy,
lacking
too.
on lockdown. That's my big concern. Tide.
Wow.
So support NP. Okay, so
It's either that or it's a support Tide. I would imagine.
Yes. Okay, so they are. I mean, I mentioned it early in the draft. It could be like a different position for the NP, safe lane NP, jungle NP.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It's a support. That's what I was mentioning. You and I were both mentioning this. We said it could be a jungle Nature's Prophet or a support Nature's
I
Prophet.
I didn't really think it would be, but then again, EG don't run NP, so you don't really know how they play it.
This is kind of interesting to me. I mean, like I'm curious to wonder what the build is in terms of not itemization, but your skill build. I don't know what you go for. I don't know how you get your farm. You could jungle theoretically. I mean, I'm sure it's fine.
He's probably jungling at the start. Either that or he's going offlane and
Do you get an
Universe
Iron
is
Talon,
jungling.
or do you just like get Treants and get Clarities and I don't know.
Either that or Zai could go offlane and maybe Universe Iron Talon jungles. I think both are possible.
Yeah, that's fine
But
too.
Tide is good against Brood, so now EG have two heroes that lane well against the Broodmother, Timbersaw and Tide.
So you just have to find that matchup, which is exactly what we were talking about. Like one way or another, they're going to try to find this matchup, and one way or another, Alliance will probably try to dodge it. So
Yeah, dodging gets difficult when two of the enemy cores are good against your Broodmother.
we'll see how things shape up as we jump into the game now. Ake will TP in immediately, smoked up, ready to go, and he's going to try to find a way to place this, either a Sentry or Observer Ward down. Probably an Observer Ward down in the river towards that Roach Pit. It looks like he's going to do it towards the Tier 1 tower bottom, so he has vision of who's going down to that bottom lane and who is going to be maybe facing the Broodmother, as it's actually loaded down to that bottom lane.
Oh, Peter.
Another game of casting Bloodlust. God. Autocast.
He knows how to entertain his fans.
He's not wrong. You can autocast it, but I'm sure that's probably not what you want to do in a $20 million tournament. You
The
probably
real
wanna
joy in playing Ogre is hitting people with your club in the
Yeah,
laning stage.
I mean, I think it's a fun hero. I don't know. Maybe, I guess when you play it so much, you probably start getting them to it.
You just win lace, run around, right-click people, feel good about your
Get
life.
an Orb of Venom. Really spice up your life if you're Ogre. But
That's
no.
that might be a little too much Sriracha mod. I'm not sure I can handle that. So looking at the lanes, Fear is going to go mid as the Drow Ranger. Timbersaw will be in the side lane, so Sumel's going there, and it looks like it'll be an off-lane Tide. So unless there's a mid Brood, which there's not, they're going to get a decent matchup versus the Broodmother.
It looks like it's going to be Sumail for now.
I'm not sure how much this Brood's going to be able to do this game.
The battle
It is mid-fear Drow Ranger, so, you know,
And the
that's
thing
fine.
is, NP can just basically ignore the Brood and not be in the lane. PPD will be that sacrificial 6th position support. And Brood is not... If Brood is hunting Nature's Prophet this deep in the jungle, he's not spending any time in the lane.
Man,
And
he went null tally and double clarity for Zai. That's
this
crazy.
is maximizing your precision aura efficiency. I
It
don't
does
think
so much damage. 71 actually is going to be the damage that he's dealing in this game.
I don't think he would have gone this build unless there was a Drow in the game, which there is.
I mean, I don't even think they would have picked Furion had there not been a Drow available for them, or at least they wouldn't have put him in the support position.
Right.
I imagine. This mid lane is probably the most interesting lane, due to, of course, a 2v2 essentially. And PPD with Brain Sap can do some damage. Fear obviously very squishy, not much regen. Also missing out on his last hits early on in the game.
The one lane that's going to be really bad for EG is the off lane. Skywrath Maid just destroys Tidehunter
Yeah.
early. Doesn't care about your Kraken Shell or your Anchor Smash. He's got high base move speed, so you can't even really get in there to Anchor Smash him in the first place if he plays it correctly. He can go back to the jungle, but he hasn't itemized for it. No Stout Shield, no
But
Iron
you have
Talon
to share
build.
the jungle as well, except
Yeah.
you have the hard camp that you can go to on the
So-
secret shop side.
So at some point, EG will probably have to make a lane adjustment where they give the Tide a little more farm, send the Timber off lane, but Universe will have a really shitty laning stage.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. The Ake has 2 clarities currently. He'll use one of them now, so he has plenty of mana regeneration.
Oh, you bastard.
We'll see how things turn out. Top lane, Bulldog, of course, is actually getting good farm, all things considered. Sumail, the same. Mid lane, of course, the Ignite coming out for PBD, just trying to harass him down. But Fear starting to catch up. He had kind of a rough start, but now sitting to 4 last hits, and he just needs a little bit more space in getting experience and obviously getting items as well.
They're going on Universe bottom, though. This could be the first blood. Mana for that Arcane Bolt coming in very soon.
Very fire, but it's the Arcane Bolt that will do the job for Ake as he's out of clarities now, but with that last clarity, he's able to secure the kill, and that's very important. Universe, we'll see if he heads back down bottom or maybe to a side lane to the jungle. We'll see. It looks like without the money for an Iron Talon, he'll head to the bottom lane and try to endure more punishment as he gets last hits.
EGM getting a little bottle action here, and he's going to grab a Haster and Mod. Haste on Ogre is nothing to sneeze at. They
No.
could honestly run somebody down mid if the sleep has already been used.
Yeah,
But he's
that's-
actually looking for a courier snipe, I think.
He could go behind and look for the courier. I don't think... Do you Do they need it?
No dire
There's
vision.
another Wraith Band coming out. They don't know that, obviously.
Oh, they
but
see the bottled haster now, so the ambush will not happen.
PPD was looking for the rune he's like, well, I'm a little late, but I'll just see if it was taken or not. And, of course, it was. Looking at the Furion, he actually gets the Blightstone very early on, another good item to pick up early on into the game. And so that's the thing for EG. They might be in trouble in some of these lanes like bottom, but they can even it up by TPing in a hero.
Dude,
or
he's going to
two.
hit so hard.
Yeah.
Ake has 0 base armor.
Yeah.
I
Zai
think
will bring
one
it down.
Sprout and auto attacks just almost straight up almost kills Ake from full HP. He might actually be able to do it.
Almost a fan of Treads this
He's
game
hitting-
because you already have enough damage.
Yeah, treads are phased, but it's the Bone 7 build, Mutt. It's coming back.
Double null tally. Maybe
People
even
have
get
been
a
talking
bullet
about bringing Speed Gaming back, bringing Cloud9 back.
mail.
Meanwhile, though, they move on mid.
Concussive shot, Arcane Bolt, Ignite as well. There's going to be the Nightmare to save him for the time being. Fierce still taking a lot of damage, but no fall. Oh, look at that damage! Like you talked
Jesus.
about, no armor, and Zai just brings him down.
That's before the next null tally comes in.
God. All right, well, that's that. That's Zai. If he can continue to do that, he's going to have a stellar time. Purchases up another item. I believe it's a stick, probably.
He's
No,
already
boots.
level 4.5. It's not even 4 minutes in.
Null Tally range drop is what he's got right now, so he'll even have a bit of mana regeneration, which...
This is going to be like a one-position profit at the rate he's going.
Yeah, I think so. But again, that's the trade-off, because Universe is getting no farm down bottom. He's got 2 last hits, and he's only level 2.
The thing is, the plan for EG is the Nature's Prophet is going to start moving around and creating space once he hits level 6 to 7 or so. He'll be taking towers. Then they'll just give the Tide a safer lane or let him go to the jungle. And Universe will be allowed to catch up if they don't put pressure elsewhere and force him to come to fight. So Alliance will have to really take advantage of that window. But if they don't, EG walk into the mid game with a quad core, with a Broodmother who has plenty of heroes to deal with her in fights.
Oh, TP bottom. They're looking for Ake. Again, the concussive shot will come out. The Stormhammer is there, but the Sprout is up, and Ake will try to eat
Warcry
his
to the
way
rescue.
through. He will survive. The Warcry comes out, and now Zai's in trouble. And actually, Loda's getting turned down here, but that should be the end of it. And again, lucky to have at least a Tango there to eat his way out for Skywrath Mage. It was very close for him to going down. Like you said, it's that Warcry helping again.
Yeah, Zai is spending some time here coming to fight, so that's good news for Alliance. He's not purely AFK jungling and maximizing his own farm. They are farming well in the Sven as well as the Broodmother. I like the way Bulldog is playing this lane. He's mostly skipping the creep wave against Sumail. He's not actually trying to come to fights. It's PPD. Well, suicide to Roshan. Looks like he already spent his gold, so just wants that free TP. But yeah, I don't think it's a great Brood game later on. Conceptually, there's just a lot of ways to deal with him. NP can gank him anywhere, kind of like the Bat Rider. And you've got tons of ways to clear the spider lane, so... Definitely Alliance for me, who need to get more out of their other cores,
Well,
and
their
who need to
laning
create space
phase
now.
is actually going so well. Fear is actually getting out CS'd by S4. You have top lane where Bulldog is out CSing Sumail currently.
And that's against the Drow.
Yeah, I mean, every single lane is going Alliance's way. Despite them losing a hero, First Blood going the way of EG, that doesn't really matter. Zai needs to have more of an impact, and we'll see what he does. He's picked up as a
They want
dust,
Fear
so
mid. Not quite yet.
Ignite. He's got Boots of Speed. No treads. Fear will survive for the time being. Obviously very squishy, very susceptible to ganks on that Drow Ranger. EGM will pick up another haste rune, which is kind of insane.
All right, EGM, calm down. You're not supposed to be S4.
He's taking over that role for him because S4's too busy just getting last hits in the lane. Understandably so.
Since when does Dragonite have this good of a lane?
I guess since he's against the Drow. And
Yeah, this is very matchup-wise, it's actually decent with the Dragon's Blood and the fact that EGM's been giving him so much help. But yeah, normally Dragonite loses his lane and makes up for it elsewhere. But
yeah.
if he's winning his lane, that's
a
cause
very
for concern.
good sign for Alliance, very bad sign for EG and how they're going to move forward through this game. I mean, Fear, you have really high base damage or not even, you have really high base damage later, but I'll hold that thought. Universe is in trouble. HCL down bottom. They've used the God Strength. The TP's coming through. They're looking for a Sprout again. They'll find Ake. They'll eat their way through, this time from Loda using the Quelling Blade. Brain Sap's not enough. They just cannot chase him down. With Boots and Warcry, he is very fast.
Look at Loda. Such a team player here. Saving the Warcry and even leveling the Warcry up over the cleave.
Yeah, he really
That is a very unusual adjustment. You almost always see Svens max cleave first, focus on ancient stacks, even if they don't get a Dominator. One of the games yesterday you and I were casting, there was an Armlet Rush, which is the same build, but this is the Drow counter for Alliance. It's as well as just countering this incredibly scary Nature's Prophet. But hey, you can't Warcry your towers, and he is going to be quickly bringing one down in the bottom lane. S4 looking to do the same mid.
They could TP in with the Ake Skywrath Mage, but that's it right now. They should lose this tier 1 tower bottom, but there's the Nightmare mid as EGM and S4 go toe-to-toe. It'll be a trade, and I think the more important tower is Alliance getting the tier 1 tower mid.
It's definitely the more important tower, Mott, and they're looking for something in the mid lane. Can they get in range of Fear? Bulldog joins the fray. This is a very nice move by the Broodmother. Generally, you don't see this move until the tier 1s fall on top. Bulldog may decide to return to pressuring that lane. But Sumail has done a good job of keeping this tower healthy. Only about 400 damage done so far.
And for now, Zai and EG's universe will head down bottom looking for Loda this time. Warcry will go again. This time the Gush is up. Quelling Blade immediately. Good Treant spawn to body block him, and he's doing it beautifully. But Zai, it's just not enough damage between the two of them. They need more lockdown, and they don't. All they have is Nightmare to set things up like that, and that's the only disable they have until they get Ravage, and that is it.
Yeah, and the Fiend's Grip, which is still a bit of a ways off for Peter.
So again, this early start for Alliance is looking really solid. And even with that Cleave not being leveled up, the Warcry is so useful for keeping him and his allies alive.
And he's even going to get an armlet. So now you've got two cores who have insane armor. Dragon Knight also, with the level 2 Dragon Blood, will max it before the stun and just finish leveling up the Breathe Fire. And it's not going to be easy to kill these heroes with physical damage. It really feels like Timbersaw will have to, along with the Nature's Prophet, that will be the main damage that EG bring to bear in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, and, well, Sumail, he does have good net worth. Again, Bulldog outlaning him just by sheer virtue of cutting the creep wave.
But there is a Skywrath, and there's 3 pretty good stuns. Dragon Tail, Sven stun, and the Ogre stun. Alliance converging on top. They are
They'll
smoked
get this
up.
tower, but they might lose heroes because of it. There's the Ancient Seal on 1. Zai's already backed out, and Sumail is going to fall almost instantly.
Skywrath just destroys Timbersaw.
Oh, they killed Zai as well. He just got caught by Bulldog on the backside, flanking through, and that is plenty of damage when he pops the Insatiable Hunger. That's 2 dead for a tier 1 tower trade, and I'm sure that's not worth it for EG.
Alliance doing a really good job at collapsing on the top lane. Now they transition into a tower push. They are going to hold the mid lane. Fear will be denied his split push. What's scary for EG right now is S4 will likely get his first initiation item soon, either a Blink Dagger or Shadow
He's
Blade.
about to have it.
And if he wants a Blink, he does almost have it now. And once he gets that, you can't really split push as a Drow Ranger. Even a Nature's Prophet will have to be careful. And if that Blink Dragontail leads into an Arcane Seal, Sumail's going to die. So
yeah, we've seen Blink Dragontail do work the games we've casted so far with DK in it. And,
Ancient Seal, sorry.
We'll see how things turn out. Again, I liked the choice of Zai picking up this Nature's Prophet, going to the jungle with the Drow Ranger Precision Aura, but it's just not doing nearly enough right now. They have the potential to come back into the game. They have a pretty good late game lineup, although they are getting suspended at DK. For now, though, it's looking troublesome as EG and Tidehunter. He's just trying to find any sort of gold at this point as he's level 7 now with Ravage up and ready. This might be where they can start doing some work. And what else is happening?
But at the same time, S4 grabs the Blink. I do want to mention that whenever you see a Nature's Prophet this early in the game cliff jungling, it's generally not a great sign for that team.
Yeah, probably not.
Zai had a really strong early impact, but consistently went for the Skywrath Mage bottom, and Tangos were always up on Ake, and then they always saved the Warcry for that gank. And as a result, they weren't able to snowball. They only got the 1 kill, and then he got shut down afterwards.
Again, it's the Quelling Blade, it's the Tangos to get out of the Sprout. They just don't have enough disables right now is the problem.
Notice even EGM's holding onto a Tango. Won't be surprised if Ake buys more or gets his own Quelling Blade. Granted, money is at a premium for him.
It's a tale of two stories. I mean, you have one team with great lockdown and very good early game damage, and you have another team with very good early game damage, but just no lockdown whatsoever. It's a nightmare, and again, what we talked about already is the Sprout or Gush, but that's really nothing.
The worry here for EG a bit is that they are letting... They may just flat out lose in a farm war. You've got a Midas already on Bulldog, closing on Echo Saber. Sven will flash farm, now has the max Great Cleave, opted only for the 3 points in Warcry. And Dragon Knight's good at clearing ancient stacks and stacks in general. So I think if it comes to a farm war, very likely Alliance come out on top there.
Yeah, I think so too.
EG may, to me, they need to be finding fights with the Ravage, with the Fiend's Grip, which they have now, but although they see Loda bottom, there's 3 heroes missing, Mott. This is a risky maneuver, but they're going to go for it.
Alliance are looking for their first big fight of the game after taking that engagement top lane. Sumail might be the target. Picked up his point booster as his Bloodstone recipe as well, but it might be delayed if he gets caught by S4 with a blink
And he's
initiation.
He's got the Dragon Tail ready to go. He finds him.
And there's the Mystic Flare on top with the Ancient Seal, and that is a dead Timber. He dies fast, and he's dead for 42 as well. It just goes to show that Sumail was farming well, is up in experience, but he dies so quickly to Ancient Seal with any other real magic damage.
700 damage. Welp, EG might have thought that they had the lane counters for a Broodmother, but Alliance, they've got the mid-game counters to completely shut down Timbersaw. You can even shut down Tidehunter. Just Ancient Seal him and then ignore him in the fights.
Yeah.
He won't be a factor.
I think you could crack and shell it off, but
only if you take the damage.
Right,
so.
exactly. That's the problem.
And Alliance are running BKB carries. Loda will eventually get a BKB. Dragon Knight will get one.
Now, I think he's going to get Echo Saber first. I mean, he definitely should, but
It'll be Echo likely, but then BKB coming very shortly thereafter.
you don't really want to get BKBs too early on in the game and at some points in time. But in this situation right now, Loda has farmed extraordinarily well. How nervous are you for EG at this point in time, LD? Because they're currently, right now, 3,000 gold behind.
I think I'm extremely nervous. They have no map control. Their tier 1 has fallen top, which means Brood can invade the jungle. There's also aggressive Radiant Wards right now scouting EG's movements and rotations. Timber needs a ton of farm. Sumail has to get a Bloodstone and a Eul Scepter before he can deal with the Skywrath. Even then, there's heavy physical burst damage later on to control him. So Nature's Prophet then split pushing becomes the ideal solution, but the issue is you've got a Blink Dragon Knight. So he can just catch Zai and punish him, which is why we see Zai cliff juggling. EG are very limited in terms of options overall this game, and I think Alliance are... It's even more than the gold advantage. They're farther ahead than it seems. The way back in for EG is finding a really good team fight with Ravage. To do that, you'd like to have Vision, which they have a decent amount of, and you need to get the jump, but they don't have a blink on Tide, so they may have to go for a bait play, try to convince Alliance to come in too deep, and here's that opportunity, Mott. They're sieging.
They're going to go for it. Universe's smoke will break now. They'll back up seeing the Tidehunter under the tower. They want to be careful. They're going to TP away. No, Fear has been caught, and they will find the stun with S4. There's the Stormhammer. Fear will immediately die. He was behind enemy lines.
Bulldog looking to collapse on the tower.
They should get this. EG should back up. I don't think you could contest this 4 versus 5,
Oh,
even with Ravage.
there they go.
S4 jumps in. He finds the stun of the Universe. Ravage available. They hit up onto everyone, but they just don't have the damage. As Ancient Seals up onto Sumail. He will fall. He's dead for 10 after getting that Bloodstone, but Universe trying to TP out. I do not think he'll make it away, but he was so close. He gets the cleave off from Loda. We'll get the kill, and now PPD is next. We'll end up falling. 4 kills going the way of Evil Geniuses, and S4 finds a double. Alliance, wow, do they look good. They might be in position to 2-0 this series.
They are in complete control now. Roshan is next. Alliance getting split push slightly, but it's only a Dragonlance Nature's Prophet. He might take a tier 2, but if that's the least important tier 2 in the game for Alliance, so if they want, they can potentially go Roche. Zai is expecting them to go Roche, so that's why he's split pushing, but he was wrong. There's a
the
Dragon Tail.
They're going to try to wait. He can try to TP after this. They need more, and then the EGM is here to... It says Zai can't TP anymore now. He actually...
He holds onto his Fire Blast, and he is going to get in
Exactly.
range. Great play by EGM, but I think Zai still maybe gets out Dragon Tail.
Not there in time. He had
it for like a quarter of a second.
It was very close, and that's just Zai lucky to be alive right now, pulling 2 of the heroes over to the top lane, at least doing something, but it's not much. I mean, at this point, after that fight, there is a 7,500 net worth advantage going the way of Alliance, and the experience is not much better either. 5,000 experience going the way of Alliance as well. So for EG, they have to find more farm. They have to find maybe a better fight, but now this is where it gets tricky, as I think Alliance, they might invest in a gem soon and just start taking over map control, as well as Roshan.
Yeah, Ravage likely to cool down before the next fight. Universe will get a mech, but the level of items coming out for Alliance is just that next tier. Loda, already Armlet, Echo Saber, and Blink. BKB almost certainly to come after this, and then how do you deal with him? Timbersaw can't kill him. Warcry means that you just shrug off any right clicks that the Drow brings to bear, and you can't even control him with the Ravage, so... Well, Mott, then you'd normally say, oh, we'll just sprout him. We'll just give him the Arteezy treatment, but they can't even do that because he's got a Quelling Blade.
Yeah, and
there will be no counter for Loda aside from just running the hell away.
Yep.
And that's just Loda. That's not even counting Bulldog. That's not accounting for the Dragon Knight, who also has his own armlet. Alliance are incredibly in control of this
We
game.
haven't talked much about Bulldog, but he's in the same position he was in last game. He has his Echo Saber. He's got an early Midas. He's picked up an Ogre Club for a potential BKB. The mecha isn't even done yet for Universe, so if you compare offlaners, it looks awful. But yeah, this is the biggest problem right now, is that even without Armlet, if they're going just on S4, guess what? He's got Dragon's Blood as well as an Armlet. Everyone is so tanky. They really can't bring anybody down with his actual physical damage from EG, but they'll try.
They're smoked, but this is right before the mech timing.
Are they going to head Roche?
It's a really awkward time for EG
If they
to
go
take a
Roche,
fight.
it's kind of obvious, I think, for Alliance to scout that out.
And
they're
Alliance
not
already
going
have a
to.
ward near the pit. So if anyone from EG allows the smoke to break, it will be scouted anyway. I don't think EG can try for a Roshan play. That's too risky. There's always Spiderling scouting,
Yeah,
and there's
that's
a
the
web
problem.
near the pit.
Like he's
so
setting in one now. He'll continue to do this. Bulldog being very diligent with, of course, his broodlings, and that's great. So it's just back to farming. That I don't know what that smoke accomplished. I don't think they got any wards down for EG, unfortunately, and that's just the story of this game right now, isn't it, LD?
Meanwhile, Alliance rushing in. They've scouted out Universe. Can they force out that Ravage? If not, he may just get solo killed by S4 with right clicks, bringing him down quickly.
And they won't dive. They have a severe advantage, a distinct advantage, but they won't dive.
Brood has BKB already, so she is also essentially invulnerable in these fights.
But that's
if she gets it
another.
off.
This is another issue. I mean, Alliance,
going in.
Wow, they're just going to jump it. Stun on it too. Ravage will come out, but Sumail Mystic Flare coming in. He's about to fall, and Zai will TP in, but it's already too late as EG are getting routed. LD.
They have no chance. Completely forced back. Bulldog lane into Universe. Gets up the Echo Saber proc. A blink forward on his eye. 4. Make it 5. EG get taken out.
It's GG.
GG.
My God.
Oh, Loda ends it with an ultra kill, and with this win, Alliance have scrapped and clawed their way back from a terrible day one start. I think it was 2-4. It was almost worse. And they are in the upper bracket, TNC, regardless of the result in the game that they were previously playing. It's not going to matter. Such a great showing by TNC, but still down to the lower bracket they go. So in the end, OG, EG, and Wings pull it out. Probably the favorites coming into this group. Maybe biggest surprises, probably Na'Vi before the group stage started. LGD after day one, they looked really good, taking game off OG. But Mott, I don't think many people had Alliance in their top 4. They looked very shaky coming into this event.
Alliance is always just that wild card, that question mark. They perform great at some events, and other events they just can't seem to do well. Manila was a prime example of how you thought they might be doing well, but they were eliminated after one. They won one best of one against Mineski, and that's as far as they went. But now they are prime position to get into the upper bracket. They're there now, and we'll see who they play up against. This is great stuff in Alliance off the back of an amazing game one, and they played well in both games, but that game one victory they had to show their stuff, and they did. Wow.
I can't believe EG lost that game. Demon has to be
actually
so
insane.
sad right now. He's like, Fear, my friend, Clinton,
I don't
how could
even,
you let
like-
me down like that? I thought we were homies.
There are people that are saying, when did EG throw last? I don't even think there's a throw. That's just like, it was very close to begin with, and really it just came down to ice
they
armor.
had free Mega Creep, so I would say it was a throw. I don't think it was an intentional throw. It was very close, and they almost won, but they did underestimate Savage Roar. They underestimated Ice Armor. I don't think it was intentional.
Well,
Like,
also-
when people say throw, they mean on purpose a lot of the time, but this was just EG slightly miscalculating as far as the math goes.
As far as seeding is concerned, that means EG is second place, I believe, because they, of course, OG won their series against Na'Vi, which knocked Na'Vi down to the lower bracket. They're now 11-3 in terms of just maps overall, and EG will end up with 9-6. In fact,
So
Is Wings
no,
have
9
another-
and 5.
9 and 5.
So EG will be second. OG will get choice of opponent out of the third and fourth place teams in the other group. So all right, that's enough. The panel will break down the results towards the end of the day more, so you guys know how the main event's going to look. But guys, thank you so much for joining us for Alliance versus EG. I'm LD. He is the ever lovely Mott. Mott, what do we have coming up next? I believe it's VGR versus eHome.
Is it VGR versus EM? I believe you're right, actually. I think that should be our next game. It'll be on this stream as well. It is, in fact, VGR versus EM here on Stream 4. So if you want to see that series, see how good eHome is playing and see what they've got going on and see how VGR can maybe come back and try to get to the upper bracket, well, that'll be here on Stream 4. But with that said, we will see you guys after we take a quick break. See you guys around. Ehome's down in 1.
Yeah, Ehome's almost won.
And then this is VGR, and VGR is 4 and 6,
turn
but
to
they're
bat.
also only 1 point behind Liquid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to eHome versus Vici Gaming Reborn. We move to Group B now. 2 heats of games, and then potentially tiebreakers. I'm LDM, joined by Mott. eHome have just been crushing this group. Your wild card squad quickly becoming the C-Deck of 2016. They are 4-1 in terms of series, 9-1 in terms of games. They've only dropped 1 match, and that was to Liquid. Still to play, still to face them is Digital Chaos. But unless DC can take some games off eHome, if eHome wins this series 2-0 mod, they're looking very good to win the group. Meanwhile, VGR 4-6 need to win out to have a shot at the upper bracket.
Yeah, VGR, they started out 0-4, and everyone thought, okay, well, this team's over. They have the Mikasa stand-in with the coach. But Mikasa has been coming through no-no as well in the last series. We caught yesterday. They played very well for themselves. VGR, they did end up losing 1 more series before the day was done, I believe. And that actually, they split one with MVP Phoenix is what it was.
There was a very interesting story with VGR. Did you hear about it with Lin?
No, what?
So Lin is one of the Chinese casters. I believe he plays for Tongfu. And apparently, he talked a lot of smack about Nono's performance on day 1.
Wow.
Nono heard about this. He went into Sylar's room, and he just lost his shit and basically said, I am going to crush everyone tomorrow. And then he went full Dragon Ball Z mode the next
He
day.
owned.
It was a totally different player. So Lin has lit a fire under his ass.
I mean, listen, Lin might have had wrong intentions. Who freaking knows? Whatever he did, he helped out his fellow countrymen. And I got to say, VGR, they beat Liquid 2-0. I mean, we were watching that series back at the Smash Room, and we were shocked that Liquid was getting trashed as they were in that game. I mean, 40-minute games, relatively close, but VGR able to take games off Liquid should give you an indication of how good this team actually is. They have the ability, they have the capability of definitely beating eHome and maybe even 2-0ing them. But
I mean, Nono is a fantastic mechanical player as well as the draft gets underway. He's, I think, 8.5K or something, so he's like right up there, you know, in terms of individual mechanics with the top mids in the world. The thing with him was always psychologically, it seemed like he tilted, he kind of choked a bit, but if he can get past that, this VGR team could be a big threat going down the stretch. So, Malmot, draft underway.
yeah, and this is something we're seeing more and more as we progress through the group stages. It's the Kunkka support, usually played in that 4 position, and it's often
The
very
Lanham Kunkka.
Yeah, I mean, it's often very, very strong, too. I think this is one of the better supports that's going to be making an appearance, probably at the main event. And then, obviously, Keeper of the Light as well, which we've seen a fair bit, with Fly playing it a fair bit. Teams that usually go Naga like to pick up the Keeper of the Light, so you have that. You could recall the Naga Siren, and if they, you have plenty of Creep Wave push as well, and D-push for whoever you're playing against. So, eHome, obviously, a 1-2 in terms of support starts it. As that's what it looks like. It could be a Kunkka core. We've seen that before, but at this point, David, I think we're seeing a Kunkka support
extremely
hero.
unlikely. I think almost certainly a support hero. But yeah, technically it's possible. This is eHome. This is the team that ran the Legion Commander tri-lane support, so anything is certainly in the Lanham playbook. I do like VGR's draft against Kunkka, though. You have Disruption to deal with the X marks the spot, Torrent combo, also the Blade Fury. So 2 ways to prevent him from X-ing you back. And then on top of that, there are still other heroes you can get. There are other items you can get. So maybe an Outworld Devourer gets picked. OG
Sure.
ran that earlier today. An Astral Imprisonment, another counter to Kunkka. Something they could potentially run for No mid. Beyond that, just building Yule Scepters or grabbing BKBs. X is not like a completely broken spell that there are no answers for, but you have to game plan against it.
You definitely do, but that's the good thing about when teams pick it in first 2, you have time to do that. You have time to say, let's plan around this Kunkka. Now, you don't want to spend all of your time talking about what's a Kunkka counter, because that's not the only thing in the draft, obviously. There's a lot more to Dota than just one hero.
And he could be a support,
Exactly.
which is the most likely outcome. And then you built your whole draft to counter one support, and maybe you
Yes.
can't deal with their cores.
Now, I do want to say eHome have done this exact 2-support duo before. It was with their Sand King, Death Prophet, and Anti-Mage playing in that first game between eHome and MVP Phoenix.
And they crushed that game, if I recall correctly.
I think so. I didn't get a chance to see that game, I believe. That was, I believe I was busy either casting or leaving at that time. But that was still a series that is very, impressive. I mean, eHome, again, they've only dropped one game to Liquid, and again, that's not a bad team to drop your game to, so.
Yeah. So with that, the draft progresses now. VGR will ban out the Morph lane. I'll call it a cheesy split push here that goes well with Kunkka Keeper. The X gives him a lot of flexibility. He can waveform onto the racks, quickly begin sieging. Keeper can move him around to enable the split push. Generally, when eHome have run the Kunkka, just like VGR, both of these teams know how it works. You X your carry if you get ahead. He jumps in, he hits the buildings, then he comes back. There's basically no way to stop it. He's almost impossible to burst down. So we'll have to see if that's the game plan for eHome, but they could completely mix it up here, and I wouldn't put it past them to do something totally different. Now Murano getting removed.
Yeah.
The team that's running the Shadow Demon takes it out of the pool.
You know, and I do want to talk a bit more about the Kunkka, and again, Lonham, the last time he played it, he built another armlet. So that seems to be the new hot thing for...
It's the attacker build.
Yeah, and DP is coming out now, and this is, again, it's the same exact lineup that we just saw between them and MVP Phoenix.
You said it was Sand King next, and then Anti-Mage last.
Yeah, I think the picks, the way they went, it was exactly these first two picks. Then it was Death Prophet, then Sand King, and then AM, as you can see here. So I think that, I mean, that's just crazy to see. If they go for the same exact draft again, that would be nuts. It's against a completely different lineup, too. Like, there was no Shadow Demon, there was no Juggernaut played by MVP in that game. No Enchantress either, but I like Enchantress. I think that's obviously one of the better heroes for roaming and ganking early on into the game, and being able to gank a Kunkka early on is rather easy. But
that's one of Keeper of the Light's big weaknesses, and running him with the Kunkka, there isn't much kill potential. And Shadow Demon can crush the lanes. So
yes.
This is VGR. They have FY. FY doesn't have his old pal. That's actually an interesting match we haven't talked about. FY versus Fenrir,
yeah, it's
man.
FY versus Fenrir. I
The
forgot completely about that.
Blood Brothers now looking to kill each other. So if anyone knows FY's tricks, if anyone can be inside his head and understand the way he likes to move around the map, it probably is Fenrir.
I would imagine.
But still, I think as far as hero matchups go, VGR are very good at roaming. eHome are not that good at stopping it. They do have a tanky core in Timbersaw. I would like to see their last core be very elusive because you need to protect Death Prophet mid, and right now the only hero that can really do it is Kunkka.
Like that AM being elusive is one of his main points, is just being able to blink across the map into trees and things of that nature. Obviously, very strong hero. At certain points, his power curve is exceptional at like 35 to 40 minutes, maybe even a little earlier. VG Gaming Reborn, though, they're looking for their last pick right now, and currently they need what I imagine to be either a safe laner or a mid laner, depending on where they want to put the jug for VG Gaming Reborn, which would be a no-no hero, I guess, in this instance.
It could really be either lane. I think you're expecting DP mid, 99%. Jug does not do that well, so I think it is probably a no-no hero. What does no-no like to play? We've seen some Invoker from
Saw
him.
TA yesterday, which
TA
I'm not sure
is not so good against Timbersaw. Monoleek's really annoying for TA. Also, even Death Prophet has the Spirit Siphon,
which I think does multiple damage instances over.
I like Invoker a lot. He's great with Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. That's a classic matchup too. Invoker versus Death Prophet is a matchup we used to see all the time, but not so much anymore.
Anything else that no-no likes to play? That
off the top of my head that I can't think of. Well, I have to find VGR first, but off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that.
Okay. How about eHome then? So running the Death Prophet mid, Timbersaw.
Well, like you said,
is normally Ice's hero.
Yeah.
But he can play it. I mean, he could go off lane. It's still a farmer. They ran him, I think, safe lane Timber in one of those games. So I think the big thing eHome are lacking is that initiator. And oh my god!
What? You've got to be kidding me! A sniper. Now we have
Siphon this bitch.
97 heroes picked in TI6 before we even hit the main event. Balance be damned. Oh my lord, it's a sniper choice.
Oh my god. They are never going to get a Spirit Siphon off on this guy.
I don't even know what to say right now. I don't know if he's going to go mid. I don't know if he's going to go safe lane. It's been so long that we've seen Sniper really. I mean, he's been picked a couple of times, even in combination with Troll Warlord, but...
Oh man!
Oh God, what do you pick here for Ice? This is unless it's the Timber song, you go something else. I don't know how you deal with this, or even if you're that concerned, really.
Mr. Ho Ho Ha Ha.
It's freaking nuts.
I've missed him mainly for his voice lines. I don't think many other people have missed him.
Then you are probably the only person. Everyone else actually hates Ho Ho Ha Ha, and they just think it's a meme.
Chat is saying that it's either 100 or 99 heroes, so we may have already eclipsed that.
Oh really?
Mark. How many other total is 105?
I think so. Well, it's around that number. I don't want to. I think it might be 106.
All right, but when you're up against Sniper, you do want gap closers. They needed an initiator. It wasn't going to be Timber. Kunkka's unreliable. So they'll get the old 11 axe here.
That's where I wish we had Dota still up, because we could look up Sniper games in this particular patch and see just how popular and how well it's done. Which I don't know. And it is a no-no, yeah, Sniper, so this is...
A lot of confidence in the mid player here. I like this from VGR, that they're not afraid to experiment. I wonder if it's one of those situations where Nono's like, hey, come on, guys, FY,
Give me the
give me Sniper.
Give me the
I know this
Sniper.
matchup.
Give me the
I
Sniper.
could crush it. Or is it like FY, like, hey, I think Sniper would be good here. Nono's like, are you sure about that?
I mean,
I wonder. I'm very
I
curious.
think
about the
Nono will
dynamic.
probably have a bit more insight than that. I think he'll probably be the
yeah,
one.
of course.
I think
I'm
he will be
curious
the
whose
one.
idea it was and who was pushing for it. I tend to think when it's an unusual mid pick, it's normally the mid player who's
Exactly,
saying, I
which
want
is the
this
Mushi
hero.
effect. I call that the Mushi effect.
Yeah, or even something you've seen out of Sumail, to a lesser extent Arteezy, when we've heard like their captains talk about, you know, how the hero picks begin. That's often how it goes, is the mid clamoring for the hero.
So we'll start the game off, and Old Latam will go ahead and TP mid alongside DDC on the other side for VGR, and they were both trying to put wards down, but DDC's not having it. Old Latam was trying to walk up higher ground, and he's not going to get that ward placed, at least on the opposite side of the river. So some good, I guess it's not even de-warding, it's just counter positioning, I guess you could call it, for VGR. Mikasa playing the Slardar. He played this yesterday when they did win. He had kind of a rough time to a fair extent in the beginning of the game, but they turned it around. He was able to find his farm and get a Blink Dagger roughly at the same time the opposing offlaner was, which was, of course, Moose Sand King on Digital Chaos' side. And for now, eHome, they'll have Ice 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 on the Timber Saw. The question is, where will they send him again? Ice 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 is the new one position usually, so it looks like they'll probably place him up top.
And to the delight of fans everywhere, Ice 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 has been having one hell of a tournament.
Yes.
Finally,
Fantastic.
I think it's not been since the TI2 days, back when he was on Zenith, that we got to see him in a 1 or a 2 position role.
Yeah, he's been 3 positions since then.
And a little bit of support for eHome. They tried a bunch of role swaps, but this seems to be obviously is the setup that works best for them.
I mean, to be
The
9-1.
results speak for themselves.
To be 9-1, if they end the group stages with only 1 loss, that's even better than OG, and it's just an impressive display, an impressive performance coming out from eHome. And, we'll start things off pretty casually. Just 1 bounty rune going to each member, of course, and some wards being placed down as well. And it's, of course, this ward at the entry to the Radiant Jungle is very common and often very good for stopping ganks. For the Dire side is being placed down
actually, it does also, I believe, block the spawn box as well. So it gives you vision towards the rune, and it blocks the spawn box.
It does block the spawn box.
Yeah, it's a crafty ward. Shadow Demons generally like to be spending a lot of time in the jungle nowadays. The Shadow Poison Max is the build. See Nono getting bullied mid.
He's taking a lot of damage. He took 1 full Spirit Siphon.
He went for headshot level 1. That's the most common sniper build, but until you get those points and take aim, your range isn't that long.
How do you feel about Shrapnel as an ability right now?
I honestly have not played that much sniper as of late, so I'm not even gonna attempt to
It's like, I
understand
think
the
it was
hero.
built or picked up a little bit by some of the snipers in this current patch that did play it. It was one team that ran like Troll Sniper, and I can't remember. Someone already told me too recently, and I just can't remember off the top of my head. But regardless,
Do you know what were the latest buffs? They've continued to buff it, right?
I think they haven't really touched it that much, but I can tell you.
He is gonna skill it here. You definitely want at least 1 point in
I
the
would
game
think
as
so.
they catch him out mid, the
The
boat
torrent
to
comes
start,
through.
the siphon to follow. This is the downside to sniper.
Yeah, he's easily ganked. That's the biggest issue.
He's actually not getting any help here. They have no vision at all to scout these rotations. If you're going to run sniper, you have to help the sniper. You can't just leave him on an island.
So the last couple of changes, 6.85, they reduced shrapnel delay from 1.4 to 1.2. It's all about shrapnel. Increased the damage by about a lot, actually, 20 at its max level, and then another 15 in the next patch. And then at 6.88B, they increased his turn rate by 0.1 and his night vision by 100. So small buffs
they need
over.
to help. No, they cannot just leave sniper on his own in the mid lane. They're going to give him a ward now. Fenrir was not scouted grabbing this invis rune, but
Yeah, that would have been very dangerous. He going down twice in this game. He's CSing just fine, but again, No needs some help, like you mentioned. And again, the small buffs over the long course of time is actually going to help out Sniper. But is it going to be enough to actually win this game? We'll wait and see, as he's currently still below the death profit. In fact, top 3 are going eHome's way right now.
The good news for him is that the only catch is just the X torrent. And you have Shadow Demon to counter that, so if the team's in position later on, he should be okay. His top lane, FY makes his move, he wants L11, he's going to find him.
Yeah, that was just the thunderclap coming in from the Hellbear Smasher. Smoke came out, I believe, from the Enchantress to get that kill.
Yeah,
Mikasa was low, and I just don't think they expected it.
Yeah, did use the smoke for it. So I like the movement by FY. He gets a ward down for Nona, which was essential. He also then rotates top unexpectedly, setting up a kill there. And Mikasa needs the help. Axe versus Slardar is an unwinnable matchup if you're in a 1v1. Even with the Enchantress's help, though, it's still not easy. Especially if Keeper of the Light decides to rotate. So overall laning stage mod, it looks pretty good for eHome right now. 4 heroes farming very well.
Yeah, Fenrir in the jungle has just been illuminating stacks and camps like crazy. He's up to 14 CS currently and will maybe go for that early axe. But here's the wraparound gank again on Old 11, but they missed the thunderclap. No, he cancels the animation, juking it, and now Old 11 caught. There's the enchant coming through. Hellbear Smasher gets off that thunderclap, and here comes Fenrir.
Mikasa has a crush. I think they can kill off Old 11 here.
He's
One more
low.
thunderclap soon.
Illuminate just barely misses Mikasa, and the counter helix as well. At least clear out some of these creeps, but now Old 11's still trying to get away. He's got no salve, or he just used it, excuse me. He's got the Ring of Health to help out as well.
Ice. Taking advantage bottom. He forces out the Blade Fury. Now he can play a lot more aggressively. And there's still nearly 30 seconds before that cools down. So No opted for the early boots on Sniper. Move speed is definitely essential. But if she gets off the Spirit Siphon on him, I don't know if he can easily get out of that because she does slow you down once she's siphoning you.
Well, that's the point of take aim. He should be able to be far enough away that he won't have to deal with the Spirit Siphon. He can shrapnel from afar as well, which is exactly what he's doing now. Still Old Chicken, obviously, with the CS advantage. Not by much, though, but the Torrent does miss. He's able to back up. Here comes DDC.
They dewarded the Ench, by the way. eHome knows if Sniper is in the dark that he's going to be a very sad panda.
Yeah, that's... I mean, but they do drop down another Observer Ward here on the other side.
The ward war rages on. Man, that's a tongue twister.
Yeah, that certainly is. Also, there's no vision on the Dire side, so they didn't see the DDC rotating in from the Shadow Demon. But now there's a smoke from VGR, and they're going to head bottom. And it looks like their target is Ice.
They have decided he is a public enemy #1. Look at his positioning. Ice is just begging to get ganked.
I think he's dead here.
VGR are going to oblige.
Yeah, they have Soul Catcher? No, they just have Shadow Poison. Blade Fury's going to come through, Slithering Crush as well. And they might even use the Shockwave, the Hadouken, if you will. Timber Chain out. Look, trying to get past the tower. He's actually going to cut his way through.
Juki through the trees. He's almost full health.
3 stacks on him. There's the Shockwave and another Slithering Crush. No more mana for a Chakram. He's got the Mango, though.
He's got 22
4
armor.
4 stacks, 5 now. And it'll take a lot of damage, but he's not dead yet. Mikasa needs another Slithering Crush, and he'll get it. And they need one more right click plus another bit of poison.
Kill this man!
I don't think they're actually going to get this kill. They're not getting the kill. The reactive armor heals are so much. And he's actually going to hit the Shockwave, and he's actually going to stay alive. Oh, my God. He was at like 10 HP before sticking up. Are you kidding?
That was a 4-hero gank, and they didn't kill him.
How do you
And
do
meanwhile,
that?
Sniper died mid, by the way. That was, I think, just the solo kill from Old Chicken. Did see if anyone rotated
That
it.
doesn't matter.
That's so unimportant.
That gank bottom was insane. They went 4 heroes, wasting at least a minute and a half worth of time, and they just still can't get the kill.
I'm no mathematician, but that's nearly 6 minutes of total time for the team now wasted.
Yes.
All the while eHome farming, and boy, you can see it in the graph. Travis, this is a 3,000 gold lead, over 3,000 experience lead. And now he's got raindrops too, so good luck. If the Shadow Demon had gotten that last poison stack off, oh no, sorry, he had 5.
He had 5.
He did everything he could.
He had 5, but he was at like maybe 75% or 50% HP, and it still didn't bring him down.
Maybe they should have right-clicked him less, just tried to kill him with spell damage only.
The reactive armor might have actually saved him. Who knows? But
oh, it definitely saved him. I don't know if they could have killed him without right-click.
Okay, well here's what you do. You either don't do the right click, or you get Soul Catcher and you wait for that, and then you kill him regardless of whatever else happens.
They're making a move on Old Chicken. This is a big pick off mid.
They're going to use the disruption first to set up with a Slithering Crush. They're going to find it. Now the Assassinate coming in. You can hear the chicken boom goes. Should fall, and it will be in fact the Shadow Poison that does so, getting the kill.
Nice pick off there. Old Lanham not in position to save his buddy.
Dire's middle
But
tower is
VGR,
under
a
attack.
huge commitment to get these kills. It's consistently 3-4 heroes making the rotations. This means, oh, by the way, there's an Axe, just AFK top. Level 8 for Old 11. The enemy Slardar, who was even on levels, is now
50
5.
CS. My God. He's got a full Vanguard, a 300 gold. No Tranquils, however. Mikasa, he is nowhere near that. He's level 5 at the very least, but he's only got 10 CS. And this is a strugglesome game for at least the Slaughter. There's going to be this disruption as well as a
And they
Soul
get a range
Catcher.
for Assassinate.
They have it, and that should be enough with the Shadow Poison going in. It will be. DDC will get the kill as he's stunned from the Mana Leak. Nice kills. Okay, so VGR, they're coming in. They've gotten 2 quick kills with, of course, the disruption helping out. The Shadow Demon making some nice plays, and all things considered, that'll help. But again, they have to find a way to keep even with this Axe, and that's just not possible. As Mikasa will sprint away from Old 11, afraid of the Axe, and at level 8, I would be too. He's 2 levels ahead of him.
VGR are going to need a Slardar Blink. I don't think they can do too much at this stage of the game without it. Maybe finding a pick-off on a Keeper of the Light here or there, but forced into a very defensive posture. This allows eHome to open up the map. Kunkka can start looking for kills around the map. Has still not taken any points in X, just going for the 2-2 build thus far. I didn't get to watch too many of his Kunkka games, so I haven't seen his skill build, but well, I imagine I'll take at least 1 point fairly soon. But yeah, they can just completely outfarm VGR and play the economy game right now.
Oh, Lanham is very speedy with phase boots. They have no way of bringing him back. The Shockwave was off point, so End can't go for a Blade Fury. They're too far away for an Omni Slash, so he's actually getting help. As I think, the TP came through, and Lanham's going to head back up to that mid lane instead. Taking this bottom lane is Ice.
Stacks everywhere. Old 11, he's clearing out 1 triple stack. He's
God.
got another one
Dude,
waiting. There's
his-
an ancient quad stack, is that? I think that's
His
the quad
blink
stack.
is pretty much done. I mean, with all of these stacks going his way, he's going to have Blink so early. Blink Vanguard before 10 minutes, maybe, if you're lucky. Maybe
It's going to
a
be
little
like
bit longer than
5k
that.
net worth after the Ancients.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's up to 1900 right now. That's so close to Blink, and he has no stack from this one. It's only a Dark Troll Summoner, but that's unfortunate. Still, though, he is so farmed right now, and eHome, with him getting that Blink Dagger and Vanguard, they are going to make a move. And they know that they don't want the Sniper to farm just casually, and they have the Timbersaw at level 8 as well, so he has some good damage, maybe waiting for some more experience from him. But it looks like VGR are going to be making their own move here.
They're all just running around wherever they want, looking for the quintuple stack, and they got it.
God.
Old 11. Money.
is gonna actually hurt.
Money.
Thank
how,
God
How
for
rich
Call.
is he going to be after this?
He's going to have enough for Blink and more. 200 now, but he'll probably end up with like
Another
500
1,000 gold almost?
Yeah, probably something
He's
like
got
that.
2 ancient dragons
He has
here.
to be careful. He doesn't have Tranquils, which is the problem.
He's got another call. He's fine.
He should be okay. Yeah, he'll be fine, it looks like.
Oh my goodness.
They gave one to Lanham, too. Lanham's like, thank you. That's so much gold for me.
So he even sends out the salve. He can immediately transition.
He's a little low on mana,
gank.
so he is only enough by the time if they decide to go for something. He'll only have enough for the call and the dunk. That's just 1 call, 1 dunk. But that might be enough. He might just head back home as well.
He's
We'll
got
see.
Keeper of the Light, though. Fenrir can just come and give him
Yeah, they
mana.
have Chakra as well. That's a good point.
Old 11 will never have to go home. Much to the chagrin of VGR fans everywhere.
This is
And it seems like the sniper pick overall has turned into a big liability. With the early death, No needed help. He didn't get the ward to start the game.
Hey, he's got the most net worth for his team, though.
But it comes at a cost, right? Because FY has just been sitting behind him. They've constantly been ganking his lane with 3-4 heroes, which means they're not farming elsewhere. So eHome winning all the other lanes kind of by default.
Radiant's bottom
GR
tower
smoked
is
up
under
and was getting
attack.
ganked bottom, but he TP's home as Ice works in the tier 2 tower. But now, when will VGR make their move? DDC is up front. Mikasa, again, no Blink Dagger, not really close to it
But
either, but
mid lane,
instead it's
Travis.
the counter move. Old 11 with the Blink, FY, and No, he wants 1, maybe 2, and he misses both, unfortunately, as the Battle Hunger is there. Chakram will go, it'll slow Old 11 down, and it'll stop, but now the time being, they're going to come in. Old Chicken, he's got the Spirit Siphon. Here comes the Ghost Ship. It's going to come through.
All right, can
and
somebody hit a
misses.
spell, please?
Yeah.
Miss crushes, miss boats, miss torrents,
Missed
miss
everything.
calls.
Now
Nothing's
they've got the
connected.
call that hits into FY. There's the chop. First hero dead. Fenrir did take, I believe, a full Omni Slash from End, and that will be the trade. 1-for-1 exchange so far. And Assassinate comes through to some very little damage to Old 11. That did nothing.
You got peeped.
Yeah,
That's
not
all
quite.
you got.
Yeah, not quite. I don't
gross.
even know what that was, but it wasn't a lot of damage. I'll tell you that much. So All right, end of the
All
engagement.
right, well, that could have been like 4 heroes dead for VGR if eHome hit their spells, so I think they're happy about that. And this, to me, is a very strong case for a point and X marks the spot for Old Lanham.
Yes.
Yeah, there's Disruption and Blade Fury to semi-counter it, but if they're not in position with the Shadow Demon or you disrupt someone besides the Jug, it's still a guaranteed kill.
Well,
assuming you
now
hit the Torrent.
he has max Tidebringer. The only thing, you could max Torrent, but I don't see you. I just get the 1 point next, and then you could max Torrent. I don't even care. I just do that. And Lanham is just going to have to sit back and wait for End to farm this creep wave. Not much they can do. There's a lot of good, I will say this, there's a lot of good Radiant Vision for VGR across the map. You can see one towards the backside of the jungle here, the entrance towards that tier 2 tower. Then they have one on their side. There's a ghost ship coming out. Lanham might be in trouble. Disruption. And more than likely, the call to turn it around. Impetus will get the kill, but can Old 11 bring End down? The Battle Hunger will go. He needs to be in range of Chop, but he's not
They
quite
have
there
another
yet.
Blade Fury. If they tries to spin, though, he's going to get chopped.
Chop, chop, chop. He doesn't even need it. It's the counter helix that'll get the kill. And now they're coming through with the Exorcism as well as the Spirit Siphon onto FY. Let's see if they can kill him.
The
Oh, yeah.
deer drops. eHome finding another, and they're doing this while Ice 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 is just AFK bottom mod. Farming away.
Yeah, he's having a great time. He's actually like below the sniper net worth. Ice 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 is, I don't know. I don't think he's died.
No, he was off lane. Remember, he spent a minute and a half also running away and then going home. But
Oh, right. There's
they
the
find old chicken
Benny
top.
Hill.
And they kill him in time. The ghosts are coming back. Oh,
Wow, that's
no.
so bad. And low in that disruption is Mikasa. Old 11 looking to blink in. Can't quite yet. Blink was on cooldown. I think it was from Shadow Poison. Now they're going to come through Battle Hunger. End has respawned. He's back into the fray, ready to go. But they're going to sprint away. Some good vision for the Dire here to see them move all throughout this top area. There's 3 wards in the vicinity, and that should be the end of it. But now the call comes in. End's going to get caught with the Torrent. There's the Ghost Ship. They missed the chop. No. He uses it perfectly and brings him down.
That move speed is huge. Now getting onto FY. If he can find another call, it's likely another kill. Run, Bambi, run. But it's Venison that eHome want, and it's Venison that they're going to get.
And the Torrent does some nice damage as well.
Or are they? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That counter helix proc owned. Old 11 having some serious damage. Gets another call off. The chop's ready, and he gets a triple. Old 11 will stay alive, 140 HP. And DDC, the ultra kill from Old 11. Walks into his death, blink up, ready to go, but no, they don't give the rampage to Old 11.
Sniper was going to assassinate him, but he got silenced by the Death Prophet, so the little pew-pew fails. Disaster ensues. eHome are in utter command of this game.
I think we're seeing why this team is 9-1 right now. They are so good at just finding kills, moving together. The fact that they're able to get that axe with the blink so early, and then just combo all of his abilities up with the Torrent and the Illuminate and all of that. They're just doing so much work, and this is at 15 minutes into the game. And they're going to find more as Old Lanham is looking for End. There's the Ghost Ship coming in, but the Blade Fury is going to get himself out in time as the Tidebringer was there. But
it's one of the things I love about Kunkka is his ultimate is such a low cooldown that you can take risks like that.
just throw it.
Yeah, it's not like a Ravage, right, where if you blow the Ravage, then you're just a very useless hero for over 2 minutes. You got the opportunity to take a shot, and it does insane damage. 400 damage at level 1 on a 1 minute cooldown, roughly.
Yeah.
Smoked up, Mott. Moving in mid. Old 11, ready to pounce.
Get more wards down if they had them. I don't think they do. They've used all of them at the top lane.
They've got a lot of dire vision. They see everything here.
They're going to find FY, and he is going to die instantly. Another chop. 7-1-0. And not only that, they've TP'd in with Ice 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 to this top lane. They're really caught between a rock and a hard space. DDC, he's going to be scouted out by that ward.
They saw him walking by, but he will make it out.
I think they're more concerned with Nono mid, and the Yules is there in time. See you later, Mr. Sniper.
Just completely outmaneuvering VGR, out-farming them, out-laning them, out-pushing them, out-ganking them, out-everything VGR. They are getting completely spanked right now.
Yeah, you know, the more I think about this game, the more I think that Sniper pick might not have been the best choice, although...
If you're going to run Sniper, you have to protect the hero. They didn't put the Shadow Demon mid. They didn't even put a ward down for the Sniper. Yeah, Kunkka hits a nice Torrent, but if Kunkka hits a Torrent, he's just dead to Spirit Siphon. That's generally why we don't see the hero run, is because he needs help. He didn't get it, so as much as it's like, yeah, no is, oh, what a bad mid, it's not really entirely his fault.
Chop Mikasa. He was dealing with at least a chakram first, and then immediately they find a call into another calling blade. He's down for 31 seconds. Well, I don't know who thought the sniper pick would be okay, but this is a game that is very important for Vici Gaming Reboard, and currently they're not doing nearly well enough to be able to even consider winning this one. In fact, it is a 12,000 net worth advantage at 17 minutes. And
good news, Sniper is really good at defending high ground.
Yeah, I guess.
He's got a Dragon Lance, right?
The Axe is going to find him. The Axe is going to say, "Where are you, Sniper?" He's going to blink. He's going to call him if he's in range. And
Look
then
at his
he's gonna kill
auto
him.
attack range, Travis. Come on.
Yeah,
It's
true.
only a level 3 take aim. This guy can outrange a tower. Assuming he ever gets to one.
He's not probably going to get to one this game.
Yeah, it's not looking good for VGR.
And everyone is pretty tanky on the side of eHome as well, with the exception of Fenrir, but he has a mech coming pretty soon. So I don't think he can get any kills. Blink call, and does get the Blade Fury off. The Torrent's going to miss there, but still has enough to chop him down with the counter Helix procs.
Oh, they want more. Mikasa,
So
just
dead,
stand still and
Mikasa.
take it.
Yep. Oh my god, another chop, another double kill for Old 11, and it just gets worse and worse for VGR.
We
as
need to
move
strap
forward.
a GoPro to Old 11's back and just watch this man jam it in time and time again. Godlike, beyond, 10-1.
Not done
looking
yet.
for more.
He misses the call on DDC. Torrent, DDC walks back into it. Old 11's like, if I had Blink, you'd be so dead right now. The X-Marks is going to go. No
He can
more
just
Ghost
walk
Ship.
in and chop DDC momentarily. He's looking for it.
Yep. And there it is.
Kaboom!
God. VGR are having one of the roughest games we've seen in this entire group stage, and we've seen some rough games.
It's so good with the keeper too, because reducing the cooldown in Berserker's Call, it's on a 4-second cooldown when he's chakra. It's just constantly ready to go.
They will be pushed back as the assassinate comes through. Old 11 has to go back and heal, and that's the one thing the keeper can't give him. And Sylvan comes out.
They have Spirit Form though, so he can instantly bring Old 11 back.
Yes, sir. That is exactly what's happening, and they're not done yet. Mikasa did D-ward. Old Chicken is there, but again, the gap closer, the main damage dealer, Old 11, he's the one that has to be there to get that call. Mikasa and End are barely going out of the base. End has only a Yasha and phase boots, and that seems like for the rest of them, that's luxury, as the rest of VGR are poor.
Lanham finds Mikasa.
God.
Or, well, Mikasa, he thinks he's found Lanham, but there's friends. There are friends for eHome.
Misses the call, flanks up, and gets it anyways. And the chop should be coming in. Oh, he's going to Yules himself, or get Yules rather. Ice, come on.
Ice. Boo!
BM Central.
Boo!
I can't believe he just did that. That's just so... Old 11's like, whatever, I have an ancient stack. You guys take Roche.
This is where you mute, block, and report your teammates.
He's getting Lotus Orb too, by the way. So he really wants to be able to just go crazy and help his teammates also if need be. I don't know, honestly, how this you really can't, win unless eHome make a drastic error when it comes to pushing and maybe team fighting, because there is very good late game with a Juggernaut as well as Enchantress and a Sniper, but like,
They have to access it though, right?
they're so far behind.
Bottom
You're right.
lane, Lanham trying to send himself home with the cute plays, but backup has come, Mott.
There's the blinding light. Mana Leak doesn't quite.
Oh, he
they
got
get the
him.
X off in the time. I thought he might have gotten away. Lanham had, of course, enough. I think they chakred him just to make sure the X was ready to go.
And they're just toying with him now. They'll let Gandalf run him down with his Staff of Doom.
Fenrir gets the kill. Fenrir put in a lot of work for that kill. I gotta applaud him. That was pretty nice.
So we have a Blink Death Prophet now. Blink into Spirit Siphon on the Sniper, and then he's done. His fight is over. Oh dear, it is not looking good for VGR.
I mean, there's just nothing that you can really do. What End is doing right now is probably your best bet, is heading to the enemy jungle, dropping a ward down, and just taking the enemy's farm, because they're not really looking to farm their own jungle right now. They're looking to stay on the Radiant
Look at
side of the
this.
map.
eHome's already saying they must be in our jungle. Go find them.
Ice is very near actually being able to bring him down and finding him. And of course, on the other side, Fenrir as well is almost ran into End. And of course, just sitting in the tree line waiting to TP home.
So we now have a Lotus Orb on Old 11. We're going to see the... It works on Assassinate, right? I think it does.
What, taking off,
No,
stopping
no,
it?
like
Oh,
shooting
like
it
he'll
back.
shoot himself?
I want to see the
Probably.
Sniper deflect himself to death.
Shoot himself in like the face. Yeah, that'd be a little.
That would be sad, but probably appropriate given how this game is going.
Man, Lanham was just waiting for him. And then the torque comes to Mikasa. He like thought he escaped old 11, then he rounds the corner. There's 2 more heroes, and he's like, I don't know what I have to do to live. But it's clearly not that, as he has 5 deaths in this game. Ice will try to clear out this tier 3 tower in the top lane. And just went and cut the creep wave. I don't think they care as they're diving further. There's the disruption. That'll be up onto the Death Prophet, but Old Chicken still has Aegis, mind you, and Exorcism is running. Here comes the Assassin, and oh, good
Meanwhile,
Scepter. Good
Old
Yule
11
Scepter.
on extermination duty top. He's heating up. He's about to be. Is it going to happen? No, juke by the Healing Ward. Meanwhile, they are losing
It's
Rex.
pretty speedy.
But I don't care about that Rex.
I mean, yeah, the Rex are falling, and End is like, I need to leave. He actually got the TP canceled by that
It's a
axe.
blink call. Not going to happen.
Now, End's going to actually make it away, but here comes the Ghost Ship, and luckily it will avoid being hit on VGR, but they still take it. Well, they're just going to call it GG. I mean, that's it. And I think that's they kind of had to, being down 20,000 net worth at that point.
Completely outplayed. Dumpstered, I have to say, Mott. And I didn't get to say it during the game, but I'll say it now. He's on fire! That was a sick X showing. They had such a good strat around it. They did everything around the X really well. The ancient stacking, the jungle stacking, the Keeper of the Light pick that lowers the Berserker's Call cooldown. It was just a thoroughly thought out strat, and honestly, I wonder if you should ban Keeper Light against E-Home, because I think they banned Naga this game. I think the Keeper is the problem more so than the Naga.
I can see that. I think
Because Keeper can enable a lot of different heroes. Naga is kind of like a standalone option that partners well with Keeper.
Mhm.
I think they did run one Naga support, but I'd be more afraid of the Keeper, to be honest.
I agree with you. Still, eHome showing why they are as good as they are, and they're now 10-1 on their way to securing. In fact, I'm sure they've already secured an upper bracket berth, but now can they secure the top spot in the in the Group B is the question.
Yeah, a win here, and then DC would have to 2-0 their next series and beat eHome, or at least take a game off them. So eHome are closing in on 1 seed in the group. CDEC Reborn perhaps should be their new name. And with that, we're done for this game, but it's a 2-game series.
It is, and Vici Gaming Reborn, despite what happened in this game, which was a thrashing, there still is obviously an opportunity for them to be able to even the series up in Vici Gaming Reborn. Like I said before, they need every game they can get to try to get to the upper bracket, and we'll update you guys on the standings for Group B as we move through here. But for now, I'm Martin, he's LD. We will take a quick break, and we'll jump into game number 2 in just a moment.
turn to ban. E-Home's turn to ban. VGR's turn to ban.
Yeah.
E-Home's turn to ban.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the International 2016. We are here with Group E matches between eHome and Vici Gaming Reborn, as we, of course, are into game number 2 now. The draft underway. eHome stomping VGR within about 20 minutes, we'll call it, and doing so with literally no issues whatsoever. Of course, the Axe getting super farmed, and from that point on, it was over. So, looking forward to game 2. My name is Mont. With me is LD. VGR, they definitely looked better yesterday than they did in that last particular game, LD.
Yeah, I think it's also that eHome just looked really good. The sniper pick did not work out. VGR did not play around the hero very well. I think you have to ward for the sniper. You have to protect him. Shadow Demon carrying a TP is the type of thing you should be doing. Didn't see much help early. If sniper doesn't get help early, he is food. So it will be a change up here. Interestingly, though, eHome not going for the Kunkka Keeper of the Light, even though it was available. To me, this just, it says less that they like, oh, that's not good this game, because it's the exact same opening for VGR, and it's more, we want to try something different, and we want to continue to diversify our openings and our strategy so that we're not too predictable or easily counter-drafted going into the main event. So I think eHome's already looking at the main event, taking a step forward, and trying to make sure they have multiple options headed there. As for VGR, they need a win. They get the end Terrorblade. They did win at least one game with this yesterday, and they have the Shadow Demon to back it up. So you always want that defensive support to go with the TB, and they have it now.
Yeah, the Terrorblade second overall pick is rather interesting. I don't think it was banned by eHome last game, but I can't remember off the top of my head, so that's just something that's...
I don't think it was banned at all.
It's interesting you pick it second overall, but then again,
they
it
had
allows you...
Timbersaw, though. Terrorblade's not that great against Timbersaw.
It allows you to, I guess, plan around the Terrorblade and say, okay, well, what can we do? What can we pick to make it easier? eHome will go for the Warlock, which, again, we've talked about. Fenrir is the one that usually plays this. However, they have played it mid during the wild card. So
yeah, I think we were actually casting that match.
We were.
eHome versus Execration. So
yeah.
Who knows how eHome will lane this Warlock. And, again, that's why I have really high hopes for eHome heading into the main event, is they're running the same heroes in multiple ways. They're opening drafts similarly and then wildly diverging. They're showing a wide variety of styles. You really don't know what the openings mean. You can't predict their lanes based on early picks. They are looking kind of like Wings, except just a little more solid and a little less schizophrenic, where the drafts are just kind of like random heroes out of nowhere that maybe don't fit. So I think eHome continuing to showcase their versatility. Warlock, Fatal Bonds, very good at dealing with the Terrorblade, at dealing with his illusions. It's more pure damage to work with, and it gives them a push strat now, potentially. The Healing Ward, the Rock, Bloodlust.
Yeah.
A lot of siege potential here.
I mean,
already.
Juggernaut already is a very good pushing hero because of the Healing Ward and the amount of damage you can do.
They can still get Kunkkas. They can do that, X, Blade Fury, go hit the tower, back off shenanigans if they want.
Yeah, I mean, eHome, Laudanum has been very active with that Kunkka, so we'll wait and see if that'll be the case again. VGR will go ahead and pick up the Mirana, though, so it's a good hero with, obviously, a lot of potential, both in casting and the Starstorm Aghanim Scepter, and later on down the road, we saw Sumail play it in the other game with Alliance in that right-click build. Actually did a fair bit of damage. Of course, he had the Drought up, back him up, but nonetheless, eHome, of course, we'll see what they want to go for in their next pick. They have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left of reserve time. They haven't touched it yet, so they've had a pretty good understanding of what they've wanted to do here and who they've wanted to grab.
What do they want next? So if they're going to run a Kunkka, it would definitely have to be a core Warlock, but they will do something different. They get Legion. Legion can be a big part of a super carry strategy, and I think the hero that I'm a little worried about right now from VGR is Lone Druid, because you now could have a Healing Ward, a Golem, Bloodlust, as well as Moment of Courage, all on the bear. That will be an building wrecking machine. So I think VGR actually might need to ban Lone Druid last phase, or pick something that hard counters it.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I think that could be dangerous to have, and then of course that split push or pushing in general might be tough to deal with for Vici Gaming Reborn. They have them run a Shadow Demon. It could be a support to us. We've seen before with these two heroes picked. there's a chance that that is a support duo and not just the core Mirana that we're so used to seeing played in the mid lane. It would be No-No's hero in this instance, so.
Oh, VGR, pick number 4.
I don't know what they want here.
What do they want? So they see a heavy push coming. What is good against push? Wave clear is really good. AA is really good against healing-oriented strategies, which there's a decent amount of for the time being. Outside of that, it's either that or you have to go all in on the laning stage and just look to crush them there. But I think running Terrorblade, it's already a fairly passive draft. Mirana has minimal kill potential, with Ogre being very tanky, Juggernaut having Blade Fury. Warlock is actually pretty tanky in his own right. So I think for VGR, even like maybe a Keeper of the Light, but then you're lacking stuns from your support. They're kind of in a tough spot here. They are going to go for laning stage domination, but it's in a different form. And this is a hero that could find kills. Riki, I like this pick from VGR.
Yeah, this is something that I feel like should have seen more of, or
Yeah,
I'm surprised we
haven't
don't see
seen
more
much
of.
lately.
It was picked up a little bit by Crit earlier on in the tournament, among other
they
heroes.
They want a 5-man so bad. Banning the Tide. I mean, Idhom to me are clearly an open book at this point. They are just looking to bulldoze VGR.
Yeah, they want to finish the series.
The
very
other hero they
quickly.
could run is a Death Prophet. They could still run Warlock support. Some sort of pushing hero should definitely be the ban. I think there's a little more synergy with the Lone Druid, though, because of the Legion Commander pick.
Last ban is a Death Prophet. That would definitely be a hero that can snowball, death ball, whatever you want to call it, and just push down towers like crazy. VG Gaming Reborn have an opportunity here to pick their, what I imagine would be an offlaner, as they have the Mirana mid, Terrorblade safe lane, and then in the off lane, we'll see what they want to grab for, well, Mikasa more than likely.
Yeah, should be Mikasa. Dragon Knight.
Maybe it's not off lane DK, or it is. I mean, they're gonna. Oh man, they're getting on this card.
All right.
And that's pretty good with Shadow Ward and Press the Attack too. There's 2 different sources of heals.
I forgot about
and
this
Healing
hero.
Ward as well.
I forgot about this hero, Travis.
Oh man, Ehome just.
I thought Lone Druid
styled.
was going to be good this game. No, it's not like the best Huskar game ever. Terrorblade has a shitload of physical damage.
You have Sunder.
Actually, Ehome, VGR beat Liquid's Huskar with the Terrorblade. So I don't think it's the dream Huskar game, but and even the Cloud is very annoying because you can't purge off the silence with your life break, and they have Shadow Demon. So it's still the amount of synergy there is for the Huskar. That's where it's really scary, even if it's not the best Huskar game in a vacuum.
I think that with Ehome playing it, I feel as if they have more than enough heals, they have more than enough potential to bring this to a screeching halt for VGR and just absolutely crush them again. Although DDC...
They're also, let's be honest, they're looking like the better team. So even if we like the
that's
VGR
kinda
draft,
what I
I
mean.
still probably favor Ehome.
That's kind of what I mean. I mean, like, VGR, sure, they looked good yesterday. Today, they are not looking so great. It actually looks like Mikasa, hold that thought, is Press the Attack is actually helping Old 11 almost get this kill onto FY, who has Shadow Poison, and that is it. No disruption to save him if he got in trouble. But, yeah, I mean, Mikasa's going to be playing the DK mid, it looks like, so they're going to swap things up a little bit. It means the offlaner is going to be the
FY?
Mirana for No-No.
Well, I guess he's going back to Fountain.
Yeah, he is not.
This is the walk of shame.
He's not going to be able to help contest, which means that there's one less hero on this bottom lane. It's 2 for 2, or 2 against 2, I should say. But they'll back up for Old Bonham. And
I didn't realize you could purge the Shadow Poison stacks, but that's an interesting mechanic. So press the attack, pretty good against Shadow Demon.
I did not know that either, but that now makes sense. I mean, I guess...
It's a debuff, so
Yeah, I figured that
it
it
makes
would...
sense. It's pretty strong, though.
Yeah, that sounds
It
right.
means that he's much harder for this lane to kill because a lot of their damage, in fact, most of it in the tri lane will come from the Shadow Demon.
All right, we're going to have Ice heading up to the top lane. Are they going to aggro try? They were actually thinking about looking and see who was up there. Or no, excuse me, defensive try is what I meant to say. And it looks like they're going to send Old Chicken mid. And then
Oh, hello, Old Lanham.
he is probably dead as the Dragon Tail comes out. And it's going to be first blood going the way of Vici Gaming, Reborn.
I got the close-up of his corpse hitting the deck.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest heroes to...
He thudded. He thudded to the ground.
He's an ogre. He falls very quickly, and when he falls hard.
So the downside to that kill is they Dragon Knight had to use all his mana, or almost all of it, and he had the skill Dragon Tail. So Old Chicken can take advantage of this. And you can see it already. He is really punishing. Love this play. Good recognition. And just constantly trading blows. No Dragon's Blood there.
Bottom lane, Old 11 getting chased down by DDC. He's got 2 poison stacks. I'll have to press the attack to get them off. Old Lana might not be so lucky with 3 stacks on him.
All right, I don't know if this lane is working for eHome.
That's 4 stacks, and that is 5. And that's a dead. That is a dead ogre again with FY getting 5 poison stacks on him.
So, yeah, you mentioned Mikasa mid is Dragon Knight. It's a jungle roaming Mirana offlaner for Nono. And they're looking for Old 11 again. I think they kill him again here. Maybe not.
The Terrorblade doesn't have enough range. Not until it gets that Dragonlance anyway, so he'll go back to farming.
So, yeah, VGR forced to mix up the lanes, recognizing that they don't have an offlaner that's any good against Huskar. Mirana's not going to do anything, but at least she can maybe get experience.
They are not shutting this Huskar down. It's going to be the same story. He gets his early Armlet, early Helm of the Dominator. Bottom lane, they're going to use
Old 11 is dead, I believe, here.
What is the thought process going in there against this squad? They might want to kill FY, but it's just not going to happen.
This is just a feed trade.
Why don't you stop doing that? Just go to the jungle. Do it.
doing it.
Just do anything but that. God.
They are getting a lot of experience, though, now with this lane pushing in. So all is not entirely lost. It means with a tri-lane devoted to that lane, Old Chicken will have his way top. And most importantly, Huskar will free farm, but I think Huskar would free farm regardless this game.
Probably, unless they had a real aggressive tri-lane.
They would have to
even
put the
then.
Terrorblade against the Huskar with the full support cast there, and you know, then you're committing too much and underleveling your supports quite likely.
Well, we'll move forward here, and again, because, like you mentioned, they're making space down bottom. Top 2 CSers are going to be Old Chicken as he's spinning onto Mikasa right now.
Has
Oh
a
my
regen
god, if he gets
rune.
this kill, good Dragon Tail, and yeah, he does have the regen rune. And all of that work done by Old Chicken is now going to go by the wayside. As down bottom, there's going to be some action happening as DDC's barely alive. No detection coming out for Old Bonham. There's a Sentry Ward, but he's a little too far away as DDC will walk out. Old 11 can't really deal with End now, so a lot of action here in this bottom lane.
So I think the best way to deal with press the attack, removing the Shadow Poison stacks, is you have to hit both of them with the poison so that you can only purge one. As Riki will suicide, getting the free fountain trip. No. He's level 3. Looks like he wants to make a move mid. Dragon Tail could set this up.
He needs 10 more mana to get an arrow, though, which is the problem. So Old Chicken still has time. And Nono is going to head elsewhere currently. He's going to try to find maybe an arrow onto a creep instead. And then go back to the base. We'll see. He's sitting at 200 gold plus his boots, so Arcanes will probably be his item choice. But
I still think these lanes are overall favorable for eHome, even though Vici Gaming's leading right now. Once Huskar gets an armlet, Juggernaut has a leveled up healing ward, and Old 11 has his own levels, and there's a couple points of Bloodlust. eHome are just going to Death Ball behind Huskar with a Warlock ult, and Fenrir is getting experience. And what do you do about that? They need more kills. They need a lot more kills.
Old Bonham, we will see you later, my friend. 2 stacks of poison. They had meta going to work, and that is going to be FY getting the kill yet again. It's 4 kills in this bottom lane now. Hey, it's time to stop, all right? Listen. No more eHome.
Space created for Huskar. Space created for Juggernaut.
I mean, it's great that the space is created for those lanes, but like Old 11 is level 3.
But losing this guy would be huge. Old Chicken could die mid. Mirana's there. Where's that stun?
Dragon Tail first. Arrow falls through. That was cool. Starstorm will fall on top, and DDC will help secure the kill with the smoke screen on the dead body.
Now that's a big kill. Killing Juggernaut or Huskar is where you can take the wheels off the eHome push, but the ideal hero is that Huskar, and he is still unchecked.
They're rotating DDC up there, but I don't think DDC and Nono together can kill him. They might need 3 in this lane.
Almost got Armlet, I think. Helm of Iron will up. Gonna take the tower in relatively short order. Should have it by like the 7-8 minute mark at the latest. So it's gonna be a very fast Armlet timing.
And that is what you're looking for as a Huskar. Blade Fury mid. Just clearing out the creep wave. Top lane, Old Bonham's coming in. DDC has not been spotted yet. Sentry Ward's not there.
He went for the early point into Vitality. He's fairly squishy. Try to slow this down. They do have DDC in position. I think they might be able to kill someone here. But reinforcements are coming. Old Chicken's invis.
Oh, the arrow hits right in front of him on Delanum, and now Ice, even with the heal going through, still taking a lot of damage. They blow up FY now. No is able to leap away. They're looking towards DDC, but he actually is still invis, and they have no detection. I'm not even sure he came out of
I'll check
invis.
him. All right. He's got Omni Slash and really wanted to use it.
There's too many creeps there, unfortunately. They do get the tier 1 tower top lane. Dropping an Observer Ward. I thought that was a sentry for a second. I was about to freak out because DDC would have died. He is lucky. It is not. It is an Observer Ward. But Mikasa takes the tier 1 mid, but here's the jump in. Ice rotates, and Mikasa pops the Fairy Fire. I do not think you are going to win that battle.
No mana for the TP, no mana for the stun. No way out. Good rotation by Ice. They do get the tier 1. And is farming. And is the key to shutting down Huskar, as he's their main source of physical damage. But Huskar is ramping up Mutt. He's got an armlet momentarily. Warlock Golem on a decent pace. Healing Ward is already level 1. Jug getting decent experience.
Radiant's middle tower
I
is
still
under
think
attack.
eHome are in pretty good position heading towards the mid game. Expect around like the 10 to 12 minute mark. That's where they will start looking for the tier 1s, mid and bottom, and then they will begin the Roshan and the tier 2 siege.
So, methodical play from eHome is what you expect, and to be honest, I agree with you completely. Sentry's down, DDC does not know, although it is going to go down as there's another one placed. DDC, that one will not be spotted out either, at least. I don't know, unless he was checking the inventory of Old Chicken. He finds himself the Observer Ward. DDC knows this and now will back away from that sentry, and they've rotated a lot down bottom. So 11 to Old Chicken, everyone's here. And DDC is going to come out of the Roche pit and shadow Old Chicken. They see him coming.
Looking for FY, gonna find him, has the disruption, uses it. May need to back away. eHome swarming in, the courier joining the fray. Delivers that Rune of Basilius for the completed Aquila.
And if that was a Omni slash press, that was a dead FY. Well, he probably could have disrupted
He is
himself,
disruption. I think you just waste your Omni if you do that. Could have maybe Blade Fury killed him afterwards, but once the guaranteed kill. Top lane, they make their move on Fenrir. Isolate the Warlock, look to bring him down.
Oh, this
Starstorm is there,
Starstorm,
they get
second
it.
proc, but here we go. Moonlight Shadow might be able to save them. Mikasa not so lucky. No leaping away. He has TP scroll. And again, with the Moonlight Shadow, they won't chase further, but that is not a great trade for Vici Gaming Reborn.
Well, they forced
underneath the
End to
tower.
rotate in. He does have Sunder. Killing Ice now would be ideal, but oh, the Dire Ward just barely scouted them. I think. Believe it did.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah, they're coming for this. They are looking to flank this. Well, meanwhile, bottom lane, 11 kills FY, but the real action is top. Carries about to duke it out.
jumping in. There's going to be Ice getting low. He's the Metamorphosis. They've already taken down one. Ice, armlet toggling, staying alive. He's got the Shadow Word. There's the Blade Fury as well, and he's got the Sunder. Can't get it off in time as he will fall dead in the dirt. It's a double kill for Ice. And, oh boy, that's not good. That is the worst hero to lose in that situation. That's a gigantic kill for eHome.
Not only does he die, Maud, but he spends a lot of time rotating while Old Chicken will find a solo kill on Mikasa. eHome racking up the kills and doing so right when their timing is about to kick in. Warlock ult is now online. Huskar's going deep.
No might die. He's slowed down.
No.
He might die to just, I think, these spears. It's going to be close and looks like he'll be okay. Yes.
Very
Just
close.
barely, though. 40 HP as he backs up to the well.
Radiant structures are
Level 3
fortified.
fire spears already. Only going to get worse from here. VGR under siege. It has begun. The Huskaring is underway.
Yeah, he's feeling very good. Picks up treads. He's got a wand as well. Ice is top of the net worth, and Old Chicken is not far behind. So the core is together for eHome. They're feeling good. Old Nottingham's getting experience now and catching up after that abysmal early laning phase down bottom. You can see that Shadow Demon's trying to get some experience of his own. There is a sentry to scout out DDC. Old Nottingham doesn't want to alert his presence to DDC at this point in time. So he'll just back up casually underneath the tower and be fine with it. And we will go from there, I guess. I mean, where do you go from here, LD? VGR just lost their Terrorblade. How do you deal with this Huskar, and how do you combat him once he hits his timings?
That is a good question.
That
Mott.
physically pains you.
I think the main thing is looking for pickoffs with Ariki. To me, DDC needs to be moving around the map, trying to find heroes on their own. The problem for VGR is they have very little D push. Mirana's D-push is decent, but it's risky to walk in the middle of a creep wave for Starfall, so really all you have is Shadow Poison. But finding pickoffs now, taking the wheels off the train while you can, is ideal. They get the Ogre.
That's going to be a chaotic offering drop down, and now everyone low. The Starstorm will finally bring him down, but still Ice is looking for No. He should fall, but now, and dueled up. Can they bring him down? There's the Dragon Tail at the very least, but Ice is so tanky, and everyone is dying from Vici Gaming Reborn, the only survivor, and it might not be for long as DDC has the Fatal Bonds. Luckily enough, he will stay alive, but he is the sole survivor out of that engagement.
All right, they're getting Huskard.
They really are.
I don't think they can stop this.
I think it might be too late now. I think that last fight was their best chance, and they almost killed him too. He was low, but maybe that's just an illusion because Huskar, once you get low, you know what happens. Berserker's blood kicks in, and then you have your max resistance.
6-0-2. Dominator up. Roshan time. And eHome will just sit behind Ice and watch buildings explode. It's going to take some misplays. The best thing you can do now if you're VGR is just play the split push stall game, find pickoffs where you can, avoid fights. But I think just the speed at which they can split push and find those pickoffs is going to be way too slow to stop eHome from knocking down. Only 3 outer towers remaining right now, Mont. Very little structures very few structures, I should say, stand between eHome and breaking high ground. So, yeah, I don't think there's much they can do. It's going to take big mistakes, big blunders by VGR, or by eHome rather, for VGR to turn this around.
This is looking more and more dire as we move forward for End and his crew for Vici Gaming Reborn. He barely has started his Dragonlance. He just got his first Band of Elven skin.
It could have gone totally differently. It was
they found old 11 at least.
That top fight, it was very close to getting almost purges himself to safety. They almost got the kill on the Huskar. Ice had just picked up Armlet, and also that ward just barely scouted them. If they didn't have 3 heroes there, I think they kill Ice. I think it's a very different game. But
oh, DDC has been scouted. Shadow Word, there's the leap. That life break is more than enough to help get the kill, not to mention the auto attacks. Some good split pushing coming out from VGR, getting the towers somewhat low in that top lane, but Old Chicken will rotate, and guess what? They leave the Huskar to do all the work in the middle lane.
Boy, Huskar's fun, huh?
I mean, ooh, arrow top lane. Old Chicken might be dead. Oh, he doesn't get the second Starstorm hit. I think he thought he was going to grab it. Instead, he pops the regen rune. Old Chicken should have been dead there.
He was afraid of getting too close to getting Omni'd, but while Leap is on cooldown, we'll have to TP out. Old Chicken searching. Is he going to get oh, no, not going to happen. Meanwhile, though, the real action is mid, where Ice is killing buildings.
Looks like there's going to be everybody breaking off pursuit. Oh, he was about to jump in.
They can cloud him.
Yeah, they will.
Maybe kill him once.
They have the Dragon Tail. They just don't have any damage. The Shadow Poison will start to get racked up, but they missed it on an Ice. The couriers flying through will deliver the arcanes, at least for FY, but
he didn't even bother using the Soul Catcher.
I mean,
their only method of killing him is right-clicking with Terrorblade, and Terrorblade does not want anything to do with this Huskar.
I wouldn't. After the start he's had, Terrorblade is continuing to have a rough time. He does not have his Dragonlance still.
Well, Ice is going to say, hey, everybody can have a piece of me. I will come mid. I will hit your buildings. You may tango if you'd like.
This is insane. He got pressed the attack, Shadow Word, and then he used his Inner Vitality. The arrow will hit him. He'll take a little bit of damage.
He's got the rock, and he's going in.
Man, he's going hard, and he's going to look for more. And pops the Metamorphosis.
Just diving deeper. Once that dragon gets a 2, a monster kill for Ice. The Riki ult will manage to pop him once, but can they kill him again? No mana for Sunder. The arrow off the mark. Ice. Ready to jam again. He's got a fresh life break available. Does he go deeper with the golem committed? Perhaps not.
Purge.
Can they kill him? Has he overextended?
The attack doesn't take off the purge.
Nah, he's fine.
Wow. He actually just walked out.
Yeah, he's got the armlet. Sunder is available. It's probably your best tool to get him into the danger zone, but that was only when he dove tier 4s, mind you. If he just sits back and plays safe Dota, good luck killing him.
I don't know if they can stop this. The arrow will miss. It somehow didn't hit that ogre. Ice continues to go to work on these illusions. They're sending more of them out to conjure images now, and Metamorphosis is down. This might be eHome's best opportunity with this Aegis, or, well, I guess it just lost it, but still. even early on in the game with no Metamorphosis, you don't really want to give up an opportunity to try to take the set of racks. They have a Vlad's from the Legion Commander as well.
Terrorblade definitely crushes Huskar late game. If you get, 3 to 6 items, Huskar has no real way to deal with illusions. He could get a Mjolnir later on, which is okay, but...
Oh, they dusted DDC.
They want to end the
No,
game
they
now,
missed
like you
it.
said.
They missed it. Instead, they'll try to find Mikasa as well as FY. And there's the arrow. It does hit onto Ice, Ice, Ice. He might be in trouble this time. Press the attack comes through. Life break. Mikasa gets absolutely obliterated.
Looking for more. Ice already godlike. The Riki could be next. Tries to blink away. Juke out. DDC will end up escaping.
They don't have any detection there, apparently. Again, the dust
down
missed it.
the
But
Dragon Knight. And moving forward. Ehome, they even want the Courier. Excited to get involved. Speaking of detection, sentries. Almost lost there for a bit. And now Metamorph still on cooldown.
another arrow. They
great
need to press
time
the
for
attack.
Ehome.
There it is. And there he just goes to work. Now he needs to move out of the smoke cloud, or I guess he doesn't really
He's too
care.
lazy to even move out of the smoke cloud. He's like, yeah, this cloud will end.
This chance should
My
affect you
siege
on
will
buildings.
begin again.
They lost melee racks. It's gone.
It's over.
This game's I think probably over.
They got Huskard.
Ice 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 will happily oblige them in taking down the first set of racks as his Dragonlance was delivered sometime in the last fight. That range racks is going to be denied by Mikasa, almost angrily so, and DDC will try to at least find someone on the path of retreat.
Level
However,
11?
DDC...
Your team is gone, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know about that play.
Hello.
But they're all coming back, at least the Ogre is.
Lanham's got his back. The olds are sticking together.
Lanham will bloodlust himself and move away. Old 11 doesn't have a blink dagger. And now they have the demonic purge up as well. There's going to be the arrow hitting a defender. Starstorm doing some work, but I don't know if it's enough. Mikasa again getting focused down by Ice Ice Ice. Sunder not there for the Terrorblade. He is dead for 36. No buyback, and it might be Mikasa falling as well. That's got to be it, and it will be. GG. Two fast sub 20-minute games from Ehome, dominating Vici Gaming Reborn.
Ehome are the clear team to beat, not just in Group B, but in the entire International 2016 field right now. Mont, they have dropped one game, and it was to a really tough opponent in Liquid. They are now 11-1. This team can pick anything, can do anything, and they have a carry playing at the absolute peak of his game after a very last-minute role swap. This team looks scarier than CDEC, honestly, at TI5, and we all know how that story ended, going all the way into the grand finals through the winner bracket, taking down EG 2-0 convincingly. Yeah, they fell short in the grand finals, but they walked away with a lot of prize money and a whole lot of respect from the Dota community, and right now they look poised to do it again.
Ehome looking spectacular, as you had mentioned, but perhaps their toughest test coming up next. I do believe we have Digital Chaos versus Ehome. That'll be on stream number 3.
The battle for Group B. If DC can pull out the 2-0, I think they have a chance to win the group, but it depends on their ongoing match.
It is going to be DC versus Ehome, and we'll see where exactly that stream, what stream is going to be on, but we'll see later.
Stream 3. It'll be on Stream 3.
With that said, though, of course, I'm Mont. With me is LD. A very quick series. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you guys soon for our last series of the group stages, potentially, in DC versus Ehome.
Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. VGR's turn to ban.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the
VGR
International
turn
6
to back.
group stages. This is going to be a best of 2 between VG Gaming Reborn and Fnatic. Fnatic are unfortunately having not the best performance so far in the group stages, but VGR, if they 2-0 this series, depending on the results of other matches, do have a shot at tiebreakers to see
seconds
themselves
remaining.
into the upper bracket, which everyone's after. It gives you such a better shot
5
at climbing up the
seconds
ladder
remaining.
at the TI6 main event. I'm Android, being joined by Winter. How you doing, man?
Reserve time.
I'm good, I'm good. Just sad for Fnatic that they're just fighting for a better seeding in the lower bracket right now. They have no more
Fanatics
opportunities
turn
of
to
fighting for
ban.
the upper bracket matches because don't have enough
VGR
points,
turn
too many
to
lost
pick.
games. But still something to play for them, for the better seeding right now in the lower brackets.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a big difference, even just between 7th and 8th, in terms of how you get to place yourself, what opponents you want to go up against.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep, but for Vichy Reborn, they definitely have much more to play for,
5
but
seconds
both
remaining.
teams are going to give it their all, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's TI6. No one's going to be taking the
Reserve
slacker road.
time.
Now, Fnatic opened things up with an IO pick. Any potential synergies that they're going to be going for?
They don't usually play the hero though. Like sometimes they do play it, but I know they don't really feel 100% confident and comfortable with the hero. So and they've been losing and losing and losing. So
VGR's turn to
they've been
pick.
switching things around, trying this strat, trying that strat. So it's very worrisome that they are
Fanatics
going for
turn
something
to
that,
pick.
from my experience with them, I know they don't really feel confident and comfortable with the hero.
I mean, maybe they're going to be trying to go for a more traditional pairing like an IO Tiny. Maybe they're going to be going for more of that ambulance wisp like we've seen run a little
10
bit before,
seconds
where
remaining.
there's no real designated target. It just kind of drifts around and rotates, and the relocate
5
ganks are
seconds
for whoever's
remaining.
nearby.
Probably the Bristol Bag more, because Fnatic plays similar to MVP, and IO and Bristol
Reserve
Bag is
time.
something that can be played very aggressive. You win your lane, you stack Ancients, you farm up and you snowball. So I could see something along those lines for Fnatic.
All
And
right.
the Nyx there was a very, very good pickup
VGR's
against the
turn
Bat
to
and the
bat.
Keeper. The Carapace against Firefly and Illuminate. Mana Burn as well for the Keepers. A very, very good pickup here.
Now, I was talking to Knoxville. I believe Nyx Assassin still has an undefeated rate in the group stages so far.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, I believe he's still
10 seconds
undefeated.
remaining.
Thought
So,
he had a very high win rate, but I didn't expect it to be undefeated. Like the
5
hero, like I
seconds
mentioned yesterday when I
remaining.
was casting with you, the hero wins a lot because he's always picked in the right situation and he
Reserve time.
destroys a lot of the heroes that Nyx is picked against.
Fanatics turn
So
to
that's
bat.
why he has a very, very good win rate.
VGR's
yeah, I mean, it's
turn
either
to bat.
flawless or close to flawless. Fnatic obviously having less of a flawless win rate, but overall, one of these things is going to get switched around. Either Nyx is going to be going down with Fnatic, or Fnatic's going to drag up the Nyx and keep that undying streak going.
Fanatics
Now,
turn
VGR,
to
they go,
bat.
they get the Keeper, the Light, and the Bat Rider. I like this synergy here, I think. Especially with the mana leak, you want to stay in place, you don't want to move, you don't want to lose your mana, and Bat Rider comes in and, oh, you want to run away, you want to be nowhere near that guy, so you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah,
10
it's
seconds
also
remaining.
pretty good at dealing with like split pressure when you're up against an IO strat.
5
They're
seconds
very
remaining.
likely to use their global presence to move you around and just force you to defend your lanes and pick you off. With Keeper of the Light, with the recall and the Illuminate, you can deal with the split pressure from IO very well, and you have the Bat Rider on your side to pick them off. So all in all, both teams have a designated draft that they open with to deal with what the enemy has. For Fnatic, they just reacted to the Bat Rider and Koto, and they went for the
Turn to
Nyx.
pick.
So second ban phase, VGR went for.
Fanatics turn
They
to
took out the
pick.
DP, which some teams tend to go for the hero, still like to go for the hero even after the nerf. Oracle is to protect the Bat Rider pick with the lasso. And for Fnatic, they just took out heroes that are
10 seconds.
very good at
remaining.
defending high ground and very good at late game, like Alchemist and TB.
5 seconds.
I'm looking
remaining.
at VGR's lineup, and the Bat Rider, the Ricky, both very good vessels for the Lifestealer. Is that something they like to run?
Reserve time.
Yeah, it's a pretty good hero here. I think, and I'm sure they will be able to run it if they want to. It's very good versus the Nyx Assassin. So with the Slug pickup, Fnatic are very clear of their intentions. Split pressure, because Slug is very good at running around the map, pushing waves and forcing you to react and farming jungle, and Nyx is always there to hunt. Because you force them to split up and then you want to hunt them down and you gank them and you have relocate on your side. So it's very clear that Fnatic are going to use this as their primary
5
plan this game.
seconds remaining.
So it seems like both teams want to go and have that wave clear and that split push pressure. Who's going to be more effective at that as of now?
Vici with the Juggernaut pickup right now will definitely make their 5-man much stronger, and even though they have the option of splitting up and using the Bat Rider to catch them, but it doesn't mean they have to.
10
With the
seconds remaining.
Juggernaut pick plus the Keeper of the Light, if you can get an early Aghanims on the Keeper of the
5
Light, it makes your
seconds
5-man very strong because you will have a lot of sustain, the heal from the Illuminate and the healing ward from Juggernaut.
Reserve time.
All right, moving forward, Fnatic still need to snap up a mid for themselves, and they're going to go straight for the Huskar. I mean, they have the IO
Turn to
for
bat.
heals, but Oracle banned out. There is still the Dazzle available. Do you think Fnatic want to go in for the Dazzle and let Nyx Assassin be off lane, or what?
Yeah, I think Nyx is most likely Ohio's hero. I mean, I know DJ sometimes play the hero, but if they
10
want to accommodate the
seconds
Dazzle,
remaining.
Nyx is definitely going to be the offlane, and it's always going to be a possibility here in this scenario
5
to make sure that the
seconds
Huskar
remaining.
becomes a very, very strong pick for Fnatic. So,
All right, and I mean, what's the most effective way to deal with a
Fanatics
Huskar? What do
turn to
VGR
bat.
need to do with their last pick here?
they have two supports right now. Offlane Bat Rider, Juggernaut can be safe lane or mid. Pick a physical damage hero. There's still
10
Timber Saw.
seconds
Timber Saw is
remaining.
decent, not the greatest, but
5
I don't know, it depends on what
seconds
Fnatic go for as their last pick. Right now, it's Fnatic get to pick their hero first. They're going to remove one hero that
remaining.
they
Reserve
feel
time.
can deal with the Huskar, and they're going to look to pick a support to try and make the Huskar stronger in this lane, in this game. There's no Dazzle, there's no Oracle. Defensive supports. I mean, they could do the Chen thing with the double heal with the IO. Not sure if they want to do it this game, but those are the remaining possibilities to defend and keep the Huskar alive in team fights. And still Avenge as well.
Yeah, I mean, she could be nice, just utility damage, lots of positioning control. What do Fnatic really have to do to get their Huskar off the ground? Because with Slark already, there's a lot of limited space.
And so they go for the Abaddon.
VGR's turn to pick.
A pretty good defensive support against the Bat Rider. You can remove the mana leak from the Keeper of the Light as well with the Aphrodite Shield. I mean, for them, it's more about making sure that in the early game, the Huskar gets what he
10
needs,
seconds
and
remaining.
the Slug you basically just need a Shadow Blade, and then
5
you're gonna be running
seconds
into
remaining.
the enemy woods. You'll be playing around the enemy side of the map. But it's like it's kind of weird, right, with the Huskar, because Huskar, you get an item, you want a 5-man and you push, but Fnatic's lineup right now, apart from the Baden, the other heroes are not very good at 5-manning and pushing early. So we'll see how Fnatic decides to. It's like a hybrid strat. You have Huskar because the enemy doesn't really have that great of heroes of dealing with him, but you don't build the draft around the Huskar. So we'll see how Fnatic executes their draft, and for VGR, they have to get a hero that can deal with the Huskar. The first three heroes, I mean, Ricky is okay with the smoke cloud, and you deal physical damage with your backstab. Juggernaut's fine too, but they don't have a hero that can deal with the Huskar very well, like a AA or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, once Huskar was picked up, there were already 2 supports on the board, so they can't respond with those very, anti-regen supports. So VGR going into their last pick, definitely taking their time. Fnatic ban out the Tinker against them, so I guess they're anticipating this being a safe lane jug, and VGR still looking for a mid laner.
Yeah, Tinker would be a pretty decent counter against Huskar because you do pure damage with the laser, and it's very difficult for Huskar to find you, because the way you want to play around Huskar is you want to stay out of distance, so he can't really use his burning spears to hit you and to get lifesteal. And Tinker's a very long range hero. You deal damage from a good amount of distance, and Huskar can't touch you, so it's a very good hero to deal with Huskar.
All All right, I mean, they're definitely ticking down into their reserve time here. We talked about Fnatic's kind of split power peaks. You're going to have the next assassin who wants to sit back and wait for his level 6 and his blink, and you're going to have the Huskar that just comes out of the gate
10
charging.
seconds remaining.
What are Fnatic looking to do in terms of when they start grouping up and pushing?
5 seconds remaining.
Like I said, they have to get to their timings. They get the armlet first, and Abada needs a lot of levels. And Vici are gonna go for the life stealer, which is really good with. We said this a lot earlier. It's very good with the Bat Rider. It's very good against the Nyx. It's just a pretty good hero to bring their draft together. Good physical damage against the Huskar as well. I mean, overall, just a very well balanced lineup right now for BGR. They have a pretty good solution towards the Huskar, but then again, Huskar is not the only hero that they have to deal with. There's a Slug as well, and they have a pretty good set of heroes to deal with the Slug. Mana Leak plus the smoke screen is very good against Slug.
Yeah, I mean, how do you expect the Keeper of the Light to build? Do you want him to prioritize that Mana Leak or go for that Illuminate to really be able to clear out the lanes?
Oh, it's just depends on the situation. Like, as long as he gets enough levels, you should have all your spells. Like, Mana Leak has a really good value point at level 1. It's still very good at 1 point. I don't think you need to specifically plan that, oh, hi, I have to get more points in Mana Leak this game. It always depends on how the game is flowing and what do you need at a certain point of position. If Fnatic is pushing a lot earlier, you need more points in Illuminate. So it always changes depending on the game.
Alright, we got FY rotating in nice and deep there. He's got himself 2 sentries, 2 observers. He's going to be going in, plopping this ward just to make sure he has vision and is going to be able to block the small camp there. Walking around, we'll see if the Radiant are going to get any sense of where he's at. I mean, they probably know that the Ricky's somewhere. There's going to be a couple pings plopping around as Juggernaut goes and tries to show himself to the high ground, but for now, just a bit of a calm early game. Mushi sitting around. He's got himself lots of regen, anticipating taking lots of damage.
Sorry, my settings are wrong. I didn't check the settings. I can't move my screen. Hang on. H pen. Yeah,
There you
okay.
go.
Nice. Couldn't
Use
find
those
the H pen.
arrow keys, Winter. Come on.
I like my H pen, but right now, so Mushi is gonna be on the Huskar. This is something new for Mushi. I don't think I remember seeing him play the hero. But you know, sometimes desperate situations require desperate measures.
FY was sitting on the rune trying to camp it and snipe it, but DJ's able to go and grab it for himself. And I mean, he's already got the bottle, so sitting on a little bit of extra gold.
So mid Huskar with a balance supporting him against a Jug. And Kotl as well. Kotl's gonna be mid. What's going on with the mid lane nowadays? It's always
Dude, we're
so
gonna
many
get try
heroes.
on try mid soon enough. This is nuts.
This lane is definitely a pretty good lane for Huskar. The Jug might have to get a healing ward at level 2 to deal with the harass that Huskar is putting on him with the burning spear. So overall, he's still gonna be able to get his farm.
I mean, the power of a Huskar early on is insane, and I would expect to see the healing ward. And Mushi gonna take a couple strikes to the back from FY, and they're gonna be able to pop down a ward, but immediate gobble up. They want to make sure they keep complete control over the VGR's vision.
Yeah, and Abaddon has moved all the way to top against Nyx. This is rather a strange move by him. I think Nyx is fine against Bat Rider 1v1. I've said this before. This matchup is pretty good for Nyx if you can get the mana burn on the Bat Rider. Once he doesn't have mana, he doesn't really have any kill potential on you, and you can just farm the lane.
Alright, Keeper of the Light goes for the first point into Illuminate. Not something we see a whole lot.
But it's pretty common to get Illuminate at level 1.
Really? I usually see that early point in Mana Leak, although...
I mean, it depends on hero. Yeah. Like, the hero doesn't have any set way of playing that, you always have to get Mana Leak at level 1. It's always depending on the situation you're in, what heroes you're up against. And right now, because they're going for aggressive lane, you can see but Lifestealer has open wounds, so if they get an opening onto the Lifestealer, open wounds into Illuminate can possibly net them a kill. So they want to be able to play more aggressive.
Mid lane, Nona does go for the point in Blade Dance, so not going to grab up the healing ward just yet. He's been left on his own. I mean, do you think Mushi could just finish him off if he wanted to dive?
Maybe when he has boots, but right now he doesn't have the movement speed to run him down. So I don't think that would be possible for Mushi at the moment, but if you look at the CS, Jug is doing a pretty good job. 8 CS to the Huskars. Oh, Nono is going to run in with the Juggernaut spin in the mid lane. Mushi has a Fairy Fire, but still gonna go down to the right click, but Nono gonna die
Oh!
still to that
Yeah.
last 2 clicks from the tower.
Could he have aggroed that if he stayed under the tower range?
No, hard to say though, because the tower already, like,
Radiant's
maybe he
middle
expected
tower is under
to be
attack.
fine and didn't expect the second hit from the tower. So, but at the end of the day, he got the kill on the Huskar. So that was worth it for Nono.
Alright, next assassin goes in, YOLOs to a neutral creep. Meanwhile, up top, a bat and Manda burning
bottom
down here.
lane,
If Autumn
mid one.
Shield gonna go down there, it'll be a deny coming out from the miscoil, and all of a sudden Slark dies as well. We've just got a bloodbath going out. Fnatic end up dropping 3 in the span of 30 seconds.
Yeah, you got owned by the Smoke Cloud. Smoke Cloud plus
mid lane.
open wounds.
Looks like Mushi gonna be going in the tether, giving him all sorts of reach and going back in. I think he can dive tower for this one. The Burning Spear's coming out. There's no point in healing ward. They are gonna retreat. Huskar doesn't want to get too greedy there. But I think a couple more spears really could have finished off Nono.
Yeah, he still doesn't have a point. Okay, he's finally going to put a point in healing ward. I'm surprised that he went for the healing ward pretty late. But that's going to allow him to stay in the lane and continue farming against Mushi here. Mushi right now has boots and Winley, so going to have a lot of movement speed to outrun the Blade Fury if Juggernaut tries to be, again, too aggressive on him. And top lane, Nyx and Batrider, like I said, it's a pretty even matchup. Both heroes are going to be able to get almost equal amounts of farm. Right now, Nyx is much more comfortable in the lane because Batrider has no more mana to harass him anymore.
Down here in the river, there's going to be a regen rune. Oh, it's Io's birthday right there. He gets exactly what he wanted. And they might be going in. Looks like they're Droodle out on the map. They want to go up to the jungle and perhaps look to punish, but just content going in, farming the mid lane. A couple of Burning Spears tossed out onto FY, but for now, we have a brief reprieve in the action.
Oh, Juggernaut is actually starting to go jungle and he left the lane for FY. I guess he feels like because the wave is above the river, he doesn't want to risk anything and he feels like he's going to be under a lot of pressure to farm and he's going to take a lot of harass from Mushi, so decides that going to the jungle is much safer for him. And bottom lane, the
Going
Smoke
back
Cloud.
in, the Smoke Cloud latches up, 3-4-3 can't go in, he can't get the shield off, he can't get the miscoil deny either. So it looks like they are going to be able to go and get Lifestealer, a nice little kill, blinking around. It's just going to be the Abaddon falling down. Juggernaut does get denied to a neutral creep.
Yep, spent all his gold, bought a TP. Oh, he didn't actually spend all his gold, just bought a TP. Oh well, DJ gonna pop the dust there on FY, but he's alone, so shouldn't be able to take down a hero. But this aggressive lane from VGR paying dividends. They got so far 2 kills on the lane. The Smoke Cloud in plus the open wounds from the Lifesteal on top of the Illuminators has managed to net them 2 kills on this lane so far. Like Slug at some point will need to get a BKB against the Smoke Cloud, the smoke screen.
Mushi all on his own, the smoke screen coming out. It looks like Mushi's going to be going healing up with the Inner Vitality, turning things onto Ricky, but they lose vision. And there's not going to be a TP following through.
I mean, even a Hurricane Pike on Mushi this game would be pretty nice on the Huskar, because you want to get Dragon Lance as well. It's a pretty good item on Huskar. And against the Smoke Cloud, you want to force stuff. Top lane, Mikasa going to get impaled up by the Nyx Assassin.
There they're going, and they don't have the actual damage to finish it off. That will definitely change as the game scales up a little later.
And Nono here still continues his jungling. Well, really doesn't feel comfortable going back to the mid lane here, as Mushi has been constantly controlling the creep wave on his high ground.
I mean, it seems necessary for the Juggernaut, but how much is that really going to hinder his farm going forward?
I mean, jungling is definitely pretty difficult for him at this stage until he gets small point. Right now he gets an easy camp. This camp is pretty good for him. Can clear it with a spin. I mean, but overall this is less than ideal for the Juggernaut at this stage of the game.
Down bottom, there is going to be one final Illuminate to finish off the Slark, and Lifestealer should be able to crawl away safely. This is going to be a very, very effective aggressive tri-lane for VGR. And Slark, that's going to be his second death. He's really starving in terms of farm, sitting at only 21 last hits compared to the Lifestealer's 36. Is this just a lost lane phase for Fnatic?
Yeah, because VGR has chosen to pressure the lane with much stronger heroes, and in an exchange, the Huskar has been getting much more farm compared to the Slug. And yes, so far had a much better time. So we'll see how much the Huskar can do to maybe make space, because Slug can catch up in the jungle very easily with the Dark Pet later, and Huskar doesn't really have a flash farming tool. You have to be able to get a good laning phase, kill heroes, siege objectives, get Roshan.
Yeah, it seems like Huskar and Slark are both pretty big snowballs.
The
and
bomb is coming, the
Huskar's-
Lifestealer bomb.
Oh yeah, he's coming in FY, looking to unleash that. There's going to be no Radiant Vision of this. Obviously, getting down the Wisp would be a great first target, but they may have to go and just try to get Mushi down and ignore the regen. Oh, they're going to go straight onto DJ. They are going to dive tower for this. There's a rotation in from the Nyx Assassin coming back. They are able to get down the IO in time. Lead back in. They go for the life break onto Noda, but he's still alive. He's spinning. There's going to be the mana leak coming out. Mushi may have to sit back and relax for this one. The healing ward coming back on through, but Nyx is able to get the strike onto Juggernaut, taking him down. And now N just backing off. It looks like 3-4-3 in Ohio. Formidable duo. Bringing Mushi in for the damage means they are able to make that a 1-for-1 trade, and it is going to favor Fnatic in the end.
Yeah, great rotation there by the Nyx to salvage the fight for his team. So 1-for-1 exchange, like you said. Juggernaut for the Huskar. Not too bad for Fnatic. It's going to put the Nyx in a pretty good position in terms of net worth. He has 1k go on top of his Arcane Boot, so can go for a quick blink or go for early Midas. Those are the options that you see on Nyx in most cases.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting back. Do you think he needs to continue the pressure in the rotations, or can he sit back and farm up his blink?
Right now, if he wants to rotate, he needs to wait for his Vendetta. I'm okay with him farming when his Vendetta is on cooldown. And then when his Vendetta is up, he should be trying to help, especially the Slug, because he had a tougher early laning phase compared to the Huskar. So helping the Slug could be a good idea.
Alright, Mushi going around. I mean, he's having a very successful lane so far. 1-1-1. He forced the Juggernaut away. He made a lot of space for his team, but like you mentioned, he doesn't have flash farming techniques. He doesn't have the ability to hold on late game unless he's raking in kills left and right. Do you think he's going to start to fall off really harshly if his team doesn't match his aggression?
I mean, as long as he's not dying and continuously farming, I think it's fine. Like for them right now, they're not in a hurry that, oh, I have to fight with this Huskar now. The Huskar's not ready to fight yet. He needs to, at the very least, complete his armlet. He still hasn't got his armlet yet. So before that happens, I don't think Fnatic would be too keen to be way too aggressive on towards VGR.
Alright, VGR continuing this trialing, getting a lot of pharma to keep her the light. He's already going to be level 6. So he's definitely found what he needs to be successful here. FY going to be level 5, ticking over, grabbing that Tricks of the Trade relatively soon. And really good vision out from VGR. They've had sentry wards mid pretty much all game. They've got deep observers into the Radiant jungle. They've got sentries here to make sure there's no vision on the Riki just yet. Just a really good job making sure that this Riki feels protected, and it's turning out to be keeping him alive fairly effectively.
Yeah, so far they're doing a good job, like you say. Doing good in most of their lanes. Bear Rider is the one that is the most far behind, but it's okay for him because he can jungle and just catch up after doing some stacks, and at some point he's gonna get the dagger, and Keeper of the Light so far has gotten a good amount of experience from the offlane.
Oh, down bottom, FY getting melted down, but looks like they aren't able to
vision.
go in the AoE. Not going to be enough there. 4 points in the Dark Pack, but still not going to be successful. Meanwhile, up top, you've got the Keeper of the Light mana leaking off the Nyx Assassin. He's going to pop into Vendetta and stun himself. They do have the Sentry Vision, but not enough damage to follow through.
Yeah, but that's still pretty good for VGR. They forced the Nyx to pop his ultimate, and he's totally out of mana. He has stick charges and arcane boots up. So, but VGR still knew that he just popped his ultimate. So they should be more prepared for Ohio making a rotation into the jungle or into the mid lane right now.
Mushi going through Inner Vitality, just keeping him nice and healthy as he starts his siege onto the tower. There are going to be VGR heroes there ready to go. And you've got the Vendetta Nyx kind of scooting around, seeing what he can get done. But VGR
Looking for the
positioning-
courier.
Oh,
There's an armlet in the courier.
that could be really big there. Can he actually catch up, though? He stops Vendetta-ing, and he's just going to be slow and steady. And unfortunately, not able to get that snipe.
He's very close to his blink though if he wants that. I think blink could be a very, very good option here for him instead of going for the much greedier Midas and a blink later. His team relies on the Nyx to initiate so that they can use the relocate, the Huskar can come in. He's like the only disable on his team, so they are going to heavily rely on him.
So Ohio sitting around just keeping up the farm. He's definitely slow rolling here. We are going to have FY just go and get some scouting vision, and very nice ward there for the Dire team. Very good vision. Keeping eyes on the Radiant where they're at. They know the Abaddon's going to be occupied right now, so maybe they can go start to jump down bottom. We haven't really seen a whole lot of pressure on the Slark since the very early laning phase.
Yeah, but they're still waiting for the blink on the Bear Rider. Bear Rider hasn't acquired his all-important dagger for his team to be able to make plays around the map. I mean, right now Riki is the only one that can actually help them kill the Slug with the silence. So if Riki is not at the bottom lane, it's very difficult for them to kill him without blink on the Bear Rider as well. So I think VGR will be much more content in focusing on keeping the bat alive, playing a more farming game right now. They have to get his blink as fast as possible for them.
All right, we've got a Lifestealer Bomb FY walking towards the mid lane. I mean, it contains up our big old Nakes here, and he's going to be top of the net worth chart by a lot, kind of dominating the Huskar in terms of farm. And that hasn't even started the killing snowball yet, so Nono going to be keen to go in. They want to focus on the Wisp if possible. Again, the Ambulance Wisp can be so pesky, and FY going to be going in. There's going to be pings all over the place. DJ going to be jumped there. There's the plop, smoke screen to hold him in place, and DJ will get hit by 3 claws of the Nakes. They bring in 3-4-3. It's going to be a little bit late, and I don't think Fnatic can continue the chase.
That was once again very good play by VGR getting DJ first. He is the hero that you want to take out first before you focus on the Huskar. So he's going to jump in onto Nono.
That's a long-range break going back in there. That's going to be the Mana Leak. Mushi stunning himself in place. There is going to be the blinding light, so no one else can continue the right-click damage. And now Mushi getting down very low is going to be using the armlet to keep himself alive.
That was really close for him to being able to kill them, to kill Mushi there. Mushi's gonna be able to survive thanks to that armlet. Nyx has his blink faster than the Batrider's blink, so that's gonna help Fnatic try to be much more aggressive and find a pick off so they can use relocate and bring Mushi in to be a part of some of the kills in bottom lane.
Yeah. Do you think this Slark's okay? Do you think they'd need to be focusing him down more?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, they're going back in. That's going to be a relocate in from the Wisp. They land the Impale. They get him going on Mikasa, making sure his blink progress is delayed. They are going to be successful in that. He's going to be losing a grand total of almost 300 golds, and that just keeps setting him back. This Batrider cannot fight with his team without his blink dagger. The longer you delay that, the more safe space you make for yourself.
Yeah, for Slark, he's far behind, but he's actually not that far behind. Like the Lifestealer is just like 1k. He's a bit behind, but Slark catches up pretty quickly if his team is able to make space and allow him to farm for a few minutes to get his Shadow Blade. And towards his all-important BKB this game to deal with the smoke screen of Riki. That spell actually owns Slark very hard. So he has to get a BKB at some point. And bottom lane DDC gets Spike Carapace and pounce.
Under his tier 2 there. That's going to be a nice little snowball starting it for mid one. All of a sudden finds himself his first kill of the game. And meanwhile, FY sitting comfortable in that mid lane underneath Sentry Vision.
Yep.
So he knows he's not going to get revealed.
Very good play there by Ohio. So with the early blink, he's going to be able to make a lot of plays around the map for his team. Like I said, he's the only disabled, so they have to rely on him to hit his stuns and Carapace so they can relocate and kill heroes with Huskar and Slark. And he's doing a very good job for his team so far. Every time Vendetta is up, he's going to be looking for kills. And yeah, VGR have to be careful and be wary of that because their initiating hero is not ready to fight yet without his blink.
Mushi going in, looking for the complete heal on himself in the backlands. You got Keep with the Light channeling up and Illuminate, just clearing out the waves, but I don't think VGR are exactly ready to go in and fight. Like you mentioned, Batrider, still no blink. Juggernaut doesn't really want to go back in. He had a really tough laning phase, and it's just delayed his farm that much more.
Yeah, he still hasn't picked up any items yet. Usually at this stage you would have at the very least the Yasha, the face plus Yasha, and you'll be pondering whether do I go into the Battle Fury boot, do I need the Manta to fight a lot earlier, or I go for the SMY for more HP and movement speed. He's still thinking about things, doesn't even have the Yasha yet, but he has 2k gold, so definitely needs a lot more time to catch up compared to the Lifestealer. Lifestealer is very farm this game for VGR.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got his completed Echo, and he's 500 more gold in the bank, able to go through, finishing off this tower. There is a deny attempt by 343. He's not going to be successful, but at least he won't lose his life.
Yep, and Midon picked up the blink here. I really like the blink against the Keeper of the Light. You want to be able to jump him before he does a lot of spam with his Illuminate and the Mana Leak, so that item is definitely really good at dealing with the Keeper of the Light and picking him off. A Slug is always very strong to kill a squishy hero like Keeper of the Light, so the blink is just going to allow him to constantly pick the hero off.
Ohio just continuing his rounds. He's Vendetta up. He's got his blink. He's got his arcanes. He's got 500 gold, but hasn't really found himself a whole lot of kills since he's picked up that blink. I mean, I think with that Slark now ready to rotate, they could look for the jump. Oh, the smoke immediately revealed. They go, an immediate response from the dust. This Dire team's looking for something, but both blinks away. I mean, they shouldn't be able to find anything. He's going to go Lifestealer Bomb. Okay, Ohio, he hits the deck. Nice job there. Lifestealer picking himself up a mega kill streak. All of a sudden, 5-0-1 for this undead monstrosity.
Yeah, this Lifestealer has been doing a lot of work for his team right now. No thanks to the Riki vehicle that they have. And remember the game yesterday when Lifestealer's vehicle was the Bounty Hunter. It was like so difficult for them to initiate, but with the Riki it's so much easier because of the Blink Strike. And he's just putting his team on his back right now, creating a lot of space, and hopefully buy enough time for the Juggernaut to get back online.
Oh, Huskar jumps in, but he's going to regret that there. Armlet on armlet action as No debating whether or not he goes in. The blinding light going to be holding everyone back for now. There's going to be a leap in as Slark able to go get that pounce. It does latch, but there's going to be the Lifestealer bomb heading out there. No all of a sudden says your Uber driver's arrived. Hop in.
Barrider is not in the middle lane though. He has to get himself towards the mid lane to help his team fight here. If they want to defend this tower, they need all their heroes here.
It's like Mushi maybe trying to go in. There will be a double man impale. DDC going to get very low. Will end up falling there. No more Cube for the light in the fight, but Ohio going to grind it down. He's going to be invised up. They don't have vision on him for now. Deep life break in, going back on through, and he might be in some trouble. He's armlet toggling himself to safety. It will get pounced up. That's going to be another kill going their way. Ricky is just sitting there trying not to die, but I don't think he's going to be so successful. Triple kill for the Slark. After what looked like a really shaky engage in the mid lane, Fnatic, they managed to equalize this for themselves.
Yeah, that was just not very coordinated from VGR. If they wanted to defend the tower, they needed the Bat Rider there ASAP. Like he was fireflying, farming the bottom lane, and his team was like, oh guys, we have to defend this. Lifestealer is very strong now, but they don't have everyone there. Bat Rider was their main initiator, and Fnatic, as soon as they realized Bat Rider is in the bottom lane, Nyx just jumped in, initiated for his team, and won the fight from there.
We may have a bit of a Roche contest coming through, but I don't really know if VGR can get themselves far enough into the pit to get the job done. You've got No just walking in. He's going to try to occupy their time, distract them. Roshan still has about a quarter health. There's going to be the Illuminate coming back into the pit. Another pounce latches. No goes in for the Omni Slash, but it's split among too many heroes. It's going to be Nyx able to... Oh, wow. They're chasing him down. No. He's going to be hiding in the trees looking for the neutral deny. Will he be able to get it done? Abaddon's able to go and get the kill, and that's going to be another kill coming out. Mushi, he's manning up here. He may still end up going down, but he might be able to take someone with him. They get the bat down on the back lines, and this is going to be just a bloody massacre.
Well, Huskar buys back. They want to commit for this Roshan here.
Ohio lands a double man stun. They do have the relocate gank coming in. They're going to bring in Huskar. Oh, God. There's going to be the blinding light coming back on through, but it's not going to be enough to save DDC's life.
Oh, that was a very good buyback there by Fnatic. They bought out immediately. They got the double stun. That was very good coordination by them.
FY.
Oh,
yeah, that's going to be something he regrets. And that's 5 dead on VGR. Again, there was a buyback committed onto the Huskar, but certainly worthwhile as they're able to get a full wipe, mid-tower, Roshan. I mean, everything they want.
Yeah, that was just very good decision by Fnatic. That immediately buys back, uses the relocate to bring Mushi into the fight, and setting up with a double stun by Ohio again. So well played by Team Fnatic there. Good coordination, gets the Roshan as a reward. And VGR, so once again losing the Lifestealer once more. Like Nono was like way too early. He went in way too early. His team was not ready for that to happen yet. They were still quite like maybe 3 seconds away. If he waited a bit longer, that would have been perfect for his team.
All right, taking a look at the overall net worth graph, still really close. I mean, within 1,500 from the 0 line. Fnatic starting slowly but surely to accumulate a lead. But take a look at the overall XP. That is huge, 7,500 in favor of Fnatic, and that's going to really start to show in terms of levels. You've got Slark at level 14. Your next highest is the Juggernaut at 12.
Yep, Slark still has a lot of unspent gold, so we'll see whether he goes for... Still wants to go for... I guess he won't go for the Shadow Blade anymore because of the Blink. He would go for probably Skadi at this point. Most likely after the Blink. That's the usual build after a Dagger. You get the Skadi. Gives you a lot more HP. I mean, BKB is still very important for him, but he might delay the BKB as a third item after the Skadi.
Slark going to be going in. The smoke does end up popping. They go for the dust, but there's going to be a leap away. Anyone able to go, uses Pounce, uses his Blink, and dodges out a smoke gank with a Lifestealer Infest Bomb. That's pretty dangerous. They might actually connect with the bomb as well. All right, Slark went back in, a little bit greedy for him, and he will end up going down, so, and is able to go through. That's almost 700 gold for the Lifestealer right now. That's a big, pretty penny.
He should have known there was a war. Like, his ulti, I don't know, maybe he was just slow. His ulti got deactivated when the enemy was around him, I don't know. But I was expecting the Slark to play a bit safer because he saw the enemy heroes around the jungle, but he still wanted to farm the camp nearby. So he just pay a price for being greedy.
Now Ohio, he's been lit up, he's sneaking around. Lots of priority on Invis heroes this game. Where do you think the first gem's going to come from? Ohio. They go in, they start the fight, but they aren't actually get a decent initiation. So VGR, they pop a dust, they pop their Lifestealer bomb, but they do have to retreat.
Bat Rider is too poor now. You want to get BKB against Nyx. So if you look at the supports, unless the supports buys the gem for him, Ricky doesn't look like he wants to buy a gem, just wants to buy his items. So I don't think the gem will come. I think they need a gem, but not so soon. Maybe in the next few minutes once they get enough gold, but for now they can't really afford the gem. And
So, if you're Fnatic and you're running a Huskar strat, you really need to get the kills snowballing. Is this enough? Is Fnatic getting enough of a lead to hold on late game up against an Aix?
I think it's fine though for them. They don't really need to force anything despite having the Huskar because they still have a Slug. Slug is really scary late game and it's very good versus the heroes that BGR have. Juggernaut and Lifesteal are not very good matchups against Slug. So if they can make sure that Slug keeps getting items, keeps scaling, get towards the late game, they don't really need to force anything too much. I think their late game scaling is very good with their heroes. Abaddon itself is also a very good hero late game if you get Aghanims.
He's holding on to Ohio's mid lane, so I was trying to figure out how we could
The poor Kotal, like I said, the blink on the Slug is very good at killing Kotal because he always wants to defend the lanes and buy time for his team and constantly getting punished by the blink on Slug.
It's going to be another
Yep,
exterior
his
tower.
Skadi is almost there. He
Wow.
almost has his Skadi.
And we've also got Huskar picking up the Halberd, so just getting that disarm pretty crucial up against heroes like the Juggernaut and an Aix. Alright, everyone's dying. And End could be in some trouble, gonna get blocked in. There's gonna be a flame break trying to save his life, and is able to crawl up to his high ground. They're not gonna lose the Lifestealer there. That would have been a big bounty given away, but Fnatic are still looking really strong. Do they want to continue to slow siege here, or do they have to reset?
Oh, they definitely can siege. But Midwan seems like he is telling his team, I'm very close to my Skadi, try to give me the next wave of creeps. He just needs the point booster. He's at 850 gold now, so just needs a few hundred more.
Going back in, Moosh is hitting pretty hard. Flame break going in, popping everyone down, but not going to be slowing him down too much. He's going to get napalmed up, and they've got to make sure he doesn't get too low for comfort. He's using that inner vitality to keep himself nice and topped off. And I mean, it's almost like Fnatic are challenging VGR to jump. They've got so many resources to go in and back up the Huskar if he does get bullied.
Yeah, they just need to get Midon a Skadi now. Like all his net worth is on the career now, so they need to just sell one of his items if they need to, and just get the point booster on him so they get the Skadi before the fight. So Aegis is gonna wear out in the meantime, but Fnatic right now still looking really strong with their position. Huskar just got his Heaven's Halberd, like you said. Very strong timing right now for Fnatic with their items, with their newly acquired items.
Oh, they want to go in, they want to get the start of the spike. Carapace going into the flame break. Mikasa going to get stunned up there, but FY drops the Lifestealer bomb and going to get pounced on though. Again, armlet on armlet action coming back on through. It looks like in the end, End is the one that has to run away, as Huskar still feeling very strong. Huskar maybe trying to threaten out. Does he jump for this? He's got the life break in 1 second. Does he actually go for the full peel? He is diving deep. Look at him fly through the sky. DDC, this poor keeper of the light, is just so gosh darn squishy. And now the Lifestealer crawling back towards his base. The flame break only forces the issue, and they are able to go through, get the Lifestealer kill. They're harassing Mikasa from outside the fountain, and it looks like this lane of Rax will be firmly claimed by Fnatic.
Yep, like I said, Fnatic is very strong with the newly acquired Heaven's Halberd, plus the Skadi on Slug. They're just way stronger than VGR at this point of the game, so...
How'd that lasso work out for you, Batrider?
This is suddenly looking super bad for VGR right now. They're gonna lose the set of Rex.
The deny by the Abaddon means they're not gonna give VGR anything. Juggernaut now the only one left standing. He's just kind of farming mid. He wants nothing to do with the massacre happening over in the top lane. And oh, just sitting back. Oh, it's Ancients. Neat. Meanwhile, his entire set of racks is crumbling.
Yeah, he just got a Battle Fury and he's in no position to fight against the Huskar and the Slug right now, so he needs to be able to farm. Like, there's no choice. This is not ideal for VGR. You should have all your heroes defending when they're sieging your Rex, but unfortunately they're just very far behind in terms of net worth, and they just got farming items on the Juggernaut, so they need more items on them before they can actually defend. One Rex is still manageable for VGR, one side of Rex down. The next set of Rex, when Fnatic is going to run in and push, they have to be able to defend.
I mean, End is pretty farmed up on that Lifestealer, but he used to be firmly #1, and now both Slark and Huskar are surpassing him. How long can Fnatic hold on to this? If for some reason VGR start playing extremely safe and cautiously, will Fnatic just tire themselves out and starve, or can they just continue their role?
You mean Fnatic holding on to their lead? Or
Yeah. Like, how is it possible that Fnatic
Yeah,
suddenly falls
why
off?
not? They are controlling the map right now. They are definitely going to extend and control the enemy in their base.
Oh, there's going to be the smoke screen popped up. Mid one, not even scared whatsoever, able to go through the impale latches onto Mikasa. It looks like that's going to be a very dead bat. He's pounced into place, and that's going to be a mega kill streak now for the Huskar. And FY with the Lifestealer inside, just trying to get back to safety.
Yep, Fnatic once again getting a pick off and gonna force the Rex here. And VGR, they still don't have enough farm on the Juggernaut to be able to contest, so he has 2.4k go, 2.5k go. Maybe at best he can TP back and get a blink and try to use the blink to defend. But can't really purchase any big items right now on the Jug.
I mean, this Jug is just... He's trying his best to find some farm around the map, but at the cost of another set of racks, I don't think it's worth it. Meanwhile, I mean, this poor keeper, though, Light, he's trying to have the most defensive positioning possible, but there's so much mobility on Fnatic.
Yeah, the blink on Slug is just excellent this game in terms of eliminating the wave clear of the Keeper of the Light. He just constantly gets picked off by the Slug every time he tries to defend the base, tries to defend the towers. There's not much Keeper of Light can do against Slug. Doesn't have a ghost scepter, so there's no way he can escape from the Slug.
Alright, Huskar flying out that courier to the secret shop. We'll see what he wants to pick up here with a Vit booster. It will be a harder Taras.
He just wants to make himself unkillable. At this point, he's just standing in front as a front line for his team, sieging the towers, and when Slug sees the Kotal, he's just gonna jump and kill that hero. And VGR is just severely lacking in terms of farm to be able to contest the team fights at all.
Yeah, I feel like the Lifestealer maybe not making the most effective use of his time. He's been inside FY for a long
Yeah, but
time.
he doesn't have a choice because the Juggernaut is taking a lot of farm, and Bear Rider needs farm too. So as the most farm hero from the early laning phase, he has to be able to use it to make space for his team.
Mass pings out. We could have a fight on the high ground. FY jumps in. They are going to get the Lifestealer bomb off mid one. He's still feeling nice and healthy away. Might try to turn this. FY going back up onto the high ground. Mikasa just kind of flapping around. Will get stunned up with the Psych Carapace. Meanwhile, Mushi looking for the jump there. Just throwing out spears left and right. That's going to be an Omni Slash, but split among too many targets now. No. Might get focused down. There is going to be the jump back in as Mushi is going to be walking back. He's cut himself the heart. He's just so survivable and End has to sit there and take it. The Illuminate coming out, but barely going to do a thing. And it looks like even through the armlet, End should be cleaned up right here. Surrounded by three. They're looking for more. Blink away from the Bat Rider. Try to stall out the action. Meanwhile, FY walking away. There is going to be a gem on the Abaddon, so they do have eyes on the Ricky Maru. Meanwhile, up in the base. All right, Slark, I think you have to back off a little bit, or not, as the Relocate King comes in. DDC, he tries to TP from his base under his tier 4s. Oh, little buddy, no. And the GG comes out in favor of Fnatic at under 30 minutes in the game.
This game is just a very well executed game from Fnatic. Finally, we've seen Fnatic making much better plays as a team. They use the relocates very well this game, with the Nyx getting a lot of pickoffs on BGRs. Especially the Juggernaut died a lot from the laning phase. And the blink on the Slug was very, very good this game against the Kotal. So all in all, just very good team play, very good item selections as well on the Fnatic side. And for VGR, the Juggernaut just had a very, very hard time in the mid lane. And their lineup, Lifestealer was the only one farm. Everyone else was not. Like, Bat also had a very bad time because of the Nyx Assassin. So just didn't get enough farm throughout all their heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Nyx Assassin going to be continuing his unstoppable streak going forward, and definitely a powerhouse hero. Moving into the last of the group stages. The last game of the regularly scheduled group stages is going to be coming up next. Game number 2 of Fnatic versus VGR here with Android and Winter in just a couple of moments. Stick around.
VGR's turn to ban. Fnatic's turn to ban.
All right, hello
VGR's
everyone, and welcome
turn to
back to the
bat.
English coverage of the International 6 group stages. This is going to be the final game of the regularly scheduled group stages here, the
VGR's
final
turn
match,
to pick.
the final series, BGR versus Fnatic. In the first game, Fnatic was able to go through and take a game off of BGR off the back of a really nice Huskar and a Slark that got a good laning start. Unfortunately, VGR, even with their great Lifestealer
10
play, were not
seconds
able to
remaining.
go and carry everything here. I'm Android. Winter has just walked
5
back into the
seconds
room.
remaining.
We lost him, but he's here. Don't worry, guys. Dinner came and Winter couldn't resist. Here he goes. Winter, how you doing, man?
Sorry. I thought that you said 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes.
Right after you walked out of the room, the lobby went. It's all right.
I got scammed. 2 minutes.
No worries here. So first pick
10
Beastmaster for
seconds
VGR. It manages to slip through that banning phase as they opt to take out the IO instead.
5
I guess
seconds
Fnatic,
remaining.
they don't want to get Huskard on themselves.
Well, did you talk about the possible
Reserve
scenarios already between tiebreakers?
I did not. That's all on you, man.
So basically right now MVP and Liquid, they are both 5 points. They're currently playing their series. VGR and Fnatic are both tied at 4 points. So for some reason if Fnatic or VGR get either 1 point more, so they'll be 5, and MVP loses both their games and Liquid loses both of their games, everyone will be 5 points. So there's a very possible scenario that there'll be tiebreakers, or if MVP and Liquid, if they both each win 1 point, there will still be tiebreaks between those two teams. And I mean, I guess if that happens,
10
VGR and
seconds
Fnatic are both out of the contention of the 4th spot, but they'll be just fighting for a better
5
seat in the lower
seconds
brackets.
remaining.
So it's still very likely that we might be here for a while.
Reserve
Oh
time.
boy, we haven't had enough Annie and Winter casts, huh? No, but this is definitely a very crucial point in TI. Seeding yourself well into the main event is going to be phenomenally important for teams that intend to go and take the crowd for themselves. So we'll see what they're able to do here. Mirana Ricky, first pickups for Fnatic. With the Ricky picked up, it was very successful game number 1. Do you think they're going for another Lifestealer Bomb type strategy?
I mean, it's always possible there. Like, it's one of the best combos. In the past month, like Starladder and Summit, like it was used so much by Team Liquid and a few teams, and they didn't get nerfed, but somehow teams just stopped playing around with it at all. I'm not sure why. Maybe just, you know, Dota is like sometimes something becomes really hot, everyone picks it, and then 1 or 2 weeks later, people find other things to play around with, and they stop using the previous one. But it doesn't mean the previous one is bad or anything else. Or people just feel like you are dealing with the same thing over and over again, so you get better at playing against it. So you stop picking it, but it's still viable when picked at the right situation.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a couple of really successful Lifestealer ganks early on for VGR last game, so something that Fnatic could keep their eye out for. I mean, obviously, Dazzle, Huskar, Drow still in the pool if Fnatic want to go for that direction.
I mean, for VGR, they have the Beastmaster, so
A little bit less potent.
Beastmaster and on Dire side, so it's possible that they are gonna build a aura-based lineup.
Fnatic's turn
And-
So
to
Drow,
yeah.
Beastmaster. Winter Wyvern would be really good against that. You turn your teammates on themselves because the aura just works better for them to kill their own teammates. So that would be a possible good counter to the Beastmaster Drow VS
10
lineups.
seconds remaining.
We'll have to see what they go for here. Any additional picks that could complement that
5
aura-based lineup
seconds
really well?
remaining.
For VGR, there's the VS, that's the guess VS
Reserve
mostly.
time.
I was gonna say Shadow Demon, but Shadow Demon is banned. But those are the kind of heroes that you want together, and they're on the Dire side. So you want to take Roshan. VS helps you get Roshan.
You know what I want to see that I really doubt we're going to get to see on VGR? I think we're going to continue the
VGR's
streak
turn to
of
bat.
picking almost every single hero in TI. We have not seen a Visage yet.
Fnatic's turn to
Oh
bat.
yeah, that hero is actually very good with draw, but no one has actually picked it with draw yet.
Yeah, I mean, for all the Drow Rangers we've seen, I'm quite surprised that Visage has completely fallen out of favor. Why is that?
He's
10
very weak in the
seconds
lane. That's the
remaining.
issue. Like he's very strong later, but very weak early game.
5
If
seconds
let's say you're up
remaining.
against a Riki, the Riki can easily abuse the Visage a lot because you have no armor and Riki backstab damage deals a lot of Harris to you in the early
VGR's
stages.
turn
So
to
that's mostly the reason why, and you can't really rotate to help other lanes because you're very greedy. He's like an AA pick. You pick the support and you want to get level 6 on him, and then he's useful. He's not very useful before that. And Vici are going to ban out the Darkseer, a hero that can be deadly with the Riki because of the Iron Shell. You want to make sure that the Drow Ranger has a good laning phase.
5 seconds remaining.
So removing that certainly helps them with that regard. But I still think like the Wyvern could also be a very good pick for Fnatic later against the Drow plus Beastmaster. Because you're getting Necro Books, and Winter Wyvern Ultimate is very good at killing your teammates with Necro Books.
Yeah, it's always a sad death when you're like, no, stop hitting me. I thought we were friends.
That's what you thought.
So Fnatic moving on here, they could go ahead and grab up another core if they wanted to get the Life Stealer this early on. It would kind of reveal a lot of their drafts. They might sit back and pick another support. Do you think we're going to be seeing, Ohio Mirana or mid Mirana, or is this going to be a support?
I don't think he'll be playing Mirana on Ohio for this team in particular. Maybe newbie, they did their offlane Mirana, which was successful previously, but Ohio is mostly on tempo control for this team to be allowed to play their style. So Bat Rider is most likely his hero, and I would expect Mirana to be on Mushi. It's one of Mushi's really comfortable heroes, and Oracle immediately after seeing the Bat Rider, just to make sure that you deal with the lasso. Not much surprise there. And your laning phase is really good with the Drow Ranger Precision Aura. You can easily harass and pressure the offlaner, so I would expect the Riki to be helping the Bat Rider in the laning phase a lot in this game.
Yeah, because they can definitely go in and get a lot of harass done. Now, Fnatic going to be going in for their 4th pick, taking their time for this one. But VGR, with the Oracle pickup now, it looks like they might be going for a Huskar themselves. I love Huskar.
You love the hero.
I'm going to pitch it till the day I die.
You love the hero.
It worked out last game. Do you have any questions about that?
It certainly did work out the last game, so I'm not going to question that. I mean, the Slug did a lot of work. It's not just the Huskar that, oh, I'm solo carrying my team, let's go. But Slug just had a huge amount of impact despite having a weak laning phase in the previous game. Right now for Fnatic, they are probably thinking about, okay, last game we did Huskar, right now they have Oracle, and they have the draw.
Ooh.
They're going to go with the PL, which is a hero that can use the Iron Shell very well. Good against the Drow because you can gap close. But like the hero is very slow paced. I'm not a fan of the hero that much in the current meta. Needs too much farm, and Drow can easily deal with the illusions later with the Aghanim Maelstrom build. So in the past, maybe yes, before the Aghanim build was introduced to the hero, I would say PL counters Drow super hard. But right now, Drow has answers to deal with the PL later in the game.
I mean, what's Fnatic's power peak right now? Where are they hoping to be really strong? Is it early game?
Early
Is it
game.
mid game with the Bat Blink?
Early game, like they have to be able to pressure the Drow early. Like when Riki's roaming around pressuring the lanes, maybe at some point PL has to TP in to help gank the Drow. That would be like the biggest kill they can get. So yeah, that will be the times where they have to be active on the map to try and shut down the Drow, because it's on Drow on Dire. If you don't slow him down, the pace of the game will be super fast. And that hero deals with illusions very well with the nuke. And they have another dispel onto the lasso. So good luck lassoing heroes. I guess Ohio would more or less be considering going for the Aetherlands build.
Wait, is this the first Legion picked up?
I don't know. OG had one Legion game.
Okay.
I'm sure I remember that correctly in the first day. So this is definitely not the first game. But overall, a very good hero against the Bat and the PR.
Alright, so I mean, Legion Commander's going to take a little bit of safety, and she's one of those boom or bust heroes. Either she has a really nice start and scales up. I mean, just the mechanics of the hero make her a snowball.
Yeah, how are they going to lane this though? Maybe mid? Mid Legion, safe lane Drow, guess. Legion mid can do fairly well. It's very similar to like Juggernaut, where you have a good amount of sustain through your heal and your passive. So maybe that's the route that BGR are gonna go for here. Pretty interesting. But
Now, with pretty decent lanes, assuming this is gonna be a Mushi Mirana, do you think Fnatic can get away with having a jungler? Like, I don't know. Let's see something awesome. Let's see an Enigma here. Let's bring in
probably
some
not.
really nice team fight
But
control.
BGR are gonna ban out the Wyvern, which has been a really good pick against what they have. But Fnatic are not gonna have any more opportunities to pick the hero, which you are gonna finish up their draft with
Ember Spirit.
support most likely, because
10
unless they're
seconds
gonna run a jungling Beastmaster against a Riki roaming, which is risky.
5 seconds
Most
remaining.
likely gonna pick a support. And for Fnatic, you ask whether they can actually go.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a greedy Beastmaster pick.
Fnatic's turn
I
to
like
pick.
it.
Jungling Beastmaster, so they're still going to run it despite up against a Riki, which can roam around to steal experience, steal last hits. But I've seen it work out before against a Riki. Can't remember what event was it. I think it was Manila Major where a Beastmaster did jungle and he was up against a Riki and he was able to run around
5
and just
seconds remaining.
constantly avoid the Riki and still get his level 6 at a decent timing.
All right, so Fnatic going in. We'll see if they want to go greedy. We'll see if they want to play this nice and safe. Again, Fnatic hoping to take this series 2-0 for, I believe, the first time this tournament. Would that be the first time they 2-0?
No, they 2-0'd, who was it? They 2-0'd, was it Secret? They 2-0'd someone.
No, I knew they got one game
Yeah,
off
they
that
had one
series.
2-0.
Okay, I didn't know they finished it off 2-0.
Yeah.
So nice and clean Fnatic. They had definitely a tough first 2 days, but it seems like they're just kind of coming
10
online.
seconds
Whatever
remaining.
internal issues they had, they're resolving, and they will go for something very greedy here.
Yeah, trying to outgreed the enemy. Everyone is greedy. So Mirana is going to be their 4 position support. Not the best lane support if you ask me. So maybe the Legion Commander off lane can put a lot of pressure on the PR. So it seems like PR is going to go safe lane. Alchemist is mid. Bat Rider and Riki most likely on the off lane together. Riki is like, he's going to roam mid top. Mirana PL safe lane. I can see Legion Commander doing very well on that lane.
How quick do you think this game is going to be? Because it seems like VGR have tools to kind of weather the storm, but Fnatic...
VGR wants a quick game, like say around minute 30. They want to end the game around there. 25 would be really good for them if they get Roshan snowball off control.
10
25 to 30
seconds
minutes.
remaining.
For Fnatic, 40 minutes or anything more than that
5
would be good for their
seconds
lineup.
remaining.
They have PL and Alchemist. They're going to farm and farm and farm and farm. And farm and farm. And VGR does not want that to happen.
I mean, you talked about them having some decent lane pressure with the Mirana, with the roaming Riki
Yep.
and the Bat Rider. What do they need to accomplish in their lanes to mark it off as, yes, we did what we needed to?
That Riki needs to help stabilize the lanes, get kills if possible, career kills, whatever they can get their hands on. Those are the crucial things that Riki and the Mirana has to do. Get
Ooh.
kills on the lane, stabilize the lane. If they can have a clean laning phase, they don't lose any heroes, they don't give up first blood, everyone's farming, that would be really good for Fnatic. They don't really need to look for kills specifically, but if they can kill anyone with the Bat Rider and Riki combination, that is the lane that I think that most likely Fnatic can get a kill out of, would be a bonus for them. But overall, if they make sure that all their cores farm, get levels, it will be really good for Fnatic. And VGR needs to be able to let their greedy Beastmaster jungling go untouched of the
30
Riki, and you want
seconds to
to
left.
make a smoke play when you get level 6 and start the game from there. The game starts when Beastmaster has level 6. For VGR, before that happens, everyone's just going to sit in their lane and constantly farm, get experience. And Beastmaster level 6 will mean the game starts to roll for VGR. They want to smoke, get kills, maybe transition into a Roshan sometime soon with their Drow Beastmaster. So that would be VGR's plan.
All right, 3-4-3 scouting out the movement of the Legion. I don't think she's actually going to want to go and contest
The
that rune,
battle
so it will be a
begins.
1-1 rune split. Just using 3-4-3 again to get some nice rotating vision, use some little mobile ward for the first couple minutes of the game.
Yep, gonna get a D-ward, so pretty crucial for Fnatic since they're going to want to roam the Riki or the Mirana around to shoot arrows. So removing vision definitely a big bonus for them. Like VGR just wanted to have vision around this river area so you can see the Mirana running over here to shoot arrows towards mid lane. So without that vision there, it's gonna put a lot more pressure onto Nono on the Queen of Pain here.
So how do you expect this matchup to go? It's definitely not super
Wow.
common, Quap VPL.
So I thought Alchemist would be mid, but so Alchemist is safe lane. PR is maybe better to deal with the Queen of Pain because you can dodge the poison with your doppelganger. So it's hard for Queen of Pain to harass you with the poison. You might want to use Scream only in the lane. And I mean, Alchemist safe lane doesn't do much against the Legion, so Legion is definitely going to have a very good time in this lane. I think he's going to get good experience, good farm, and maybe even at some point pressure the Alchemist in the lane. So
Over here up top, we're going to have DDC taking a couple strikes of damage there from the Riki. Obviously getting slowed down by the Orb of Venom. But back down to bottom. I mean, what do you mark off as a successful Legion phase? Is it just getting levels? Is it getting
he's
a
successful
farmed
now.
blink? Yeah.
He's successful now. Getting levels and farm is great for him. Like this lane is not a very big kill lane for the Legion, so they can't really threaten to kill him. So he's able to just farm and put pressure on them. So this is really good for the Legion already.
What are FY's ideal timings going to be in terms of treads and blink and whatnot?
Depends on how much farm he gets. Does the creeps get denied? But whatever he's getting right now is really, really good for his team already. So I don't think he's gonna be like, oh, I want to get this item at this timing, or you're on off lane against two heroes. Whatever you get right now is just extremely, extremely good considering the circumstances. And you have a jungling Beastmaster on top of that. So VGR is, in my opinion, extremely happy with whatever they are getting from the laning phase right now. So as long as they don't lose anyone at top, the Riki and Bear Rider doesn't kill any heroes on top, it'll be really good for VGR. And then the Beastmaster level 6 would start the game for them.
Alright, so that's going to be the jump point there, getting the Beastmaster, starting those rotations. I mean, yeah, it seems like VGR are, if not winning, at least holding every single lane. And they've also got, you know, their sleeper over here just going around. He's going to pop out and scream and do some damage, and I'm excited to see what VGR are going to do with that first debut of the ult. Now up top, we are going to have a big old little cluster of smokes coming in and end up taking a little bit of a hit, but not going to be too shabby there. Now 3-4-3 taking a couple frost arrows, but no vision currently on the side of VGR.
Yep, and mid lane looking at the CS, 13 CS to 11, pretty even here. No wants to blink forward, but Midwan gonna send his bottle, so can't really get the kill with the level 2 scream there from the Queen of Pain. Not gonna commit for it, but I mean overall both teams, I think maybe Fnatic is not that satisfied if they can't get a kill with this Riki Bear Rider combination, but VGR definitely the team that is much more happy with the outcome of the laning phase with their Beastmaster jungling and getting uncontested farm so far.
Yeah, I mean, DJ's sitting around here in the bottom lane just kind of poking some arrows onto FY, but FY returning all that damage and more. It's like FY is just completely in control
yeah,
here.
he can't. Like I said, Legion is going to do very well in this lane. Alchemist and Mirana is not going to be able to pose a big threat to him. He's just getting so much out of the lane. 16 last hits right now. Equal last hits with the draw. This is really, really good for FY.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially getting safely in farm. Now the arrow, it's not going to latch. Fast feet there from FY, being able to turn around and go and heal himself up. What do you think about this skill build for the Legion?
This hero, like I said about the Keeper of the Light previously, you don't have any set builds. You can just do whatever you want, depending on the situation. And Mushi gonna get 1 point to stun, but not gonna be able to do much here as DJ went to scout out for the 4-minute rune, hoping it's a bounty rune, but regen rune is still good for Mushi, so he can continue farming the lane after getting harassed so heavily by the Legion commander. And top lane, we see Riki trying to go for a kill here, but not enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty passive laning phase, all things considered in terms of kills, but like you mentioned, VGR getting what they need to, getting the timings there. Will be a big stun going on to FY. This could be a blood going down. The acid spray going to be doing some nice little negative armor. The arrow does latch, so first blood ends up going the way of DJ down bottom. They finally get the pesky Legion out. Meanwhile, up top, we are going to have 3 stacks in Napalm, but the Gust should be keeping everyone safe. DDC going to be protected up by that Drow Ranger, so support, carry, roll doesn't matter as long as you both get out alive.
Yeah, good deviation by Mushi there. Without the stun, there's no way they can actually get the kill on the Legion there. So, good presence of mind, altering the skill. So, top lane here, we see a fight going on. Ohio getting chased down, going to go down, can't really get out. The Riki then not going to be able to do much to save his buddy. But Mikasa right now, level 5, so still yet to get his level 6 before he's going to start his roaming journey around the map to set up kills for his team.
What do you think about no points in the axes? Do you wish you had that long-range snipe, or is this completely okay
Nah,
for jungle-based?
jungling Beastmaster, you get 2 points in aura to maximize efficiency in jungle. You don't get axe early.
Mid lane, there was a kill as Queen of Pain finally dove forward and sprayed out her Sonic Wave, showing off her ult, and does get down the PL. So that's going to be VGR, just feeling really successful in all their lanes so far.
Yep, FY, he bought a Pearl Mansion. I mean, he wished he had it early. It would have been really, really helpful for his lane. But just deciding that he wants to go for that Pearl Mansion for this lane. And he's still doing a very good job in getting experience, farm, and No gonna go towards the bottom lane, but no Sonic Wave, just a blink.
Oh, there's the first duel of the game showed off onto Mushi. The arrow is going to latch, holding FY in place. Oh, the duel's going to end, and they lose the lead to Commander. This could be huge. No, now running for his life. Doesn't have the blink. DJ just going forward. One more arrow. Should do the trick. They're going to get eaten up the wand charges. And now one more. Can Mirana get the job done? Oh, the blink to Disjointed. He's going to get out just barely alive. But overall, that goes very well in favor of Fnatic.
That almost turned to be really bad for Fnatic, but right now DJ gonna have a really good game. Early level 6 because he got the solo experience on the kill on the Legion, right there, and almost getting another kill on the Queen. So this Mirana is gonna be a huge factor in this game coming up soon. Like, the experience he has right now is way more than usual.
Yeah, switching over to net worth, our top of the chart is going to be the Queen of Pain. No surprise after the solo kill on PL. And she's looking for more here. She doesn't have her ultimate, but she's able to continue to contest.
But level
the
6
farm.
Beastmaster, here we go. Let's see where he goes for. He still wants to farm the jungle, still because he doesn't see any lane that he can gank confidently 100%. Bottom lane Alchemist left into the jungle, so Mikasa not feeling confident to make a rotation just about yet.
Oh, no, going kind of deep there. 3-4-3 is nearby, but doesn't want to jump up too quickly. Just making sure you keep an eye on the Queen of Pain, and worst comes to worst, you can rotate in the Beastmaster.
Yeah. They have Sonic Wave plus Raw, yeah. They're waiting for that. Sonic Wave and Raw. Biggest kill is the Alchemist. Let's see can they get the kill here. The Mushi kill would be huge for them.
They're walking around, anticipating the Alchemist, hugging his tower. They should have Legion Commander apply some pressure. If they can actually get the duel off as well, that'd be great. But they're not going to get too greedy. It's going to be 2 ultimates committed, but certainly worthwhile. Taking out the Alchemist for the second time in a minute.
Did he manage to buy up? Didn't. Maybe he bought his Blaze of Attack, I'm not sure, but not sure how much gold he lost there, but still a significant kill for VGR using the Sonic Wave there.
Ohio going in, getting a decent amount of burn onto the Drow Ranger, but she's going to return things. Battle of Fire and Ice coming out, and they bring the Legion in. She's got her duel. Meanwhile, oh golly, Queen of Pain just getting aggressive there. She's hasted up, and she's going to go and show that she's boss, finally taking out that pesky Mirana, getting some of that net worth back in her favor. She's going to go back in, and it's going to be the PL forced back across the river. This is No feeling very triumphant. Is this where you expect the Queen of Pain to be, or is this exceeding your expectations?
Yeah, Queen of Pain has to be played in this manner. You have to be aggressive. It's a very snowball-like hero. If you don't get a good start, the hero falls off very quickly. So a start like this with Precision Aura is very good for No, and he has to be able to use that to carry his team forward into the game.
Now, is there a weak point on VGR, or are they all doing exactly what they need to be doing?
I think they're doing what they need to be doing. Right now they have to use the Beastmaster to get ganks all the time when his Raw is up, until the Legion Commander can get either a Shadow Blade or a Blink, so that he can be the one initiating as well. So before that happens, it's going to be the Beastmaster, just the only hero being able to set the pace of the game for VGR. Mushi here. They don't have Sonic Wave though, it's not an easy kill.
Well, they're going to try for it here. They go in. They get the slow from the dagger going back on through, but No, just kind of sitting there in the acids for Zen. All right, better farm. Up top, we are going to have, again, mid one rotating up to the lane to try to get some farm and try to get a little bit of push, as they know that VG are occupied down bottom.
Yep, a good play by Fnatic, just abandoning the bottom lane, because with the Raw, VG are strong right now despite not having Sonic Wave. They have Sonic Wave soon, so dodging the fights. They have the greedier lineup, so avoiding fights, taking trades is the much better move for Fnatic right now. And for VGR, with the Sonic Wave and Raw up, they are going to be looking to take fights if possible. And we see a TP in by 3-4-3 towards the bottom lane, but no teammates to be seen, so not going to be able to hold this tower. As of right now, VGR are just going to look to try and use their Raw and Sonic Wave.
There's also dust on the Beastmaster, so if Ricky shows himself, he could be in a bit of trouble. There's a bit of a mana issue on Mikasa. He finally gets enough for the roar. We'll have to see what's going to be going
DJ's coming in bottom lane.
They want to go into Mikasa. He's going to be able to hop out of the smoke screen, hopefully, and turns, and will get the roar off. Going to take a close range arrow to the face, but they bring in No, who has the Sonic Wave. Going to unload it. It connects onto two. They're looking to turn the Drow. Goes in with the Frost arrows and picks off the Ricky as well. What looked like a for sure kill on the Beastmaster turns into a return double kill on Fnatic.
That was really big for No to be at the right place at the right time to save his Beastmaster and turn that into a double kill, and right now they're going to be able to force the tower on top of that. So good rotations there by the Queen of Pain. Like I said, VGR are really strong right now. They should be constantly looking to fight when they have the Sonic Wave up and the Beastmaster Raw up as well. And for Fnatic,
No, gonna pop through the trees exactly where she wants to be.
Right, he's going for an early orchid this game. It'll be very useful against the Mirana, even the PR as well before he has Diffusal or Manta to remove that. So if Queen of Pain can get the orchid at a super early timing, like pre-15 minutes or around 60 minutes, that will be really good for his team to constantly allow them to hunt down the Mirana and the PL especially.
So speaking of PL, on the side of Fnatic, he feels a bit underwhelming, 0-1-0. Is he doing what he needs to do?
I mean, PL is a hero that doesn't really flash farm very quickly. He relies on a good laning phase, and against a Queen of Pain with Precision Aura, he didn't get the laning phase that he wanted to have, and he died one time. So, like, I think it's very difficult for him to get a lot of farm, and Alchemist is also going to want to farm a lot of the map. And no here, if they get him, it's going to be a very big pick-off, and they land the arrow. Oh, very big kill, giving DJ once again the bounty of the 500 goal.
And they're looking for more here on the back lines. They know there's no Queen of Pain to keep the control up. Now, I think our big sleeper here is now going to be Legion, who's just hopped into the jungle. She picked up a late Iron Talon, and now she's going for her Blink Dagger, hopefully able to find something soon, because she's still sitting on no kill damage.
So Fnatic with the man advantage right now wants to be able to look for more here. Popping their Moonlight Shadow, but not going to be able to initiate without the lasso here.
I mean, what's going to be Legion's turning point? Is it going to be her team setting up really nice ganks, or is it just her Blink Dagger?
Her Blink, she needs her Blink. Like Beastmaster Roar right now, they have to use this to initiate and help. If they can get a pick off and win a team fight, get a tower, it's going to help F5 get his Blink. So that'll be crucial for them. And here we go, we'll see whether they can get the Bat Rider here, which is farming the jungle. They have a vision previously to see him out.
Yeah, they are able to go through. He's going to just drum himself away, but will get health in place to pop the roar as well. The duel finally comes out. So FY starts that snowball. It's a very slow roll off the cliff, but hopefully the first of many duels.
Yep, they're gonna go for Roshan after this. Beastmaster Aura, Draw Ranger, Necrobook. Good opening for them to get the Roshan.
Now with the roar committed, it seems like Fnatic are much more comfortable taking that tower, and they are going to be able to go through and get some more farm for PL.
Yeah, he's going for Diffusal. He needs a Diffusal because Queen of Pain is going to have Orchid. She's having a very good game, so it'll be a pretty early Orchid for the Queen this game. So they have to be able to get tools to remove the silence so PL doesn't get caught easily by that Orchid. And Alchemist right now on his way to his Radiance. Armlet and Sacred Relic Gold acquired. Still needs the recipe, so in a pretty good spot right now for his team.
Legion
Oh, Bat Rider he found the Beastmaster.
It's going to be a pretty big drag if they can get it. They don't have the Primal Roar. The arrow's going to latch as well. So Mikasa looks like he's just going back to the grave right there. But Legion, again, finding her Blink. And there was no Roar on cooldown anyway, so I mean, I guess that's something for VGR. Once Beastmaster respawns, he's going to have the Roar. He can rotate with the Legion Commander.
Yeah, but that's still not very good for VGR giving up a pickup like that. He was placing wards and they saw him and they're going to be able to de-ward as well, so big loss for VGR there. Like I said, he's very important for their team to get the vision with the Hawk and initiate. Legion right now gonna get his Blink, so he's gonna be able to fulfill the position of the secondary initiator for his team. But the ward here gonna scout out the big movement here from BGR. And they have really good wards. Look at the Fnatic wards around the map. Vision in top lane, the jungle, their own jungle, the mid lane. They have a pretty good idea about what BGR is trying to do.
I mean, there's just a whole lot of vision. All the observers are up in place right now. And either way, they are able to go through and secure an observer ward. And now there's just 3-4-3 there to try to be the counter-initiator, but I don't think he really wants to go in and do anything crazy.
Yep, and Queen of Pain has just got her Orchid, so this is... And, okay, PL has his Diffuser at the same time, so he's not going to be worried about the silence right now. I think he was thinking about getting a boost of travel earlier. He had like 1800, 1900 go, and then he realized Queen of Pain is on her way to her Orchid and she's going to get it at a good time, so he changes his mind. He needs his Diffuser to be able to survive and help him avoid the ganks, and bottom lane they get a free dual kill again with the Queen of Pain plus the Legion.
So she's now got herself 20 damage, picks up her level 2 ulti, and what does she go for now after her Blink Dagger? She's got a little bit of flexibility.
There's a lot of options, so Blade Meal, Armlet. Oh, Dust, they see him.
They go back through to looking for a big kill there. That's going to be the Moonlight Shadow on the back lines. You are going to have just a dunk down. Arrows dropped. Ricky secured. And now Phantom Lancer able to go. He activates a bounty and he will get the kill. on someone. Hopefully, maybe. He's going back in. No. Looks like he will be the victim. They popped the Aegis on there. And Mikasa going to be coming back on through. The Doppelganger slowing him down. The Defusal showing up. It's going to be the Oracle keeping Mikasa alive for now. Will he get enough heals to stay through this? I'm not quite sure. Over here, we are going to have everyone dropping quite low. There's the
You
PL
see that?
wandering around. And somehow all of VGR are completely alive, getting a big pick onto the Alk.
You see how the Alchemist died?
I did not
His
see.
Radiance Burn killed the Necrovoke.
Oh, no. Man, I wish we had replays back on this channel, but that's nuts. Turn
Oh
off the
dear,
radiance,
that's
son.
super unfortunate for him. Like he was trying to run away because the Queen of Pain was chasing him. So I mean, did not have enough time to think about that. He was just very concerned about where he's trying to juke around the trees and getting away from the Queen. And his Radiance Burn just killed the book and he died. And FY here gonna initiate onto Ohio again.
They get
Arrow.
the duel, but can they actually get the job done? There is going to be the winner coming out. No, doesn't have the Sonic Wave. And FY left for dead there. No real way to
I
disengage.
mean, he got damage. I guess worth. He's going for a Blade Mail, by the way. So that's gonna severely increase his output damage. It's very good versus the Mirana. Like a lot of the spells that they have the Acid Spray, you can reflect a lot, especially the Firefly as well. You're gonna be able to return a lot of the damage there.
Alright, so walking around, we have a smoke gank up. VGR looking to continue the pressure. What happens if they kind of stop finding pickoffs and slow down? And
That's not what they want because they're up against PL Alchemists. They just need to keep the game tempo fast. They have to constantly look for pickoffs, roam around. They can't allow Fnatic to just sit back and farm comfortably. They need to pressure.
well, they're going to be going in. They've got the smoke gank up. Primal Roar at the ready. And looks like they will be dropping it out. No goes for the spray. There will be the doppelganger.
Oh, he doppelganger back in.
Alright, Mikasa goes in. They get the shout. They should be able to
What?
pick up the PL pretty easy.
He went back in?
I don't know about that one, Winter.
Oh my god, he was either super brave or he was just suicidal.
That's how it goes in Dota most of the time.
Maybe he was hoping that his team bailed him out, but they were so far away. Like, I don't know, he was trying to bait with moving the illusions, but VGR had none of that. They knew it was an illusion and they immediately focused on the real hero. And it was just a free pickoff. That was definitely not the plan. He could have easily just doppelganger to the high ground and he would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, VGR, they went in. They didn't even have to exercise most of their ultimates there. They've still got the Sonic Wave at the ready. They've still got the duel. It was really just the roar, and definitely worthwhile to secure a kill on the PL.
They're gonna be able to deward this. DJ's gonna be able to scout the ward out, but right now, Fnatic, they're just really concerned about getting more farm on the PL. PL is not at where he's supposed to be right now at this stage of the game. It's pretty far behind. They need more time to get farm and more space as well because Alchemist is another hero that's taking up a lot of the space on the map from Fnatic. And Ohio, like I mentioned before, might be considering to skip the blink against the Oracle and the Legion. It's very hard for him to
Smoke's
lasso.
gonna pop, they go in. 343 gets the jump. The smoke cloud gonna be doing some more connects up.
Oh, big Sonic Wave!
Oh, Sonic Wave connects up to a ton of heroes. There is gonna be the lasso dragging No back, but it's only dragging further into damage. Mushi gonna get dueled up, trying to get flame breaked out of there. Looks like the duel is not gonna be successful here. FY will end up falling. Double kill now for No, but they do lose the Legion without a successful duel. So it's kind of a split engage there. Support, carry, support, carry. Who came out on top of that?
Probably Fnatic, because it was a pretty even trade.
Oh,
but they lost.
No gets a pick off here. DJ goes in,
Oh!
point blank arrow. The sentry revealing invisible No, and she's gonna blink away
my
to safety.
I was so close to being such a big kill for Fnatic there. If Queen of
And
Pain went down.
Did Quap just accidentally stack Radiance Ancients? Yeah, she did. Okay.
What what?
Quap ran back through. She blinked to the Ancient Pit to try to run away, aggroed them, and it was at the right point.
Sure, it wasn't on purpose, but it's gonna give Fnatic extra amount of gold when the Alchemist decides to farm. I mean, losing the PL there was not good for them, but Alchemist was able to survive the fight, so getting much more farm as well along the way. It's not all bad for Fnatic despite losing the PL, and you're behind any even trades is in most cases okay for you.
Alright, so looking at overall net worth, it is going to be pretty heavily in VGR's favor, and that's even with an Alchemist who's maxed out Greevil's Greed. So the chart might be a little bit deceptive. It might be even more in VGR's favor.
Yeah, but Fnatic's lineup is capable of coming back into the game against a deficit like this. They just need to be able to draw out the game long enough for their heroes to get enough farm. high ground defense, they have Firefly, Smoke Cloud, they have the spam from Mirana, the Starstorm, Acid Spray, Radiance. So I would say they have pretty decent high ground defense. If VGR doesn't kill any hero and they straight up run up and siege the high ground, it's gonna be difficult for them. They should be always constantly looking to pick heroes off before they siege the high ground. So not an easy task for VGR there.
In the draft, you were talking about how VGR have such an early game aggressive lineup. They need to end by 30, 35 minutes. Is that still true?
Yeah, I think that's still true for their case. They do not want the game to last long. Like, long games is not what they want. The longer the game goes, the harder it gets for VGR.
It's going to be a smoke up, but it is pinged by the Radiant that was underneath this observer ward here on the cliff.
He's looking for the
Scan.
Oracle.
On the scan reveals Mikasa. They know someone's going to be around. There are going to be lots of sentry wards placed out. Really nice vision coming out. And Mirana is going to use that Moonlight Shadow. Maybe they try to get something going down, but unfortunately, all of VGR are going to back around and look for the rotation elsewhere.
Yeah, this is rather a strange item built by Nono, going for a Shadow Blade. He just wants to constantly find pickoff. Like I said, if they don't find any pickoffs, it's difficult for them to go for towers and siege the high ground. So this item is definitely going to help them.
Once again, Mushi down to half health from the Radiance per Necro.
Just when you think that, oh, it happened one time, it's not going to happen again.
Alright, smoke up. They're looking for something, but they could be facing a similar challenge here. Looks like we're not going to have any more smokes left on the side.
VGR is going to smoke as well. Are they?
Do they have any?
I mean, they should be constantly looking to fight though. They have all their spells up. They just got a Manta on the draw. They should be looking to fight.
Yeah, it seems like they've definitely relieved a bit of the pressure, and they want to get some farm up.
This is not what they want. They have to keep pressing forward with their heroes. The longer they wait, the more farm Fnatic's just gonna get with the Grievous Greed, the PL.
Alright, so sitting back, what do Fnatic need to do in order to itemize correctly for the oncoming push? Because eventually VGR are going to start tapping on the high ground. How do you most effectively deal with that?
Keep your heroes alive. I mean, that's the best way for them. Because they have so much spam from the Mirana. Acid Spray, Radiance damage, Firefly. If your heroes are alive, it's going to be pretty hard for VGR to siege the high ground. And you have the smoke screen on top of that. So I would say they have pretty good high ground defense if they keep their heroes alive. So not getting picked off is really, really important for Fnatic if they want to hold their high ground. And for VGR, they need to get a pick off to make high ground siege easier for them. Because their heroes are not going to have a fun time sieging high ground if they don't kill any of the Fnatic heroes before they do that. Getting a gem at some point as well, going to be really helpful for them. Because they need to keep Fnatic contained in their base, and they're playing up against a Riki and Mirana. So early gem, definitely important for them. Roshan, all the towers are down, so Roshan, gem, pick off. That's what VGR are going to look for in the upcoming, say, 5 to 10 minutes.
And if they get that, do you think they're going to be able to go through and cut it out? Do they want to go just clean up the racks and force megas, or do they have to just tier 4s, all eyes on the prize, move forward?
I mean, one step at a time. So one Rex first, then maybe the game will play out a bit. They have to wait for the next Roshan, get the next Aegis before they get 2 sets of racks. Against this lineup, at least they need 2 sets of racks to take control of the game. 1 set of racks is not enough for them. Fnatic can easily deal with 1 set of racks down with the Alchemist and PL. So that is what VGR are going to look to achieve with like 1 Aegis is like they need to use it for 1 set of racks at least.
Alright, and now Queen of Pain's itemization, it seems a little bit funky here. You talked about the Shadow Blade just to keep the pressure up and look for those ganks. She's got 3
she got arrowed.
Oh my, that's not good. They're going to be going back in. The Legion Commander with the blink. Oh, the Blade Mail ready. She goes in for the blink duel. Should be able to get the kill onto the PL. That's going to be at least worthwhile. She now has victories going her way. A little bit more damage coming in, but losing the quad was pretty unfortunate. The Gust coming back out. Look at DDC get chunked. There is going to be the heal there from the Legion Commander. Goes in, and there's going to be End going back on through, trying to make something happen. DDC going to go for the self-heal, but look at DJ dropping the damage. Might pay the price for this, though. Goes a little too far forward. The Moonlight Shadow not going to keep you safe this time, and Mushi, he's got the stun channeling up. Going to stun himself underneath the tower. FY very keen to punish this right here.
Where's the backup? Where is the backup? He's all alone.
That was not good. All of a sudden, 3 cores dead.
They overcommitted for the kill. Like, trading 1 for 1 was fine for Fnatic, and then they got greedy. They wanted to kill more heroes. They went on the Oracle, and then he got a really good Fate's Edict off, stopping the spell damage coming out for DJ. DJ leapt in. He didn't have a blink, so couldn't get out. And they went full YOLO there, trying to get the 2 kills. not worth. Hashtag not worth. And so with the Queen of Pain coming back up in 14 seconds, it might. Yeah, I guess they're gonna get a Roshan with their heroes for sure. 50 seconds on Alchemist. Don't think Fnatic can contest.
Is Roche the absolute top priority here, or do you want
Yeah,
to shove
definitely.
out the wave and see what you can get done there?
The waves are pretty pushed out, so I don't think they have to worry about that. Top lane's out, like mid lane's pretty far out as well. So Roshan is definitely the price here for VGR.
All right, we're going to head back into the game. VGR, they've got probably about 10 more minutes to really secure their lead. Otherwise, it's going to get very, very
Yep,
difficult.
like one set of racks at least in the next 10 minutes. And then they have to look to get another set of racks because one set of racks is not enough against the Fnatic lineup.
Now check out this really deep Observer Sentry combo here from the Dire. It's going to skid out the Bat Rider is just sitting back, farming away, not a care in the world. And Fnatic most likely know this is going on, but they know there's nothing that can be done about it. And this gives VGR all the freedom in the world to go and just group up and either wrap around top or push out bottom or force something to happen.
Yep, this Queen of Pain has to be much more careful with her movements. She cannot be getting picked off by the Mirana more and more. Like, it's very important not to die when you're playing a lineup like this. You can't afford to make mistakes. Maybe he needs a defensive item, a BKB or a Lincoln's, so you make it harder for the Bat Rider to get you. Not sure though. It's very difficult to itemize as Queen of Pain this game. You need a lot of stuff. And then at the same time, you want to get maybe a Hex at some point for you to pick off heroes. So
I mean, with the amount of gold she's saving, it seems like it's got to be a Hex.
she's not sure. I think she's not sure about what items that she wants to go for. Like, there's a lot of items that she needs. So you need to decide which one you're going to get now, and hopefully it's the right choice for you. Aghanims on the draw to deal with the illusions, like I talked about. The split shot, plus the Maelstrom at some points. Extremely effective at clearing out the PR illusions, Alchemist illusions.
Alright, we'll see how VGR is able to go forward because their timer is ticking down. They haven't cracked high ground yet. They've been doing a great job keeping up the pressure in terms of kills, but it comes down to whose Ancient falls first, dude.
They might need to get a boost of travel on a hero as well. Like, the lanes are constantly shuffled out. They need one hero to push out the lanes, the other 4 heroes maybe smoke and make a rotation, and then the other hero with bots will be able to join them. So that would be pretty helpful for them. Fnatic is just splitting them up, forcing them react towards the lanes being pushed out all the time. And obviously the gem as well, I mentioned before, it's going to be important for them to get a gem. They're currently just using the Necro Book to scout out the wards and the Riki. I still think they need a gem at some point. You need the book to fight. You can't use it to scout all the time.
Alright, group up here. Looks like they're just going to be charging in. They have a smoke on Legion Commander stash, but they're just full YOLO right now. Again, there is going to be the Boar army coming in. They're going to time out before they're able to go to the high ground to scout.
And meanwhile, Fnatic is just... I'm happy farming, they say. They're just going to pull back, farm the whole map, keep scaling, keep getting items. PR so far, Blink, Diffusal, maybe going to get a Boots of Travel next into the Manta. Those are the next items that he's going to want to get to increase his mobility so he can keep split pushing, split pressuring.
This could be a game-deciding fight coming up. We are going to have VGR going in for a full big smoke.
If they find a fight. If they find a fight. Fnatic should be extremely careful right now because no one's on the map apart of one hero. So they are going to be thinking what's going on, are they smoked, are they looking for a kill, so they should be really, really cautious around this time.
There's going to be a
Scan.
counter smoke available onto the Riki.
Is there a scan on any team?
Going in, Moonlight Shad. Mikasa going to go ahead and break the smoke. They're looking for something. There will be a blink back in. Radiant's Courier is going to get killed off immediately.
That's fine.
I mean,
Just
there's
a
nothing
courier.
on it. But
Just a courier, no problem, no one died, like I said, as long as Fnatic have 5 heroes.
That Rider gets the drag off. It's going to be the Orchid, though. Ohio. Oh, he's going to
Oh,
get dropped
not
down.
good.
Queen of Pain,
Not
dropping the
good.
Sonic Wave. It's going to get stunned up, but there's no real follow-up. And they're not able to go and punish.
Yep, so the Queen went for a BKB. Like I said, he needs the BKB to be able to team fight. There's a smoke screen to deal with, and they lost just one hero. They still have the Acid Spray and the Radiance burn damage to spam up the wave, so Fnatic should still be able to clear out the wave and hold on here, and popping the smoke screen as well to slow down Michi's siege. Ooh, almost got the kill on the Aegis.
Queen of Pain sitting back. Should get spam healed up. You've got Legion heal, got Oracle heal. She's just getting dropped out, and that's going to be
Feels so
feeling
good.
nice
All
for
the
her.
heals in the world.
I know. Her whole team just sitting back and making her back up to full. And either way, VGR are going to continue this low siege here, but Fnatic have their resources for them. Oh, there's going to be the blink in. They go for the duel onto Mushi. This is huge. If they're able to get it, they are. That's going to be a lot of duel damage going their way. 3-4-3 looking for something. The nice little double Starstorm doing its work. And Ohio blinking deep here. Flame Break doing some more, but everyone's still alive for now. They might end up losing the Beastmaster. He's getting low. He will end up popping down. And is going to be healed up sufficiently. Meanwhile, in the back line, they do lose the Legion Commander as well. Alchemist will be able to manta off the stun. They lose the Mirana. There is going to be the Aegis popped up, and a Quapchi should be going down again.
Buyback.
Buyback coming in. They really want this kill. No. She was in her blink animation, but there was no way she gets out alive. So in the end, it's going to be
Don't think they needed the buyback to get that kill. The smoke screen plus the Alchemist right clicks alone should have been sufficient to get a kill. So Fnatic, they used 2 buybacks there in that fight. Alchemist and Mirana. Pretty costly, and PL went down as well. So that was a very, very costly fight for Fnatic despite holding their base.
Yeah, I mean, was that too YOLO for VGR, or was that just YOLO enough to force the buybacks?
I mean, they wanted to force the issue. They got the buybacks but just couldn't get out. So I think that was the right play for them.
I mean, they didn't get objectives, though, and we're really ticking down to that 30-minute mark.
Forcing buybacks is still a very big deal at this stage of the game, because you're significantly slowing down the enemy's net worth, and yeah, you're just in the long run, if you constantly force buybacks, you're gonna be able to at some point siege and you kill a hero, no buyback, and you just win the game.
Alright, Alchemist continuing his farm up. He's still top of the net worth chart, but not by a whole huge margin. With those 4 points in Greevil's Greed and 30 minutes of farm, you expect him to have a little bit more, but he's been picked off 5 times.
Yeah, right now he needs the armor item.
Right,
They're gonna
Shadow
go for a
coming
pick off here.
Legion Commander will get dragged back up, but she's pretty survivable. They are going to be having the burst damage to get her down. The Roar coming back in, but she's burning. Legion does end up dropping. Can they get any return kills in the back lines? Ricky hopping in to that Tricks of the Trade, and I don't think they're able to go and get the follow-up. As No just a little bit late to the party.
Yep, good pick off there by Fnatic. Gonna allow them a few minutes of breathing room, farm, catch up, shove the lanes out, place wards, do whatever they want. So VGR has to be much more careful to not allow that to happen again. They need, I mean, they do have very deep wards around the top and mid area, just no wards at the bottom area, so they were really unaware of the rotation made by Fnatic there.
Moving forward, Alchemist looking to continue his farm. Could be going in. No unleashes the Orchid, but will end up leaping backwards just in time to not take any of the onslaught damage coming in from Alchemist and friends.
Oh, he went for a Maelstrom? He's dead?
I have some questions about the engage that just happened.
What? That was just blunder, question mark, mistake, whatever you name it.
What was the logic behind it? Because clearly it didn't work out.
Was he trying to kill the PR? PR wasn't even that close to die. I don't think PR would have died to the combo. I'm really not sure. Only No himself will know what was going on there. His team is definitely not happy about that. You're not going to give kills like this to Alchemist lineup. They're just going to be able to get so much more space to farm and just get themselves back into the game.
And that was a 9-second BKB as well, and now all of a sudden High Ground Siege coming the other way. Legion Commander is going to be going in looking for something. There will be a duel on her though. She's got the Blade Mail up doing a decent amount of damage, and there's something that has to follow up. And in that BKB looking for something, Mushi ends up going for the self-stun. FY still holding on to the duel, but I don't know if they can go through. They will get the Roar off. Now there's the duel onto Mushi, but immediate cancel! Oh no! Oh, Legion! Oh, suddenly VGR just falling apart at the seams. Draw Ranger's going to go down. It's going to be a full wipe. Fnatic, they're all alive and they're going forward. They're going to be losing their structures here, and this might be it.
Dota 2, boys. Dota 2. Just all of a sudden, VGR sieging the enemy base, and now Fnatic is getting racks of VGR.
Alright, so VGR, it seemed like they totally had the early game, but they didn't get enough done. They didn't execute clean enough, and a couple of big misplays might be the answer here. And now No goes in for that BKB, a little bit reactive, obviously not wanting to die to the PL, but
I don't think they could have killed him anyway. He popped the BKB so quickly, he got so scared. I mean, he should have been scared the last time, not this time.
Now Alchemist just sitting back, just wailing away at these racks. He's got the help of his Manta in 3 more seconds. Can VGR possibly hold up against 2 lanes of sleepers?
I mean, they can hold it up with the Aghanims on the draw, but that's not going to win them the game. And get a Maelstrom on draw at some point, but it's not gonna win them the game. Because Fnatic's heroes are still the heroes that scale much better in terms of ultra late game. Right now we're getting to the 40-minute mark, 35-40-minute mark, where Fnatic's lineup is, like I said, if the game goes any longer than that, it's gonna be really, really good for the Fnatic lineup.
Oh man, 2 more hits from the Alchemanta illusions would have finished off the racks.
Range racks doesn't matter.
Sure.
They got the melee racks. That's what counts.
Yeah. And I do like the choice for Mushi to back off there. I think if he stayed, he could have potentially fed away a really big lead.
Just discipline play, because it doesn't really matter that much getting the range racks and putting yourself in danger.
All right, again, a lot on the line here. It's the difference between 7th and 8th or 6th and 7th.
And a possibility of getting into the tie breaks as well if MEP and Liquid lose all their games. So still a lot of stake right here in this game if Fnatic gets the 2-0.
I mean, they're definitely hunting for it, and it's within reach. There is going to be a smoke here. It looks like Fnatic, they're getting a little bit antsy. They really want to make the plays. Do you think they should be sitting back and relaxing, or is it their time to shine?
Oh, it's their time to shine. They should just scout the Roshan and get the Roshan.
Oh my god, look at
They
that
haven't
net worth
scout-
chart. Loch Ness Monster up in
Yeah,
here.
they have not scouted the Roshan yet. And this is what happens when you give away kills and you lose a fight like that. Against the Alchemist lineup, they just take away everything from you with the greed and the mobility to farm. The amount of farm they get after just one fight was just absurd.
Alright, so going in, it looks like the area is secure. There is going to be some Radiant Vision dropped up onto this little ledge over there, and Roshan should be scouted out there. We're going to have Mirana maybe poking into the pit. A little to the right. There we go. There's the acid spray, and it looks like Fnatic finally taking this beast for themselves.
Yep, this should be their last tool to end the game. It gets onto PL, I guess, onto the PL. Alchemist doesn't really need it.
They're actually going to back off here. I mean, are they a little bit scared that...
They have no vision, they think that they are smoked up. As soon as they see a hero at bottom lane, the queen bottom, they're just gonna get Roshan. They thought BGR was smoked up and running towards the Roche pit, so they got scared there, and they just backed off.
Alright, so it looks like if VGR were going to try to contest the pit, they are a little bit too late. They are grouped up on their high ground, they're cowering, and you know, their high ground defense isn't terrible. They've got the Roar, they've got Drow Ranger now with the Aghanim Scepter bopping the arrows around, but I just think Fnatic have done their job in terms of outlasting them, farming up, and getting some really key pickoffs.
They're just way stronger at this point of the game, and they don't even have to commit their heroes up to the high ground. They can just send illusions in to chip away our towers. You know, no risk if they feel like they're not comfortable. But I feel like the lead that they have right now, they can easily win a team fight if they can get a good lasso off from Ohio. Or even the PR with the blink. You blink in and you kill the Oracle first. That would be also a very, very good idea for them to initiate.
Alright, you've got all the Radiant here, grouping up on the low ground, all the Dire on the high ground. It's all going to come down to this fight around the top racks. You've got FY eager to go and hit that duel button. He's going to go for the Blade Mail, but decides better to jump in as she sees more and more heroes joining the party. There will be a Spirit Lance connecting onto End. Just sitting back, holding onto the Gust if she needs that little bit of safety blanket. But look at Mushi whacking away. Meanwhile, mid lane, you've got everyone camping out. Slowly but steadily, Fnatic gaining more and more turf on the Dire side of the map.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. There's going to be the Blink Lasso. No, an unsuspecting target. DJ jumps in. The Gust is going to be off the mark. They can't get down the Mirana. Immediate kill onto the Oracle. And now there's not a whole lot the Oracle can do. There's no buyback at the ready. And they're going to be going deep there. There's going to be the Primal Roar coming in. The duel does connect. They are able to get the Aegis off of the PL. That's a little bit more damage coming away. The Leech of Mana. There's going to be a stun coming back out. Mushi looking for a target. Will be able to unleash it on himself. So he's just sitting back and stunning up. Meanwhile, FY will he be able to even reach the safety of his fountain? Getting slowed up. The Diffusal charges the heal. Will keep him alive for now. But the Radiant, they are showing that they've got so much power there. They've got gems around, clearing everything out. And, well, End coming back in, fearing that this won't be the end for poor old VGR. There's no more Primal Roar, but for now it seems like Fnatic are content with backing off. They got what they wanted.
I mean, with all the cooldowns down, they should not be able to kill them. They should go in and just get the Rex. Like the Sonic Wave, the Raw, everything is down right now. There's no way they kill.
Oh god!
There's no way they kill any of their
Oh,
heroes.
Mirana, be kind there. Ethereal Blade looks like it hurts. The arrow point blank. They get the snipe onto the Queen of Pain. Her little corpse sits back, and this is going to be Oracle.
This Mirana is actually more farm than the PL, I just realized.
Oh, GG called out as VGR, they call uncle. They can't take anymore. Fnatic somehow outlasted the power of the early game Drow strat. and they are able to go claim this series 2-0 for themselves.
I mean, they're going to be hoping that MVP and Liquid lose all their games. So they're going to be allowed to play a tiebreak for the 4th spot, the last spot for the upper bracket. So crossing their fingers right now. Their fate is no longer in their hands. They did what they could. They win all their remaining games. But unfortunately, they lost too many games the first few days. So right now, have to wait for the results of the other games for Fnatic. Yeah, but nice comeback by them. They got their act together.
Absolutely. I mean, this looks like a very well-resolved team. They had some tensions the first couple of days, but here on day number 3 of the group stages, coming together, performing as a unit, and able to take 2-0 series. So very excited for them. Hopefully they get the chance to tie break and perhaps get themselves into the upper bracket for the main event. If not, they still have a good shot going through the lower bracket. And we will see what's going to be going down. Again, I'm Android, that's Winter. Thank you so much for tuning in to our English coverage of TI6. We'll see you all in a little bit.